Hello everyone and welcome to Adobe After Effects 2022 Ultimate Guide. In this video, we're going to go over a course overview of what we're going to be learning throughout the course. So in section 2, we're going to do a deep dive into Creative Cloud plans and pricing. So we'll cover individuals, business, students and teachers, and schools and universities. Then we'll learn how to create a Creative Cloud account for free. And then we'll talk about Creative Cloud Web in section 3, and also learn how to install After Effects in section 3. In section 4, we're going to be talking about the welcome page. So we'll cover all of these buttons here. So how to create a new project, how to open a project, home, learn, new team project, how to open a team project, how to search, what's new in After Effects, and also we'll talk about account, and we'll talk about all that interesting stuff there, okay? Then we're going to build out a project. So I'm going to use the final project that I built as an example, but we're going to build out a simple project, and then we're going to look at the file menu. So file, edit, composition, layer, effect, animation, view, window, and help. And what I meant by file menu was main menu, okay? Then in the Windows panel, we're going to talk about workspaces, and then we're going to cover all of the panels here that are inside of After Effects. Then we'll go and dive into the preferences and talk about general, previews, display, import, output, grids and guides, labels, media and disk caches or cache, video preview, appearance, new project, autosave, memory and performance, audio hardware, audio output mapping, sync settings, type, scripting and expressions, 3D and notifications. Okay. From there, we'll learn about the tools, which you can see here. And then we'll finish up a simpler project than this with those tools and learn how to use the tools with an actual project, okay? Then we're gonna get to the fun part of the course where we're gonna build out not one, but 30 projects. And the key to this is repetition and practice, okay? And I'm gonna help you to practice and teach you and walk you through step by step how to edit my promo videos and add some effects to it by going to my website, which is learntechprojectfiles.com, to grab the zip files that I have. In fact, let's take a look at that right now. So we're going to go to this website. I'm going to open up a new window here, and we're going to go to learntechprojectfiles.com. We're going to go to After Effects 2022 projects, and you can see right here all of the project files that we're going to be looking at. Okay, so it goes from a logo to a promo video to all of these promo videos that we're going to be building with all these different files and different things like that. And I'll walk you through step by step each one of those. We're going to have a great time, okay? I'm telling you right now, it's going to be a lot of fun. And then we'll wrap the course up with a summary and a thank you video of what we learned throughout the course. So with that, I want to tell you one thing. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hello everyone, and welcome to section 2, where we're going to be talking about Adobe Creative Cloud plans. Okay, so let's jump into the overview of this section. So I'm on adobe.com right now, and what we're going to be doing is I'm going to go to Creativity and Design. I'm going to click on View Plans and Pricings, and I'm going to be talking about, in this video, what we're going to be learning throughout this section. So first, we're going to be talking about individuals plans, okay? Business plans will be next. Then we're going to talk about students and teachers, and then schools and universities. So with that, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video where we're going to learn about the individuals plan. Thanks for watching. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to this video where we're going to be talking about the individuals Creative Cloud apps and more plans and pricing, okay? So I'm going to be going through every single option for the individual's plan, okay? So grab some popcorn, grab a coffee, buckle in, okay? We're going to have a lot of fun talking about this. So the very first option that you have for the individual's plan is you can get the photography subscription, okay? For $10 a month, you get 20 gigs of storage. You get Lightroom, Lightroom Classic, Photoshop on desktop and iPad, and 20 gigs of cloud storage. You can get up to 1 terabyte of storage if you would like, okay? You can compare photography plans and also see plans and pricing here, okay? The other thing you do is click on photo, and that will show you the different options as well, okay? So you have the 20 gig option here, the Photoshop plan, which is just Photoshop for $20.99. Then you have Lightroom 1 terabyte for $9 a month, or photography 1 terabyte for 20 bucks a month, okay? And honestly, I'm going to tell you, I highly recommend the 1 terabyte plan for 20 bucks a month if you just need Lightroom and Photoshop. This is the best way to go because you can get Lightroom, Lightroom Classic, Photoshop on desktop and iPad, and 1 terabyte of cloud storage. So I'm not saying that photos are big, but if you have a lot of photos, it's a lot easier if you just go with the 1 terabyte. That way you can build up to that storage instead of starting at 20 gigs and then capping out, then you got to upgrade anyway. So you might as well go for the gusto, as they say, and then work from there. Okay, so that's one option. Then we have the graphic design options here. So you have Photoshop, Illustrator, InDesign, InCopy, and Acrobat Pro. Now these are all individual subscriptions. So you can get Photoshop for $20.99, Illustrator, InDesign, InCopy is $5 a month, okay? And then Acrobat Pro is $15 a month, okay? For video, you can get Premiere Pro for $21 a month, After Effects, Audition, and Animate. And if you just need a individual application, then it's okay to do like a single app. That's totally understandable. You may not want to spend the $52 or $53 a month for all the apps if you don't need them, you know, but it's an option, okay? Then we have illustration. So you have Photoshop and Illustrator, again, $21 a month. UI and UX, Adobe XD is $10 a month. Photoshop is $21 a month. Illustrator and After Effects are both $21 a month individually, okay? Then you have Acrobat and PDF. So for $15 a month, you can get Acrobat Pro, and then 3D and AR. You can get the Substance 3D Collection for $50 a month, and the Substance 3D Texturing for $20 a month. For social media, you can get Premiere Pro for $21 a month, and then Lightroom for 10 bucks a month, okay? So those are all the categories and individual plans that you can get. Now for the main event, which is Creative Cloud. What is the cost to you if you get Creative Cloud? Well, let's go take a look. So I'm going to click on Buy Now just to look at the plans, okay? And then I will explain each one of these individually, okay? So the monthly plan. This is the plan that I highly recommend to anybody that's watching and listening to this course. Get the monthly plan. That way you can try out the apps, see if you're happy with it, and then lock yourself into a yearly plan or an upfront plan, okay? With the monthly plan, you can cancel anytime with no fee, okay? So that's $80 a month or $79.49 a month, okay? You get Creative Cloud, all the apps with 100 gigs of storage, get all 20 plus creative desktop and mobile apps, including Photoshop, Illustrator, InDesign, Premiere Pro, Acrobat, and much more, okay? All plans include Behance, okay, so you can showcase and discover creative work and connect with the creative community. Adobe Creative Community, learn content, tutorials, and portfolio websites, and more. Adobe Fonts, which is one of my favorite, access thousands of fonts for your projects right within Creative Cloud apps. Creative Cloud libraries, save, browse, share assets from libraries right inside your Creative Cloud apps. This is a crucial tool. I use this on a daily basis, and it's awesome. Creative Cloud Assets, so access thousands of royalty-free icons, graphics, patterns, backgrounds, and more. Highly recommend checking that out. And then the Creative Cloud Market. Access vector graphics, icons, patterns, and other design assets for use in all of your creative projects, okay? So that's what's included with every single plan that you have. All this is included in all three of these options. So monthly plan, like I said, is $79.49. If you want to do a yearly plan and save a little money, it's $52.99, so 53 bucks a month, but you're locked in for 1 year. So you get billed every month, $53 a month, okay? That's what it is. The other option that you have, one more thing I want to add to that, fees apply if you cancel after February 10th, okay? So the date today is, I believe this is the 27th. So, yes. So you can cancel If you cancel after 14 days, your service will continue until the end of the month billing period. Okay. So that's why I say get the monthly plan just to make sure that you're happy with Creative Cloud and all that. And then once you know that you want it for a year and you're not going to cancel, then you're not going to get charged any fees. Okay. That's really the idea. Because I've done that myself where I signed up for a yearly plan. I was doing a tutorial on this and I signed up and I accidentally clicked on the yearly plan instead of the monthly plan. And I didn't cancel before the 7-day trial, and then I got billed, and then I tried to cancel and they charged me a fee. So I don't want that to happen to you. I don't want you to get charged a fee. Okay. I want to save as much money as I can. So $53 a month, billed monthly, but it's a 12-month billing. Okay. It's every month for 12 months. Okay. Then you have the yearly billed up front. Now, this is a good deal. Okay. It's $600 for a year. Okay. So it's about the same price as the monthly plan for billed monthly, but it's an annual account. The reason for that is, if I grab my calculator here real quick and divide that by 12, it's $50 a month. Okay, so you're paying $50 a month instead of 53. Okay, so the savings is not a whole lot. $36. You're saving $36 if you do that. Okay, so they don't give you a tremendous discount, but the good thing about doing it that way is you're paid up front for 12 months. Okay, and one thing that I like to do is I like to pay the whole lump sum ahead of time. That way I don't have to get money taken out every month from my account. Okay, I just pay the bill for 12 months, and then so let's say that you started in January. Okay, I'm at the end of January here, but let's say you started January 1st. You sign up January 1st. Okay, you pay for a year. Then on January 1st of next year, you have the account. Okay, then it renews every year, $600 a year. Okay, that's not a bad plan. It's not a bad deal. It also gives you the ability to just lock it in, and then you're done thinking about it for 12 months. Okay, and then the bill comes up again in 12 months. Then you renew, you can set it on auto renew, and you're not getting billed every month. Okay. It's one lump sum. It's done. I like that because then I can focus on what I'm doing. Okay. The bills are important. You got to pay the bills, but that's just another way to do it. Okay. So that is the individuals plan. Okay. So we talked about how to get access to the individual apps, all the different categories. And then we talked about Creative Cloud, all apps with 100 gigs of storage, what the differences in plans. So they have a monthly plan, a yearly plan that's billed monthly, and then a yearly plan that's billed up front. Okay. So with that, thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right. Welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about plans and pricing for Creative Cloud apps and more for business and teams. So Creative Cloud for teams, get apps like Adobe Photoshop, Illustrator, InDesign, Premiere Pro, and Acrobat Pro for your business or department, plus a management console and instant asset syncing across devices. Now, I cannot tell you how important it is to understand that if you are a business and you have multiple people working on your, let's say, your marketing department, okay? Let's say you have 10 people in your marketing department. The business plan is for you, okay? And so let's look at the pricings first. So the Creative Cloud All Apps, $80 a month per license, okay? So you get all the same benefits that you got from the individual plan, but you also get a management console and instant asset syncing across devices, okay? For the single app, it's $34 a month per license, your choice of one app. So let's say that you are a graphic design house, okay? And the only application you need is Photoshop. You can pay $34 a month and get access to Photoshop, okay? And let's say that it's 10 people you have, just to have an even number, okay? So 34 times 10 is 340, okay? So you're paying $340 a month for access to that application, okay? That isn't a bad deal, okay? Because the amount of production that you're producing, okay, will cover that cost tenfold. Okay, if you're a good business, and I believe that you are. So, business features in Creative Cloud for teams. Centralize administrative tools, deploy apps and manage products and users from a handy web-based ambient console. Okay, technical support. Get advanced 24/7 tech support and 2 one-to-one expert sessions per year per user per year to keep your creative team moving forward. Creative Cloud libraries. Your team can share creative assets across apps and devices and stay in sync. Unlimited job posts on Adobe Talent. Your posts will reach the millions of creatives on Behance. So if you're looking for talent, you can post your jobs there. Integration with popular apps. So works with Slack, Microsoft Teams, and other productivity apps your team uses every day. Okay. Storage. Get 1 terabyte of cloud storage per user. That's huge. The reason for that, why it's huge, is what it does is it gives each individual user a terabyte of storage to be building and creating whatever they're working on. So if you're doing videos, like what I do, you need at least a terabyte to be working on videos. And you need, multiple terabytes to be doing that video production. So if you each have a terabyte, then you can easily manage those accordingly. Okay. So for $80 a month, you get per license, and if you have 10 employees, that's $800 a month, but it's totally worth it because that's 10 terabytes of storage between those 10 users. Okay. So you get 10 terabytes of storage, you have 10 users, and they can all sync up to you and work off of what you have. So Creative Cloud Business for business and teams is essential if you are a creative house with multiple employees. Now, if you're just a sole proprietor and an individual, then individuals is better. But for business, it's for more than one person. Okay, that's really what it's for. And again, this is exciting because this is something that I'm going to be doing myself very soon. I'm going to be bringing on employees very soon, and this is the plan that I'm going to be upgrading to in the near future. So if you are a business, this is the plan for you. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the students and teachers plan. Okay, so for $20 a month, currently, this is their current deal as of January 27th, 2022. So if you're watching this at a later date, it may not show up on your screen, just so you know. Okay, so Creative Cloud, all apps, $20 a month, exclusive price. You get 60% off, and this is a limited time deal. So you get the 20 plus Creative Cloud apps, pay $20 a month for the first year, and then $30 a month after that. Okay, so it's an introductory price. Okay. Also included in the membership, step-by-step tutorials, easy updates, loads of extras, free templates to get you started, and project ideas to keep you going. Okay. So that's the student plan and teacher plan. You need to have eligibility for that. So make sure that you're part of a school, you're studying at a school, or you're teaching at a school, and you should have eligibility for that. Okay. But make sure that you fit their criteria so that you can get that discount, because it's totally worth it. It's a great deal. And I highly recommend it if you're a student or a teacher and you need Adobe Creative Cloud. This is the way to go. All right. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about plans and pricing for Creative Cloud apps for schools and universities. Okay, so Creative Cloud for Education is affordable licensing option for small work groups, departments, classrooms, labs, and even entire institutions. Get the latest Creative Cloud apps, including Photoshop, Illustrator, and Acrobat, and manage licensed deployments and updates from one central console. Adobe Substance 3D apps may be included with your education plans. Okay, so you can see what's included. But per name user license for small work groups and departments, Creative Cloud all apps, $35 per user. For single apps, it's $15, and you get 100 gigs of cloud storage per license. Okay, you get advanced 24/7 tech support plus one-to-one access to product experts. Requires institutional affiliation. Okay, per shared device for classrooms and labs, Creative Cloud all apps, $333 a year per device. Call this number here to order shared device plans. Okay, per student pack for departments of 100 students or more, Creative Cloud all apps, $142 a year per user, includes 100 gigs of cloud storage per license. Institutional control license can be reassigned to new students or courses. Okay, institution-wide license for broad access for students and faculty. Creative Cloud All Apps for pricing, you have to call that number there. Includes 100 gigs of cloud storage per license for easy file sharing, deeper discounts on all purchases, plus consolidated annual billing. Okay, so that's really the options for Creative Cloud for education. So if you are a school or a university, you need to have an institutional affiliation, and then you can get access to these different options. So it really depends on your situation. The best deal from what I can see, and it depends again on your situation, but if you have a small work group, then $35 a month is a great deal. I mean, that's very good. The per shared device, that's $330 a year. That's not a bad deal either. Per student pack for departments of 100 students or more, you're looking at $142 per user. So you're getting a great discount with that because you have over 100 students. So the price is going to be pretty steep, but it's going to be worth it, I think, in the long run, because if you're a university or a school, that's part of your tuition. That's where you're charging for that. So that's really what it is, but you need to contact Adobe for most of the plans just to get started. So that's schools and universities, plans and pricing for Creative Cloud. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Congratulations on finishing Section 2, Plans and Pricing for Creative Cloud apps and more. In this video, we're going to go over a summary of what we learned in this section. So we talked about the individuals plan. We covered all of these categories here. So we talked about the photo apps, how you can get them individually, graphic design, video, illustration, UI and UX, Acrobat and PDF, 3D and AR, and then also social media. If you just want to get a single application instead of getting all the apps, you're more than welcome to just sign up for a single application if you need it. Then we talked about the Creative Cloud All Apps deal. So we went to buy now and then looked at the monthly plan, which I recommend doing. The $52 a month yearly plan, billed monthly, and then the yearly plan billed up front, $600. Okay, and then I talked about the time frame that you need to cancel before you get charged a fee, which is why I recommend the monthly fee. Okay, so I'm going to go back. Then we talked about the business plan, business and teams, how you can get apps like Photoshop, Illustrator, InDesign, Premiere Pro, and Acrobat for your business or department, plus a management console, which is huge, and an instant asset syncing across devices. And the biggest thing about the administrative tool is it just gives you a single screen or area to control all of your applications, all your users, okay? So you can easily deploy and, like, let's say you fire someone, you can lock out their access, okay? You can, so you can do all these different things. You can also look for Adobe talent or just people that are on Creative Cloud Behance. So you can find people there and reach millions of creatives. Technical support, and then also integration with popular apps. Storage, again, this is a crucial one. You can get 1 terabyte of cloud storage per user. So the example I gave is if you're a video production house and you're making tons of videos and everybody has an account, you would have 10 terabytes of storage. That is huge for folks that are making video because video files are humongous, okay? Especially if they're uncompressed, it takes up a lot of storage, okay? I know I have a lot of courses and I have terabytes of video, okay? So it's just a way to kind of centralize all your videos and everything, and it's a great way to work with that as well, okay? So for $80 a month per user, you can get all the Creative Cloud apps, and then for a single app, it's $34 a month per user, okay? So we talked about that. Then we have students and teachers, so I talked about the special that they have right now, which it's 60% off. It's an exclusive price. It's a promo that they have going on right now. So if you're watching this at a later date and you don't see it, that's why. But it's $20 a month for the first year, $20 a month for 12 months. And then after the first year, it's $30 a month, okay? And then these are all the different things that they have. You have to have eligibility in order to get the deal in the first place. You have to be a student or a teacher to get that deal. Okay. Then we have schools and universities. So I talked about Creative Cloud for Education. So per name user license, per shared device, per student pack for departments of 100 students or more, and then institution-wide option as well. Okay. So that's plans and pricings for Creative Cloud apps and more. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hello everyone, and welcome to section 3, where we're going to set up an Adobe Creative Cloud account. In this video, we're going to go over an overview of what we're going to be learning throughout this section. So first, we're going to talk about how to set up an account with Adobe Creative Cloud 2022. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up another window in incognito mode just to show you what it's going to look like when we actually go through and set up an account. And you can see here, start with a free trial. So I'll walk you through the steps to get access to an account. Okay. And then once we have access to that account, then we're going to be opening up another window right here, which is Creative Cloud Web. Okay. And this is going to be the core of the course, where we're talking about all these different interfaces and whatnot. Okay. And I'll go through that in each section that we talk about. Okay. So that's what we're going to be learning in this section. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right. Welcome back. So in this video, we're going to set up a Creative Cloud account with a free trial. Okay. So let's go ahead and let's click on Start Free Trial. Okay. I'm going to select for individuals, and your first 7 days are going to be free. Okay. And so they're going to give you information over here when you can cancel before to avoid getting billed. Okay. And billing will automatically start after the free trial ends. Okay. So it's 7 days free trial. I'm going to hit continue, and I'm going to select the monthly plan. And the reason for this is that way, if you were to get billed, if you forget to cancel after 7 days, you can still cancel an account after 7 days and get a refund. Okay. So I'm going to hit continue. They're going to ask you if you want to have Adobe stock, 10 assets a month for $50 a month, and you get a 7-day free trial. You're free to do that if you want. I'm going to say no thanks. And I'm going to type in my email address. So it is sample@learntechcompany.com. And in case you heard that noise, that's just my paper shredder with a mind of its own. So sample@learntechcompany.com. I'm going to hit continue. And remember what I talked about going up until the credit card information? Well, this is where I'm going to be stopping, but I will walk you through what you need to do in order to get access to your free trial. So what you're going to do is you're going to select a credit or debit card, Google Pay or PayPal, and then enter in that card number, the expiration date, and the CVV code, I believe it's called, your first name, last name, zip code, your region of country or region, and then a phone number is optional. You can agree and subscribe. What that's going to do is it'll show you what the total amount is due right now, which is $0. Once you agree and subscribe, it's going to ask you to create a password. Okay. Once it asks you to create a password, then it's going to take you over to the page that I'll show you in the next video. Okay. So I'll leave you here. Enter all your credit card information, your first name, last name, zip code, phone number if you want, agree and subscribe, and then add your password, and then I'll see you in the next video. Thanks for watching. Take care. All right, welcome back. So once you get your credit card information entered in and you create your password, you'll see this page right here, welcome to your account, and then I'll say your name. And what we're going to do is we're going to scroll down to here where it says access your apps and services. I'm going to click on that. And now we have access to Adobe Creative Cloud Web. Okay. Now from here, we're going to be talking about all of these different menus here, sub menus, and then all the top interface and menus throughout this entire Creative Cloud Web app. Okay. So we're going to have a lot of fun with this. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to go over a summary of what we learned in this section on how to set up a Creative Cloud account. So the very first thing that we did is we went to adobe.com, we clicked on Start Free Trial, and then we selected individuals. We hit Continue, we selected a monthly plan, hit Continue, and then we said no thanks for Adobe Stock. We typed in our email address. So for this example, I typed in sample@learntechcompany.com. I hit Continue, and then I stopped here and you entered in your credit card information. You hit agree and subscribe, and then you set up a password. And then we went to this screen right here, which was welcome to your account. We scrolled down to here to access your apps and services. We clicked on that, and then we ended up at the Creative Cloud web app, which is where I'm going to leave you now. And in the next sections, we're going to be going through the interface of all these different menus and options, and we're going to have a great time. So with that, thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Section 4, where we're going to talk about Adobe After Effects 2022 setup. In this video, we're going to go over an overview of what we're going to be doing throughout the entire section. So in the upcoming video, we're going to install Adobe After Effects 2022, and then the video after that, we'll go over a quick summary of what we did to install After Effects. So with that, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. So in this video, we're going to install Adobe After Effects. And in the same process, we're also going to be installing Media Encoder by default. Okay. So I'm going to be talking about Media Encoder while After Effects is installing. Okay. So let's click on Install. And remember, I'm using Adobe Creative Cloud Web instead of the desktop app, which you can download here if you want to. And whether you're using Mac OS or Windows, it will work on both. Okay. So while this is installing, let's talk a little bit about a Media Encoder. Okay. So with Media Encoder, you can quickly output video files for virtually any screen. Okay. So what is Media Encoder and why is it important? Media Encoder gives you the ability to take a HD video. So let's say it's 1920 by 1080, and you can convert it to a 720 by 480 video, which you would be basically downgrading it, right? Or you can export it out to a 4K video, even though it's not a 4K video. You can do that as well. The quality won't be good. It'll be very grainy, but that's a possibility. The other thing you can do is take a 4K video and downgrade it to an HD video, okay? Now, those are extreme examples. A less extreme example would be you could take an HD video and convert it for a mobile device or for social media, that kind of thing. So basically you're taking a uncompressed video file and you're compressing it down so that it will work on different devices and whatnot. So that's really what Media Encoder does. We're not going to go any deeper into Media Encoder than that, but let's start talking a little bit about After Effects while it's installing here. We're at 73%, so we're almost done. But basically After Effects is the industry standard motion graphics and visual effects. So any type of effects that you see on movies and whatnot, After Effects is kind of at the forefront of that. Okay, and I started using After Effects about 20 years ago. I went to school for video motion graphics, and so I absolutely love After Effects, and it's a key tool in my tool belt or toolbox for sure. And when you're doing video really is 3 components. Okay, you're using Photoshop for creating the assets, you're using Premiere Pro to lay out everything, and then you're using After Effects to combine all those things together to make effects. Okay, that's really what is the 3 core steps of video. And then you also have the Media Encoder, which is for outputting video, so your final product. Okay, but After Effects we're going to have a lot of fun with, because just learning the fundamentals, which is what we're going to be talking about in the next section, talking about the welcome page, that's going to be a lot of fun. And then we're also going to be learning about other things as well. So not just the welcome page, but other things as well. So it's just important to understand that. And like I said, we're going to let this install. While it's installing, let's also talk about kind of some of the things that Adobe Creative Cloud offers you, such as Creative Cloud Express. So if you need to get templates for different things, you can get it there. Adobe Stock, if you need to get motion graphic templates, Adobe stock is a great place to look. Now there's a price plan for that. I'm not going to go into that, but if you want to research that, you can click on this link right here and that will take you to Adobe stock. Adobe fonts is kind of a cloud-based fonts. And with that, we're going to stop because After Effects is installed. I'm going to click on open and let's open this up. Let's make sure it's on my dock. It is. It's bouncing, so that's a good sign. If you're using Windows and you click on it, you're probably going to get a pop-up that says, do you want to allow this app to run? And hit yes if you get that screen. On Mac, it's just going to verify and then it's going to pop up. So let's let it kind of organically open here, and then once it does, we'll let it load, and then we'll jump right into that in the next section. So we'll give it a second here to load, and then we'll be on our way to the next video. So we'll give it a second here. It's thinking. It's thinking if it wants to cooperate with me or if it just wants to leave me hanging so I can keep rambling on for another 5 minutes, which I'm only kidding. I'm not going to do that. So we'll give it a second here, and then we're good to go. All right, so migrate setting. After Effects has detected settings from a previous version. We're not going to migrate, okay? Now we get the splash screen, which is a good sign. It's going to load up all the different plugins and tools that are needed to run After Effects. And you can see this is a 2022 version of After Effects, so make sure that's what it's running there. We'll let this load. It's giving me the spinning wheel, which is a good sign. It's scanning folders, all sorts of cool things that are going to be part of our adventure in learning After Effects. So again, I'm looking forward to this. It's going to be a lot of fun, so get excited. If this is your very first introduction to After Effects, no worries. We're going to have a lot of fun. And with that, we've installed After Effects, so thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video. We're going to go over a quick summary of what we learned in the previous video and in this section. So we learned how to install After Effects. Okay, we clicked on install. And if this was After Effects, if we can pretend for a second that this is not Photoshop and it's After Effects, we clicked here and we installed, and then once it was installed, it pops up here, okay? And we also unilaterally installed Media Encoder without doing anything, because Media Encoder and After Effects work together, so you can't have one without the other. And so we installed Media Encoder as well, and then we opened up the application, and we got this, which was the welcome page, and there you go. So with that, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Section 5, where we're going to talk about the welcome page. I'm super excited to welcome you to the real part of the course, where the meat and potatoes of the course, where we're going to learn about the welcome page, and it's going to be a lot of fun. So with the welcome page, we're going to be talking about the following, and that's what this video is about, is an overview of what we're going to be learning throughout this section. So we're going to be talking about how to create a new project, how to open a project. We're going to talk about the home page, which is all this area right here. We're going to talk about the learn menu or learn page. We're going to talk about how to create a new team project, how to open a new team project, or open a team project. Then we're going to talk about the search option. We're going to talk about what's new in After Effects. And then we'll talk about account, and then we'll go over a summary of all that we learned. So with that, thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. So in this video, we're going to create a new project. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on New Project. And you'll notice right here, it says Adobe After Effects 2022 Untitled Project. Okay, so that's how you create a new project. But what I want to do is I want to label this. So let's go to File and let's do Save As. And then click Save As, okay, in the submenu. And we're going to save this to the desktop. So I'm going to create a new folder and call it After Effects. Okay. And then I'm going to save this as untitled project.aep, and that's After Effects project. That's the extension. Okay. And they also have After Effects template project, which changes to AET. Okay. So those are the different file types you can save it as. Okay, so we have Untitled Project AEP. We'll hit save, and that's how you create a project. So with that, thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. The continuation of the previous video where we created a project. Now we're going to learn how to open a project. So you can see I have the project open. So let's go up to the main menu here. Let's go to File, and I'm going to close this project just so that we go back to the welcome page. Okay, and if it closes out like it did, then we'll just open up After Effects right from the Creative Cloud Web. I'm going to hit Open, and then I'm going to reload the software here, and then we'll go to Open Project on the welcome page, and then we'll go to our option to select a project. So I'm going to click Open Project, and it's automatically where I need it to be, but I want you to kind of find it where you saved it. So let's go to Desktop, and I'm going to go to After Effects, and then I'm going to click on Untitled Project. Okay, so now we have the project file open. Okay, so there you go. Now what I want you to do before we go is I want you to close the project. So let's go to File, and let's close. Okay, and then we're going to do File, Close again. Okay, I don't know why it's doing that. And then let's do Close Project. Let's just close the software down again, and then we'll open it up. And then I want to leave it on the home page so that in the next video we can talk about the home page. Okay. After Effects is not cooperating with me today. It is. There we go. All right. So with that, that's how you open a project. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Talk about the home page. So you can see here it says Welcome to After Effects, and then it'll say your name. And you can see that on the home page, there's a whole bunch of options. Now, in the previous two videos, we've talked about how to create a new project and how to open a project. Okay. But then you have the home button or the home menu. Then we have Learn, we have New Team Project and Open Team Project. Then we have a search option here, the What's New option, and then Account. Okay. And then we have Recent. Okay. So it will show the recent project that we opened, which is Untitled Project. Okay. And then up here we have Learn Video Essentials. So keyframe animation, animate an object, create dynamic movement, and then animate multiple layers. Okay, so you can start the tutorial there. You can also try something new. Go to Learn, okay, which is this. Excuse me. So that is the home page. All right. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. We're going to talk about the Learn option. So in the hands-on tutorials area, which is called Learn, these let you follow step-by-step instructions inside the app. So if you want to learn an After Effects overview, you can click on that one, how to create a composition, organize a composition, and animate layers. Then you can open up these 3-minute, 5-minute, 4-minute, etc. videos to do that. Also, if you want to learn about different tools and whatnot, they have tutorials on the web, so these open in a browser. And the one thing that I'm going to tell you about any application that you learn, okay, is that you need to focus on a process of being willing to learn, practice, and improve. And those are the 3 pillars that I use myself. Be willing to learn, be willing to practice, and then be willing to improve. And the way to do that is have a system where you're learning the basics first, then you're doing intermediate stuff, then you're doing advanced stuff, okay? And that's really what I'm creating with this course is I'm doing a basic course, but then I offer other stuff as well. So the way to learn, and like I said, I've been using After Effects for 20 years, and the way that I learned personally was I just got into the software and started building stuff, okay? Now, if you don't have that skill set or you're just getting started, that's okay. The way to get started then is to use this course as a launching pad into these other things, okay? So learn the fundamentals with me in the basic course here, and then from there, go on to the next thing, okay? So that's really the Learn page. And that's really what it's for. It doesn't matter which phase you're at, if you're basic, if you're at intermediate, or if you're at advanced. it works in all three, because even if you're an advanced user, you're still learning stuff. Things change every year because they have a new version of the software come out. So they're always upgrading their software and making new features. So you always have to be learning. You have to be on the cutting edge of their tech. And so the way to do that is be willing to learn and improve and practice the new tools and the new features. Okay. So even if you're advanced, it still applies to you, because I'm an advanced user myself, and I'm still learning stuff every day, every week, every month, every year. I learn stuff all the time. In fact, every day I learn something. So always be learning is the key, because once you are teachable, once you understand that you know little to nothing, even at an advanced level, then you'll take your skills to the next level. You'll level up. Okay. So that's really learn. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. We're going to talk about how to create a new team project. So let's go ahead and click on New Team Project. Okay. Now the first thing you're going to see is in the New Team Project is the team project name. So we'll call this Remote Project. Okay. This will give you the ability to work from anywhere with internet. Okay, so the collaborators is just me, Joshua Werner, josh@learntechcompany.com. That's my email address for this example. And if you want to add people, you can click edit, and then you can search for an email address. So by default, it has john@gmail. Please don't send an email to john@gmail, okay? That was just a generic thing that I wrote in there, and Adobe decided to save that. So now it's my example. Thank you, Adobe. And they won't let me get rid of it. So it just keeps popping up. But what you can do is type in a name or an email address and then invite them to the project. So invite collaborators to join the current team project. Collaborators can view, edit, and delete the contents of the team project. Okay, so this is really an extension of After Effects above and beyond what you were able to do with it even a couple of years ago. Okay, the world has got more and more remote because of COVID, unfortunately. But before that, web developers, graphic designers have still been able to collaborate online, but they didn't have tools that were through Creative Cloud. And After Effects, for sure, until a couple of years ago, they didn't even have these features. Okay, so it's important to understand that this is an important feature, because now you're able to work more remotely and you can live almost anywhere. As long as you have internet connection, you can collaborate with folks across different time zones, different states if you're in the United States, different continents if you're in the US and someone lives somewhere else. It gives you a lot more flexibility, okay, than having to be going to an office in a specific location. Okay. For an example, if you have a production company out in LA, but you live in, I don't know, Texas. Okay. Are you going to move to Los Angeles just so you can work at that company? Or are you going to work from Texas and then collaborate with those folks, but do it from the comfort of your own home? Okay. For me, for example, I have a full studio in my house. So I don't need to go to an office. I can work right from my house. Okay. So that's just an example of what it is. So I'm going to hit OK. And now we've created a project. Okay. So that's how you create a team project. So what I'm going to do is we're going to go to the file and we're going to close the team project. And let me see if this will allow me to see the welcome page. Let's just see. Because After Effects is, arguing with me right now. I'm trying to make sure that I don't close the whole application again. But if I do, that's okay. We'll close it out. Yes, I closed everything again. Thank you, After Effects. But I'm going to open it up. And then it will open up the welcome page. And I'll leave you there. So make sure you reopen up After Effects. And make sure the welcome page is showing up here. Okay. And with that, I'll see you in the next video. Thanks for watching. Today we're going to talk about how to open a team project. So I can go down here and click on Open Team Project. You'll also notice if I just bring this little window down, and minimize it, then I can go into After Effects there as well. But I'm going to click on Open Team Project, and we're going to select the remote project that we just made. And you can see the date, March 2nd, 2022. Okay. And I'll click on Open. And there we go. Now we have the project. Okay. So that's how you open a project. Now what I want to do is I want to go to After Effects. We're going to close it out. I'm going to go back to Creative Cloud Web. Okay. And I'm going to click on After Effects and open that up so that in the next couple videos when we're talking about search and what's new and summary and account, I can actually bring that to you without confusing you too much with all this opening and closing. Okay. After Effects loves me today. So with that, thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Let's search. So if I go up here to the magnifying glass, click on search, we can do remote, and you'll notice remote project shows up, which we just made in the previous 2 videos. It also will show up some other things here, but that's one way to do it. You can also do untitled, and it will show untitled project. Okay, so that's how you use the search option. Okay. So I'm going to exit the search. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Talk about what's new in Adobe After Effects 2022, shall we? Go up here to the little gift icon, and you'll notice get more out of After Effects. So multi-frame rendering, so accelerate your creativity from faster previews to export and utilize new features that help optimize your workflow. Okay. 3D design space, navigate and design in 3D space better and faster than ever with new mode that offers intuitive controls. Very cool. Roto Brush 2, separate a subject from its scene more quickly and accelerate. Powered by Sensei, this feature selects and tracks the subject frame by frame to isolate it. Okay, very important in compositing to work frame by frame. Tapered shape strokes, create wavy, pointy, or rounded strokes on shape layers and animate the appearance of strokes to create unique graphic elements. Very cool. You can see how you can kind of maneuver the stroke. Think of a stroke as a line, okay? And you see how they manipulate the lines here, and then they're creating like a flower effect. And it's cool that they have preview videos too. Content-aware fill for video, cleanly remove unwanted elements from boom mics to distracting signs and even people in one step. And spare yourself hours of painstaking work using the painter tool, trying to erase all this stuff. Thank you, Adobe, for making this easier. Essential properties, reuse the same composition without the repetitive work. Control layer properties, such as position, scale, color, or text, across nested comps right in your timeline. Basically make a template of your layers so you don't have to keep doing the same adjusting all the time if you want to have a certain property set up. Motion graphics templates, share compositions while maintaining stylistic control, author templates here and reuse them in Premiere Pro, and collaborate with libraries. Templates save so much time. I cannot tell you how important that is to understand that motion graphic templates make your life easier. Okay, I use it myself when I create promo videos for all my courses. I create a template in Premiere Pro and in After Effects for that. So there you go. I'm going to hit done. So that's what's new in After Effects. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. We're going to briefly talk about account, and I'm just going to talk about it here because when I open it up, it shows some of my credit card information, which I don't want to share with you. And so if you go up here to the right-hand corner and click on this icon, then you'll be able to access adobe.com and get access to your actual account. Okay, and it'll just show you a bunch of information. It'll give you the ability to download the Creative Cloud app if you want to do that, etc. Okay, so with that, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Section 5 and the welcome page. In this video, we're going to go over a quick summary of what we learned in this section. So we talked first about how to create a new project. We saved the project, and then we went into the next video and talked about how to open a project, and we opened up the new project that we created in the first video. We opened that project. Then we talked about the home page and all the different functionality here. Then we talked about the Learn page and how you can advance your learning of After Effects here. Then we talked about how to create a new team project using Adobe Creative Cloud Storage. And then we talked about how to open a team project using Adobe Creative Cloud Storage and how you can collaborate with folks in different time zones and different continents and different states in the United States, etc. Okay, how to work remotely with After Effects. And then we talked about the search option. We clicked here and we can search for things. Then we talked about what's new in After Effects. So multi-frame rendering, 3D design space, Roto Brush 2, tapered shape strokes, content-aware fill for video, essential properties, and then motion graphic templates. Okay. And then we talked about accounts. So we clicked on this little icon right here and it took us to adobe.com and gave you access to your Creative Cloud account. And so you can see things there. Okay. So that's a summary of what we learned. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hello everyone, and welcome to section 6, where we're going to be talking about the main menu. So in this video, we're going to go over an overview of what we're going to be learning throughout this section. So first, we're going to be talking about File, Edit, Composition, Layer, Effect, Animation, View, Window, and Help. And we'll go in depth on all of these and really get to the bottom of what exactly we're going to be learning. Okay. So with that, thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to be talking about the File menu. So if I go up here and click on File, let's first talk about what we're going to be learning in this video. We're going to be talking about File, and we're going to cover all the functionality inside the File menu. So we're going to cover New, Open Project, Open Team Project, Open Recent, Browse and Bridge, Close, Close Project, Save, Save As, Increment and Save, Revert, Import, Import Recent Footage, Export, Add Fonts from Adobe, Adobe Dynamic Link, Find, Add Footage to Comp, New Comp from Selection, Dependencies, Watch Folder, Scripts, and then all of these down here that are in gray, okay? And then project settings. So we're going to talk about all these, okay? In this video, we're going to be covering this right now. So let's talk about New, okay? Let's go to New. And if I hit the right arrow key, we have 5 options. I can create a new project, a new team project, a new folder, an Adobe Photoshop file, a Maxon Cinnamon 4D file. Now, I'll give you a quick hint that I do have Photoshop installed, but I do not have Maxon Cinema 4D installed. So if we create that file, it's not going to open anywhere if it opens. But Photoshop I have opened and I have installed as well. So if you don't have Photoshop installed, just go to Creative Cloud, the Creative Cloud web, and install it there, okay? So first thing I want to do is I want to select New Project. And so we're going to go to New, File, New, Project. And then what I want to do okay. So we created the new project. Now I want to do let's look at this. Okay, so it's untitled project. So let's go to File, Save As. Okay, and then we'll save this as, you know, new project, or I guess we could do untitled project, but let's call it project space number 1. Okay, and you'll notice the extension is AEP, which is After Effects projects. Sorry. They also have After Effects template project, which gives it a different, it's an AET. So those are the 2 different file types you can save to for the document end of it. Okay, so if I save that, now I have this saved. Okay, and now I can go back and we can go File, New, and now we can make a new team project just to see what that does. And basically what team project is collaboration. This gives you a way to collaborate and work remotely from anywhere. Okay, anybody with Adobe Creative Cloud, you can send them an email or an invite, and they can work alongside of you. So if I click on Edit, it'll give me the information I want to tell you, and that is invite collaborators to join the current team project. Collaborators can view, they can edit, and delete the contents of the team project. Okay, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to bring on other team members that are not in the same zip code, same time zone, or same continent. They could live in a completely different country, continent on the other side of the world, and they can collaborate with you right from inside After Effects using Creative Cloud. Okay, the infrastructure of Creative Cloud gives you the ability to turn an offline application like After Effects into an online application where you can collaborate with anybody. Okay, so let's call this After Effects Team Project. Okay, I'll hit OK. We can also write a description if we want, but I'm not going to write a description. All right, so we've made a new team project. Now let's go to File, New, and make a new folder. All right, and we'll call this folder number 1. Okay. And then let's do a Photoshop file. So I'll call this Untitled PSD. And like I said, I have Photoshop installed, so it's going to take me right to Photoshop. And I happen to have Photoshop open, so it opened Photoshop right away. So I'm going to give us a black background. If you don't have Photoshop installed, no problem. Just follow along and just watch what I'm doing. And there you go. So that's File, New. So those are all your options. New project, new team project, new folder, Adobe Photoshop file. Now I want to make a new project. Okay. And we're going to save this. And let's call this sample dash project. Okay. So we're going to save that. And now we're going to be building out our project. And what do I mean by that? Well, this is what I mean. I'm going to be going through the main menu. So File, Edit, Composition, Layer, Effect, Animation, View, Window, and Help. And we're going to be doing a project as we go. Okay. Then we're going to work on workspaces. Same thing. I'm going to go through with a project. And it's all going to be the same project. Okay. So we're going to be doing different things, but we're going to be doing it all in one project. So that way, not only do you learn the interface, but you learn through doing instead of just watching me click on stuff and say, oh, this is the file menu, this is that. Okay, so I'm making it more interactive and more in-depth so it's easier to understand. So let's close this project, and then we're going to do File, Open Project, and we're going to open up Sample Project. Okay, so Open Team Project, we're going to do After Effects Team Project. I'll hit Open. Okay, and then we'll close that. So File, Close Project, or Team Project. And then make sure that we have, go to File and Recent, and let's grab the Sample Project. And make sure that's open. And any other projects that we have open, if there are any, close them out so that we only have this project here. Make sure it's Sample-Project, because that's where I'm going to be building everything. And that's where I want you to build the project that we're going to be doing throughout this entire section and throughout the entire course. Browse and Bridge. Okay, so Bridge is basically an offline version of Creative Cloud where you can, I don't have it installed. Okay. Basically, Bridge is like a center point. Okay. So it's like, think of like a train station. Okay, a train station has, let's say it's Grand Central Station in New York City, right? And you have 15 tracks going in 15 different directions. Okay. Or to simplify it, let's do 4 tracks. One's going north, one's going south, one's going east, one's going west. Okay. So the grand station is Bridge, and Bridge basically connects Photoshop, Illustrator, and in this example, Photoshop, After Effects, Premiere Pro, Media Encoder. Those are all applications for video and graphics, okay, and animation. So they're all connected together. So that's what Bridge is. So this would be Grand Central, and then Premiere Pro would be over here, After Effects would be here, Photoshop would be here, Premiere Pro would be here, and then they would all connect to here. So it's like a file manager. That's what Bridge is, okay? Like I said, I don't have a live example because I don't have it installed. But you really don't need it because we're going to be building things locally, and we're not connecting, other than to Photoshop, and we're not really connecting to anything else. So when you hit close, that'll close the window. When we hit close project, that'll close the project. We've already done that, so we don't need to do that. If you've saved as, this option here, save, will not be available. But if I create a new layer, so if I right click down here, I thought that's what it was. Let me see. Okay, well, I need to do something for it to work. So let's, all right, so basically what I was trying to do is do something so that save would activate. There you go. So what I did is I clicked on this folder here to create a new folder. And once I created a new action, then it's going to allow you to save. So I'm going to save. And now we can delete this folder, okay? Save as, we've done that. You can save as a copy, save as XML, save as 18.x, save as 17.x. Okay, so if I go to Help and we go to About After Effects, I'm going to show you something real quick. Let's see, where is it here? Updates. I wanted to see what the version was of After Effects. Let me just see if I have, here we go. I figured it out. All right, this is version 22.2, so it's build 120. So the version is 22.2, okay? Now, if I were to save this as 18.x, that's a previous version, okay? And then 17.x. So you have a couple versions back that you can go to save, all right? So that's all that is. I just wanted to kind of give you an idea of that. Increment and save, revert, that means you can undo. Import, we can import a file, multiple files from libraries, import Adobe Premiere Pro project, vanishing point, placeholder, and salad. So let's do all three of these. Let's do all 7 of these. We're going to do a file first. And remember, you don't have to do this part because I'm just grabbing stuff from my computer just to show you how it works. Okay, so there's no file long file. It's just, I'm showing you an example. Okay, now we can import the untitled PSD that we created. Okay, so I'll hit OK on that. And then let's do file, import, and let's do multiple files. And with this example, I'm going to go up here and I'm going to select these thumbnails that I have. Okay, and I'm going to open it. Okay, so you'll notice I have a whole bunch of documents here. And you can see the little thumbnail there. Okay, and then we're going to do file, import from libraries. Now I don't have anything in the libraries that I want to use. All I have is swatches, okay? So color swatches, I built this out in Photoshop. And if I open up Photoshop real quick and go to libraries, you can see exactly what I've done to build this out, just as an example, okay? And again, if you don't have Photoshop installed, that's okay. I'm just showing you how it works, how it will work together, okay? So this is one library. This is another one. This is another one, okay? So you can see I have a lot of stuff in here. And I spent I want to say the most of the month of January building thumbnails, okay, for various things. And I came up with all these different styles during that time. So it was a very good month of January, to say the least. Okay, so let me put this back there, and then let's go back to, I was going to say Premiere Pro, but let's go back to After Effects. And then let's go to File, and let's do Import an Adobe Premiere Pro project. Now I happen to have one. So if you don't have one, it's okay. I'm going to go to Premiere Pro 22.0, and I'm going to go to Main Menu, Josh, Premiere Pro Project. Okay, I'm going to hit Open. Yes, I'm going to bring all the sequences in, everything, and if I bring that down to the timeline, you can see let's see how this looks. No, it is a color match, so that's fine. So we'll delete that from the timeline. But you can see it here, okay? And then I have the solids there, okay? And then we can import vanishing point. I don't have a vanishing point, so vanishing point exchange. I don't have one, but if you have one, you can do that. We can also import a placeholder. And this is just, well, it's missing a name, but it's just a placeholder. And then we can also import a solid, which we'll just create a solid matte, just like this one. And you can do the same thing in Premiere Pro, because this is what I did in Premiere Pro. I built out this matte. And so we basically did that in After Effects, but used After Effects. Okay, and then if I go to, so that's all of these options here for import. Now we can import recent footage. Okay, so it'll save the last 4 things that you imported. It may do more than that. Export, we can add to Media Encoder queue. We can add to render queue. Export Adobe Premiere Pro project. Maxon Cinema 4D exporter. Okay, so if I add to the render queue, it's going to render inside of After Effects. If I add to the, if I export to Media Encoder, it's going to pop it open. So you'll notice another app will open up, and then we'll be able to output our video in whatever format we want based on what we're doing here. Okay. I absolutely love Media Encoder. This is one of my favorite tools to use because it basically was my first connection to really understanding what video was all about. And this was a revelation that I had about 20 years ago, okay, in college. So about 18 years ago. So you can see all these presets here. We'll kind of look at this real quick. So you have system presets. We have audio only, broadcast, camera, cinema, devices, DVD and Blu-ray, image and sequence, other, VR, web video. So when I was in college, we did DVD authoring, okay? That's how old school I am, right? And they still have it. So you have Blu-ray, you have DVD, and basically what I wanted to learn and what Media Encoder showed me how to do is to compress video. Because what I was doing is I was recording uncompressed video and I couldn't fit it on DVD. Okay, so that was kind of the revelation that I have. I'm going to close Media Encoder. Okay, so let's look at, so we can export the Adobe Premiere Pro project. And if we do that, it's just going to save it as a Premiere Pro project. Okay. And then let's do add fonts from Adobe. If I click on this, it's going to open up my Adobe account. So I'll log in. I want to make sure that it doesn't show any personal information. It doesn't. Okay, so we're okay. I have to be weary because I always like show the screen and then my credit card information shows up. And it's like, oh, okay. So here you can go and you can select fonts. So let's say that we wanted to have like this one right here, okay? I want to have kind of like a tech looking font, right, for Learn Tech. So I can write out Learn Tech and just see what it looks like and adjust the text size and all that stuff, I can activate the font, okay, and activate this one. Whoops, and there you go. So I close that out and minimize this and go back to Premiere Pro, even though we're in After Effects. I'm going to hit Command S to save on the Mac, Control S to save on the PC, and we're dangerous, okay? So now that we got that done, we can go back up to the File menu and we can look at Add Dynamic Link, so we can do a new Premiere Pro sequence, or we can import a Premiere Pro sequence. So I can create a new one here, and it's going to open up Premiere Pro. All right, so if you don't have Premiere Pro open, it will not work, okay? But I'm just showing you again what the functionality is. So if it doesn't work, don't worry about it. It's going to give us the same name as our After Effects project, okay? I'm going to hit OK, and I'll hit OK again. And now we have a link sequence. So if I go back to After Effects, okay, I can also do File, and we can do Import Premiere Pro sequence. So once we save this, and let's save this, okay, and I want to find the location, so I'm going to do Save As real quick, and let's do, it should let me do a copy. So save a copy, and I'm going to save it to the desktop so I can find it, okay, and then I'll go back to After Effects, and we're going to import that in. So I'll do Add Adobe Dynamic Link, Import Premiere Pro Sequence. We'll do Desktop, and then there you go. So it'll just identify the Premiere Pro sequences and nothing else, connecting to the Dynamic Link server. We're going to grab that, open it up, bring it in, and there you go. Now this is a cool thing that you can do. You can link the sequences together, be editing in one, and then changes in the other, okay? So there you go. That is the dynamic link, Adobe Dynamic Link. If you click here, you can find different things. You can search, okay? Add footage to comp. Okay, we can add footage. Dependencies, collect files, consolidate all footage, remove unused footage, reduce project, find missing effects, missing fonts, and missing footage. That's if anything is missing. If it's disconnected from the timeline, this is where you can collect it. Watch folder. I'm going to cancel. I don't want to close out of the project. Scripts, so you can run a script file, install script script UI panel, recent script files if we had any, change render location, convert selected properties, demo palette, double up, find and replace, render an email, scale composition, scale selected layers, smart import, sort layers by endpoint, update legacy expressions, upgrade legacy blurs.jsx. So we can run a script file, install a script file, okay? We can create a proxy, a still or a movie, and then all these are not available right now because we don't have any footage. And then reveal in Finder, so this will just show this project in Finder. So if I bring that over, you can see the project right here. Okay, and then finally we have one more thing, project settings. Very important thing. So video rendering and effects, Mercury GPU acceleration, metal, time display style, okay, time code, footage start, use media source, default base is 30 frames, okay, we can also do by frames, color, 8-bit per channel, or 8 bits per channel, working space is none, all this stuff is default, we'll leave it as is, audio, 48,000 kilohertz, expressions, engine, JavaScript. There you go. All right, so that is the file menu. So we went through everything, including the file menu. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the edit menu. So if I go to edit, I can undo the project settings. Let's do that. And then if I go to edit, I can redo the project settings. Okay. If I go to edit again, we can go to history, and you can see all of the different actions or commands that we ran. And in JavaScript, they would call that a function. Okay, so you can see all the functions that we did. We did a lot of stuff. Okay, so to cut, copy, and paste, we're going to need to create a text document or a composition or text. So let's grab the text tool and just type in, this is some text. I love After Effects. Okay, and then I'll grab the selection tool and I'll hold shift here and get carried away. Man, it really likes me. Huh. 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 Okay, we'll adjust here then. I was going to try to do it from there, but it's got a mind of its own, so to speak. So there you go. We have that. So let's do copy, cut, paste, copy with property links, paste, copy with relative property links, paste, and then let's do clear. And that'll just delete it. We can duplicate. I can split the layer, lift work area, extract work area, undo, undo, select all, deselect all, select all, let's label. Okay, so let's give it a color of yellow. Wow, that's pretty cool, right? Purge, all memory and disk cache, all memory, undo, image cache memory. Are you sure you want to delete all files, 948 megabytes from the disk cache? No, I do not, but I want to show you what it does. So now let's do purge and let's do all memory. Okay, that just automatically does it. They don't give you an option on that one. Image cache memory. That's fine. Team project. Templates, render settings, output module, render settings. Okay, so you have the defaults and then you have the settings. And then let's look at output module, movie default, high quality, frame default, Photoshop, etc. Okay, cancel out of that. And then let's look at the keyboard shortcuts real quick. And you can see they have a keyboard here. Okay, so I'm just going to do kind of a quick overview of this because I do want to do a more in-depth dive into this later. So I don't want to give too much away at this point. But this is a great reference point. Okay, this is a great tool to see all the different commands that you can run right from your keyboard without clicking and trying to find the menu and all that stuff. Keyboard shortcuts is the key to being a super user with After Effects, because if you know all the keyboard shortcuts, you can be flying around and boom, 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 and get stuff done quick. Okay, so that is it. Now, team project, get latest changes, share my changes, resolve conflicts, convert team project to project, media management. Now, that's if this is a team project. Okay, then all these would be available. Okay, so that's in edit. All right, so thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about composition. Okay, so a lot of folks wonder, Josh, John, whatever your name is, what is a composition? Right? So let's ask Google what a composition is. Now, I do know what a composition is. In case you're wondering, I do know. But I want you to be a self-learner. So let's look up composition. Okay. So a composition is the term composition, as it refers to writing, can describe writers' decisions about processes for designing and sometimes the final product of a document. Now that's one way. Another composition would be a work of music, literature, or art. Okay? The nature of something's ingredients or constituents, the way in which a whole or mixture is made up. Composition. So what you're doing is you're basically taking a mixture, ingredients, from your video in Premiere Pro, from your graphics in Photoshop, and you're bringing it into After Effects to compose, to do a composition, to create a product or a work of art. That's what it is. Now, what are the options here? We can create a new composition, okay, and what does that do? It gives us basically a new timeline, okay? If you've checked out my Premiere Pro course, in Premiere Pro, I talk about sequences. A composition and a sequence are essentially the same thing. They're both timelines, okay? A non-linear timeline, which means you can move things around wherever you want. Okay, so there's a composition. And you'll notice that when I open up that new composition, what happened to all my stuff down here? It disappeared. Right? All right, so let's do composition settings. With this, we can set the preset. So they have film, 4K, 2K, 8K, Ultra HD, 4K, 4K, and then 4K. And then HDTV all the way down to 720, I believe, right here, 720. Okay. And they pretty much extinct the aspect ratio that I learned on, which was 720 by 480. And the aspect ratio was 4.3. Okay. It's not completely extinct, but it's close. Okay. Frame rates are the same. Everything else for sure is the same. I'm just stating the obvious here. Then you have advanced, okay, and then 3D renderer. So I can hit OK. And then we have what else? Add to Adobe Media Encoder queue. Add to render queue. So we already did this in the file menu. If you add it to the Media Encoder queue, it'll take you over to Media Encoder. If you add it here, it will render inside of After Effects, okay, which is your preferred method to render. And let me just show you a quick trick. Well, let's see if I can do it. If I hit Command A on the Mac, Control A on the PC, hit delete, now my render queue is empty. Okay, so if I go back to color matte, this was my first composition. I call it comp. Okay, and then this is the second one. So it's just like Premiere Pro where you have sequences. You can go back and forth from this one to this one. Okay. Then we have preview. So we can play current preview, save frame as a file, Photoshop layers, Pro EXR, pre-render. We can pre-render it. So if you have a lot of graphics and a lot of motion and whatnot, then you want to pre-render. Open in Essential Graphics, responsive design, time, create intro, outro, create protected region from work area. Composition work, flowchart, mini chart, VR, so you can create a virtual reality environment, extract cube map. So that is the edit menu, okay? And actually it's not the edit menu. That is the composition menu, okay? So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about layer menu, I should say. So let's go to layer. Let's create a new layer, and you can see all these different options. So we're going to make a new layer and all this stuff. New text. Let's do new solid. I'm getting so excited. Hold on. Solid. Hit OK. Let's make light. I'm going click crazy here. Let's do camera. Let's do null object. Let's do shape layer. Let's do adjustment layer. Content aware fill layer. Let's do Photoshop file, untitled.psd, which we made earlier. I'm going to replace that, sure. I'll update it. And then let's go back to After Effects. And then let's do one more, and that's going to be Maxon Cinnamon 4D file, which I don't have one, but we can make one. So we have all these different layers together. And this is why I love After Effects, because they have layers and not tracks. I love layers. Everything I do is in layers. I digress. Hopefully I don't crash After Effects. If I do, that's okay. We'll just keep going. But we're gonna let the little wheel spin here and decide if it wants to cooperate with us or not. Okay, there you go. All right. So, it's going to open up Cinema 4D. So that'll run in the background. I do not have a license set up or anything like that. So, all right. So this is what we got. So these are all the new layers that we've created. So what I'm going to do is because we have so many layers, so much fun to have, I want to expand the timeline a little bit more. Okay, like that. So that we can see, when you open these up, then we can actually see what we're doing. Okay, and it gives you plenty of space to work. There you go. Everything is layers. In the visual world, if you're doing After Effects, special effects, graphics, video, it's all about the layers and overlays. That's how I see the world. And red, green, and blue, and layers. Okay. So let's talk about each layer now. So what I'm going to do is a fun thing. We're going to turn all these off. So if you just click and drag, they'll turn them on, click and drag, turn them off. Let's hit Command S to save this. And then let's go through one by one and talk about what each one of these are. So the first one was text. So let's find the empty text layer. Turn that on, okay? And let's type in text. And then let's make it a little bit bigger. Okay, so what you can do over here is you can select a color. So let's do like a lime green. Okay, and then we can change the font. Okay, I can change the position if I hit the letter V for the selection tool. Then I can change it and move it around. And for this example, we're going to do Learn Tech. And then I will shrink this down a little bit. And then I'll move it over a little bit. That's kind of cool. Different. Okay. So that's text. Now then we have a solid. Okay. And what I want to do is I actually want to integrate these two together. So we're going to put the solid below the text so we can see Learn Tech and the solid together. Okay. Then we have light. So let's add light to this. Okay. Now you're not going to see that until you render. But once you render, it's going to be amazing. Okay. So again, we won't see anything right now. Camera. Okay. So what does camera do? Camera just gives you a different angle, a different perspective. Okay, so you can adjust your camera however you want. And so zooming in is called trucking. Okay. You can go left, you can go right, you can tilt, go in, go out. Okay. Then we have null, which was what? A null object. Okay. Then we have a shape layer. Okay. Let's see what the fill is here. I don't see the shape, but I'm trying to see, just for this example, if I can see it. If we can't, that's fine. Okay, so I found it. If I bring it over here, I'm not sure why it doesn't have color. That's okay. Okay, then we have an adjustment layer. Okay, content aware fill layer, Photoshop file, and then that. Okay, so now let's look at the solid settings. So you can see all the different things that you can create new right inside of After Effects without even leaving. Okay, so now let's go to solid settings. And what we can do is we can change the color. So let's make it, instead of white, we'll do red. Okay. We can also do, we can open a layer, open a source. We're not going to do that. We can put a mask. So let's do a new mask. And let's see if it gives me a, okay, mask and shape path, roto Bezier, okay, and then let's do free transform points. So this allows you to use the free transform tool, which I use a ton in Photoshop. Okay, and then let's look at, okay, so quality, we have best, you can do draft or wireframe. Switches, we can hide other video, show all video, unlock all layers, enable expressions, disable expressions, and then these are the things that are showing. Okay, transform, we can reset. You can adjust the anchor point, the position, the scale, rotation, opacity, flip horizontal, vertical, center and view, center anchor point, fit to comp width, fit comp height, audio orientation, time. We can show time reverse layer, time stretch, frame blending, frame mix, pixel motion, 3D layer, guide layer, markers, add a marker, lock markers. Okay, so this will just, when on the timeline, you can make markers. So I can add a marker there. We can put one here and say, okay, all these markers, I want to do different effects, or, you know, preserve transparency, blending mode, so we can do normal, dissolve, dancing, all these different options. Okay, will give you a different effect. So I highly recommend you to experiment with those and have fun with them. Track matte, alpha inverted matte, luma inverted matte, layer style, show all, remove all, drop shadow, inner shadow, outer glow, inner glow, bevel emboss, satin, color overlay, gradient overlay, and stroke. Okay, and all of these options are available in Photoshop as well. So if I do inner glow, I wouldn't do it so much on this. I would do it on text. So go back to layer and do inner, you know, something like that. Let's see if this will let me. Okay, so it's giving a little bit of stroke, but it's very hard to see. So if I adjust the size, okay, yeah, now the text is almost white because there's so much glow. All right, so you get the idea. I'm going to save that, and then let's do arrange. We can bring the front, forward, backwards, send to back. Again, this is layers, so think of this like a sandwich. This is the bottom of the sandwich, cheese, meat, bread, okay? So depending on where you want your layers, that's where it's going to be positioned. Reveal, okay? So we can reveal layer and project flowchart, composition project, reveal expression errors. We can create, convert to editable text, shapes from text, mask from text, create shapes from vector layer, create keyframes from data, camera, create camera from 3D view, stereo 3D rig, orbit null, reset camera, auto trace, pre-compose, okay? There you go. All right, so that is the layer menu. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about effect. So let's go to the effect menu here. And let's talk about all the options that we have in the effect menu. So I have effect controls. We have 3D channel, audio, blur and sharpen, Boris, FX, Mocha, channel, Cinema 4D, color corrections, distort, and so much more. So we have expression controls, generate, immersive video, key and matte, noise and grain, obsolete perspective simulation, stylized text, time, transition, utility. I'm going to mute my computer so that if I run anything and there's sound, we don't blast ourselves out of here. The other thing I want to do is let's keep this comp. I'm going to save this. So let's go here and save. And let's go to comp 1 and close that out. Okay. So now we just have this open. So what we can do is I can create for these effects, we can do a whole bunch of stuff here. So let's kind of make like effects layers. So I'm going to eliminate everything on the canvas. Okay. We're still going to keep everything on here, but I want to create a new layer of text. Okay, and we'll call this After Effects. Okay, and then I'll grab the selection tool and bring that over. And then let's shrink down the size a little bit so we can actually see it on the screen here. And then I want to change the font. So let's do impact, and then we'll make it a little bit bigger. I'll hold shift. So if you don't hold shift, it's going to go haywire. Okay, shift will basically bring it back down to earth. Shift will put it back in aspect ratio so that it will look correct. Okay, let's change the color. So let's do like a hot yellow. Or a bright yellow. I call it a hot yellow, but a bright yellow. Let's save that, and then let's go up to effects and kind of mess with this. So we don't have any audio, so we're not going to do anything with that. 3D channel, I don't have anything. Blur and sharpen, let's do this. So let's do directional blur. Okay, and then let's do generate, and let's do like a ellipse. Okay, I'm going to undo that. I really want you to go through here and, okay, we'll do text. Let's do numbers. Okay, I'm going to undo that. What I really want to encourage you to do, though, is to go through this yourself and break this layer. And what I mean by break is experiment. Let's do basic 3D. Let's do cartoon. Mosaic. There you go. It's blurry now. You get the idea. I really want you to break this and play with all these. Let's do shatter. And you can see, if I do texturize, I mean, the text isn't even here anymore. Okay. So if I play this, there you go. And all we did was play with effects. So I want you to keep playing with effects, have fun with it, and don't fuss. Okay? So thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about animation. So let's go up to the menu here, click on animation, and you can save an animation preset. You can apply an animation preset. You can browse presets. So let's do that too. So let's save an animation preset first. Okay. So this is called an After Effects preset. So FFX. So we'll save that. Then we can do apply animation preset. So I would grab the one I just saved. And then we can also look at browse presets. Okay, so bridge is not installed. Please download and install it to use this feature. Okay. And we already know about bridge. Okay, now it's going to give us some key information here. Literally, that's a joke. It's a keyframe. Now we're referring to animation. So, Josh, how do we do animation? Okay. How do you, a college graduate with a degree in video and motion graphics, teach us animation? Well, here you go. This is the fun part now. So we're going to turn this layer off. I'm going to save this, and then I'm going to go up to composition, and we're going to make a new composition. And we're going to call this animation. Okay. So what I want to do is I want to create the animation in another comp and then bring it into our color mat. So I'm going to right click, we're going to do new, and let's do a text. Okay. And we'll call this text. Actually, let's call it animation. And then let's, instead of impact, let's give it a different font. So let's go with marker felt. Okay. And let's do a white. Actually, let's do black. I know, right? You'd be like, what are you doing? I'll show you. We're going to leave it right there, and then we're going to create a solid white. Okay, so we're going to do like and we'll put the solid white below the text. Okay, so the text, I want it to be over here. Okay, so I want you to think of a keyframe in the video sense as a marker. Okay, so in a movie, you have a beginning, a middle, and an end, right? So this is the same kind of thing, but what you're doing is you have a starting point and an end point. Okay, so you have a beginning and an end. So we're going to set our keyframe here. So this is a keyframe. Now, when I advance to 6 seconds, okay, we'll leave it there, and then let's go to 4 seconds. I'll move the text here, okay, and then we'll go up to 8 seconds, and I'll move it down here. We'll go back to home and hit play. Okay, now nothing worked, and that's okay, because I'm teaching you something here. So what we're going to do is we're going to start over here. We're going to right-click, and I want to do keyframe assistant. So we want to make sure that we have a keyframe started here. Okay. So we're going to do position. So you need to be in the transform option, not text, and that's why I'm showing you this. So when we advance to 2 seconds, we can go here. Okay, and you'll notice, okay, now it's like, okay, we can animate. So we made a keyframe here, and now we have a keyframe here. Now if I go to 4 seconds, I can advance it a little bit more. We can go down here. And you're like, why are we doing that? Well, I'll show you. We're going to go all the way down to here and over, okay? And then at 6 seconds, we're going to come up. Okay? You've made an animation, and we haven't even done anything yet. So hit the home button for me, hit spacebar, and watch your animation. Okay, so what do we need to fix? This right here. We need to fix our point, or keyframe, right here. Instead of it being right here, it needs to be over here. All right? And then when we get to this one, right, instead of it being there, it needs to be right here. And then at 8 seconds, it can come up. Okay, now let's save this, hit home, hit spacebar. And now let's see how it works. Okay, it's still not as smooth as I want, but that's okay, because we can adjust. Because remember, all you're doing with animation, and I absolutely love animation, so this is a joy for me to share this with you, but All you're really doing with this example is we're moving it from point A, and every keyframe that we make is point 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But it's not point, it's position. Okay? So if we go back to 2 seconds and then 4 seconds, I think, okay, that's where it's showing up. So literally here, what we need to do is we need to move it over and down to here. Okay? And then when we get to 4 seconds, that should be way over here, right? And then when I get to 6 seconds, we should be up to here. And then we should delete this one. Okay, now it's going to be a little funky because we kind of messed up the track, but bear with me. Okay, there. Now we got a different effect. That's not really what we were going for, but guess what? We can also do this. We can click, hold Command on the Mac, Control on the PC. I think that's what it is. Let's see. Nope. Okay. Okay, you can also highlight. There we go. What am I doing? I'm starting over. So we start right from the beginning, okay? And I don't know what I just did there, but okay, I brought it back. So this is our starting point. This is point 1. So at 2 seconds, I want to be down here. Okay? At 3 seconds, I want to be over here. Okay? And at 4 seconds, I want to come up to here. So I want it to be kind of a quick looking effect. So let's try that now and see if that works. So if I hit spacebar, there you go. Now that's if you want it to be over there, but here's another thing you can do. You can select all the keyframes. Okay, and let me get the selection tool. There we go. I'm going to delete all those again. And let's start at the beginning and grab this keyframe. And let's say that you want kind of a quick effect, but you want it to be right from here, right? So you would do that there. You go into 2 seconds and boom, done. Okay, now let's try it. Okay, so let's say we want it faster than that. There you go. All you need to do is move it closer to your starting point and it'll be faster. Okay. And if I move it farther away, it's going to be slower, but maybe that's what you're going for. Okay. The other thing you can do, and again, this is all about position, I can move it closer. So when I play it, there it is. And then guess what? When I move this over, boom, there it is, animation. And then to take it home or to get it out of there, okay, maybe that's too smooth. Yeah, okay. So we may not want it that much. I'll bring it down to like 4 seconds so that you can at least read it. Okay. All right, let's do this. Let's do 6 seconds and see how that goes. Okay, so now we don't have any animation because I got rid of position. Okay, so that's one way to do it. So let's save this, and then let's make another animation. And this time I want it to come from the top. So let's do position, and let's go in 2 seconds. Bring it here, okay? And then here we're going to, we'll go to 10 seconds, and then we'll send it out. Okay, so let's see how that looks. Okay, so we'll just do that. Boom, there you go, beautiful. So folks, that's animation, okay? It's a lot of fun. Don't even be afraid of it. Have fun with it, okay? So that's how you animate text, okay? That's how you add a keyframe. And that's basically all these different things that we did here. I already did that here, okay? So that's animation. So again, remember, always, always, always have fun with this stuff. Don't be afraid of it. Don't be worried about it. Have fun with it, okay? Animation is fun for everybody. All right, thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about view. So if I go to the top menu bar here, and we go to view, you can create a new viewer. You can zoom in, you can zoom out, you can adjust the resolution, so we can do full resolution, half, third, quarter, or custom. We can show rulers. We should be able to show guides, which is already there. Snap to guides, lock guides, import guides. If I do this, if I click here and drag down, that's a guide, okay? And then here's another one. And then here's another one. And one more. Okay, and then I can clear the guides. I can lock the guides if I have any. Show the grid. Okay, and I'll zoom in. And with this, the cool thing about the grid is the grid will give you a pixel by pixel look of how you can center your items, your text, your graphics, all that stuff, okay? Snap to grid, view options, show layer controls, switch view layout. We'll just leave it the way it is, but you can have 4 views instead of 1, okay? We can do 2 views. We can have 1 view. Switch 3D view, assign shortcut to active camera, default, go to time, enter full screen, okay? So that's the view menu. There's not a lot to it, but that's what it is. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the window menu. So let's go up to the top menu here, click on window, and you'll see a whole bunch of information here, okay? So if I go to workspace, they have a variety of options here. And one thing I'm going to tell you is we have an entire section dedicated to this. So I'm literally just going to read over this quickly. So all the different workspaces available to you are all panels, animation, color, default, effects, essential graphics, learn, libraries, minimal, motion tracking, paint, small screen, standard, text, and undocked panels. We're also going to talk about how to edit workspaces as well. Okay, you can assign shortcut to default workspaces if you want. That's here. Find extensions on Exchange. Okay, so what are extensions? Well, let's go ahead and let's click on this, and we'll get kind of an idea of some of the extensions you can get for After Effects. Okay, so I'll bring this over, and this is specific to After Effects. If you see the AE next to it, which stands for After Effects, then it's available for After Effects. Okay. So you have Lottie files for After Effects, preview, test, and export your animations in this Lottie format for use on the web and mobile apps. And they have access to thousands of free premium animations. Okay. That's just one example. There's a lot more here. Easy Edit Viewer. 3,000 plus pre-made video templates for After Effects and Premiere Pro. Try 9 packs right now in which these are more than 100 plus free templates. So one thing I'm going to tell you about templates for After Effects, for Premiere Pro, any type of video application, I recommend it, okay? Why? You say, why, Josh? Why would you recommend it? Well, here's why. Before I go any further, let me save this. Okay. The reason why you want to utilize templates is to practice and learn. That's really the idea behind it. Okay. It doesn't mean that you shouldn't build stuff from scratch. I'm not saying that. But if you build everything from scratch and don't get any inspiration from anybody else's work, then you're kind of limited to your own perspective. And so what I've found is if you are teachable, if you are moldable, okay, when you're learning and you say, hey, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to be open-minded to the idea that I don't know everything or anything, and I just want to obtain information. I want to gain knowledge instead of being an expert. I want to gain knowledge and then become an expert. That's how you do it. Okay. I still utilize that very mindset to this day, and I have 20 years of experience with After Effects, Premiere Pro, Photoshop, all the Creative Cloud applications. I've been using them for 20 years, and I still have that mindset. Why? Because I want to learn every day. I don't want to just be stagnant and say, well, I know everything. I don't need to learn anything else. That's simply not true. The software is changing every year, so you have to be learning at some level. You have to be learning, because they're changing tools and different things like that. Okay, so we talked about extensions, we talked about workspaces, panels. So we have Align, Audio, Brushes, Character, Content Aware Fill, Effects and Presets, Essential Graphics, Info, Learn, Libraries, Lumetri, Scopes, Mask Interpolation, Media Browser, Metadata, Motion Sketch, Paint, Paragraph, Preview, Progress, Smoother, Tools, Tracker, and Wiggler. All these different panels we're going to be talking about in depth in Section 8 panels. So I'm not going to go any further than that with that. Okay? And then this stuff here is panels that are open or closed. So if they have a check mark next to them, they're open. If they don't, they're not open right now. Okay, so like render queue, now it's turned on. So if I go back up here to window, you'll notice it's open. If I uncheck that or just click it, now it's gone. Okay, I'm going to save this. And that is window. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. So in this video, we're going to talk about the help menu. So we have After Effects help, After Effects in-app tutorials, After Effects online tutorials, scripting help, expression reference, effect reference, animation presets, keyboard shortcuts, system compatibility report, Adobe Crash Reporter, enable logging, reveal logging file, online user forums, provide feedback, manage my account, sign out, and updates. Okay, so the ones that are the most important in this area is the search menu. That's important because you can search for help. Adobe After Effects help is going to pop open their website, and you basically can find all the information you need here. So get started, tutorials, user guide, okay? That's all there. All there. And like I said, be teachable, be moldable. Don't be an expert, okay? Even if you're an advanced user, that's fine. I applaud your work, but always remember, everybody starts at the same point. They don't end up at the same point, but they start at the same point. Okay? Then we have After Effects and App Tutorials. If I click on this, it's going to pop open the Learn panel where I can start learning the basics and the After Effects overview. Okay? Not a bad place to go. Then we have online tutorials. So if I click on that, it's going to open up the After Effects tutorials. So beginner and experienced. Export for Vimeo, export for Facebook, Instagram. Prepare vertical video for Instagram stories. Export broadcast quality video projects. Okay. Now, I think, honestly, all of this information is very important and very good. But the stuff that I'm going to be showing you is way more advanced than this. Okay. For the beginner part, that's good too. You have get to know, work with compositions, create and animate, repair video, build custom transitions, render your work in 3D, etc. Okay. So there's a lot to do with After Effects and tutorials. So again, be open-minded, be ready to go. scripting help, expression reference, effect reference, animation presets, keyboard shortcuts. Okay, if I click there, this is going to give me another work with visual keyboard shortcut editor. Okay, that's that. Then we have system compatibility report, Adobe crash reporter. We're going to enable logging. Okay, you must restart After Effects in order to toggle auto login. Click changes and quit. Okay, I'm going to cancel, but the reason why we want to have that on is so if After Effects crashes, you know why. And then you can send that into Adobe. All right. So for now, I'll leave it off, but there you go. Online user forums, provide feedback, manage my account, sign out. It just signs out of your account, updates. If I click on this, it's going to take me to my Creative Cloud web app. In this instance, I'm on the desktop app, but there is an update. Okay. So update to the latest version to ensure continued quality and performance. I'm not going to do that right now, but you can always find the latest updates right here in the updates menu. Okay. So that's that. Manage my account. That just takes me to adobe.com. Provide feedback. If I click here, it's going to give me a place to enter my idea, my feedback, etc. And that's the help menu. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to go over a summary of what we learned in section 6, which was the main menu. So we talked about the file menu, talked about new project, new team project, new folder, Adobe Photoshop file, and Maxon Cinnamon 4D file, how to open a project, team project, and recent, how to browse and bridge if you actually have it installed, how to close the window, how to close the project, save as, import, file multiple files from libraries, Premiere Pro project, vanishing point, placeholder, and solid, import recent footage, export to Media Encoder queue, render queue, Adobe Premiere Pro project, and Maxon Cinnamon 4D exporter, how to add fonts from Adobe, Adobe Dynamic Links, so new Premiere Pro sequence, import Premiere Pro sequence, how to find, and then run scripts, project settings. Then we talked about edit, composition, layer, effect, animation, view, window, and we talked about workspaces, how we're going to be talking about that in the next section, which I'm very excited about, and also all the panels, which we're going to be covering in depth in section 8, which I'm also looking forward to. We covered the extensions, where you can find extensions and kind of what their purpose is. And then we talked about help, how to find help with through Adobe's feedback options, and all these different options here for different things. Updating, how to manage your account, how to log out and what that would do. Online user forums, how to provide feedback, what enable logging is and how to review a logging file, Adobe Crash Reporter, and all these different things here. Okay, so that's summary. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome to section 7, where we're going to talk about workspaces. So let's jump into this, have a lot of fun with it. And we're going to be talking about inside of the window menu, we're going to go to workspace. Okay, so we're going to be covering all of these. So we're going to cover all panels, animation, color, default, effects, essential graphics, learn, libraries, minimal, motion tracking, paint, small screen, standard, text, undocked panels. We're also going to talk about how to edit the workspaces, and then we'll go over a summary of what we learned. All right, so I want to thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the all panels workspace. So the first thing I want to do is I want to grab the selection tool so I don't keep fiddling with our timeline here. I'm going to hit Command S to save on the Mac, Control S on the PC to save, and let's go to Window and click on All Panels. And you're going to notice something real quick. A whole bunch of stuff shows up. Okay. So one thing I'm going to tell you about compositing, video editing, creating graphics and special effects. It's highly recommended, you don't have to do this, but it's highly recommended to have at least dual monitors, 2 monitors, and if you can swing it, have 3 monitors. The reason for that is, this is a perfect example. I have all my panels open here. Okay. Now, I'm only using 1 monitor, but I actually have 3. So if I have 3, what I can do is I can grab this panel and take it over here. I can grab this panel and I can bring it over here. I can grab this panel and put it over there, over here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a screenshot of this and show you what that looks like. Okay. Now, why would you want to have all the panels open? I can't really see a reason why you would have them all open. I can see a reason why you'd have most of them open. But depending on what you're working on, that's really why you would have all the panels open. Okay. So what I'm going to do is on my right monitor here, I'm going to kind of set all this up. And then once I get it all set up, I'll show you what it looks like. A scenario where I have all the panels lined up together and it's taking up a majority of the screen, if not all of it, but it's very organized and orderly so that I can easily go from panel to panel instead of having to click on this, or select a tab or do this even, This is okay. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying that if you have dual monitors, 3 monitors, you don't have to do that. You can work around it. And the good thing is with After Effects, there aren't as many panels. When I did Premiere Pro, I think I had 30 plus panels. So it was a lot of panels. Okay. 18 is a lot, but 30 is, I think it was even more than 30, if I'm not mistaken. In fact, I'm going to see if I can find out for you right now because, no, I don't have it open. Okay, that's fine. But, okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a picture of my screen, okay, and I'm going to mute my speakers here. And let's see if this pops up. I'm going to open it up on the desktop and see if it's there. Okay, so if I open this up, this is a picture of my right monitor. So over here, this is what it looks like. So you see I have brushes, effects and presets, libraries, content aware fill, character, align, audio, tracker, wiggler, paint, mask, interpolation, paragraph, info, and motion sketch. Okay, why is that important to understand? Well, here's why. Because if I also can move the project panel out of here, and I can move our timelines, our compositions, to different areas, and I'll move them all back. But I essentially can move this to another screen. And then my timeline lives on 1 monitor. Okay? So you can totally get away with that. And this one is kind of floating, right? It's not connected to anything. And then my preview monitor, and it's really not a preview monitor, it's the comp monitor. So it's a source monitor, basically. But let me take another picture, another screenshot, and I'll scrub here, and then we'll take a screenshot. Okay, and then what I'll do is I will hit done, and I'll go to the desktop, and actually not desktop, let's go to the source here and see if we can see what it looks like. Okay, so you can see it doesn't look like much, but it's full screen. Okay, now it's on another monitor, so you say, oh, I can't see it. You're right, you can't see it. But if I open up After Effects and I bring it over here, then you get the full experience. This is what it looks like when it's the full screen. Now, why would you want this full screen if I'm only using 25%? Exactly. So let's fit it. Now, would you want to have this at full screen on a preview monitor and then have your timeline here, right? And then what you can do is, I'll move this over to the right, and now I have my layers, my composition here. I can add a lot of layers here with a lot of room to work. And then I got my tools here. Okay. So again, the way that I like to work is I like to have a lot of space. As much space as I can. Right? So I'm going to bring that back. I'll bring the project back. Okay. And I think we had... Okay, let's undock that for a second. I think we had it like down. Okay, there. It was to the side of it. Okay. Now, again, this isn't bad, but when you have this, you can see everything. I mean, this could take up an entire monitor, just the project panel. Okay. And then just the preview monitor over here could take up another one, and the timeline could take up the other one. And that's 3 panels, basically. The project panel here. The timeline panel, not the timeline panel. Let me see what they call. This is a, I'm trying to see what the name of the panel is. So we have, and we don't even have all the panels open here. So the composition is open. So timeline animation and comp animation. Okay. So those are open. But again, my point is, in theory, you could have this on its own, this on its own, this on its own. That would take up 3 monitors. And what would that look like, you ask? Well, let me show you. So one monitor would look like this, and you'd be able to see all of your project files, right, which would make your life easier. And then the preview monitor would look like this. Okay, which would make that easy to work with, right? And then you have your timeline. So, I mean, you literally could do this if you have 3 monitors. And I could even push the idea of having more than 3 monitors, get 6 monitors, and then you can really get into this and have a lot of fun. Because what you could do is this one, this could be like the next monitor up. So that way when you're editing, your timeline's here, all your tools are here, and then you look up to preview. Okay, that makes the most sense to me. So what I'll do is like I said, I'll bring this back to the side. And let's bring this back to the side. And actually, let me undock that again. And let's bring this, I'll bring it back in here. Let me just see. Let's scrap all that. Let's go to Window and let's do Default. And there you go. Okay, so that is all panels. All right. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Alrighty, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about animation. So with animation, we are going to talk about the panel here. So if I go to, and I'm in the wrong program, there we go. If I go to After Effects and go to the window menu, and we go to Workspace, and we go to Animation, what do we get? We get a similar setup that we got with all panels. Why would that be? Well, we had all the panels open. But if you go to Window and you go to Workspace, we can reset animation to save layout, okay, to kind of move it around. And you'll notice when we go to Window and we select Window and scroll down, we have Audio, Info, Motion, Sketch, Preview, Smoother, Tools, and Wiggler. Those are all the panels that are open for animation. Now you can customize this to whatever you want. So if you wanted to go to Workspace and save a new workspace and call this Animation New, and then you could select whatever panels you want and save that, okay? And if you do that, then you're good to go, okay? So that is animation. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the color workspaces. So let's jump into After Effects and go to Window and Workspaces and click on Color, okay? So with Color, and it's already selected. So with Color, what you can see here is we have Lumetri scopes, we have animation white solid over there, and then down here we have the effects and presets. So we have animation presets, 3D channel, audio, blur and sharpen, Boris FX Mocha channel, Cinema 4D, color correction, distort, expression controls, generate, immersive video, keen, matte, noise and grain, obsolete, perspective, simulation, stylized, text, time, transition, and utility. Okay, and then if I go up to the window and I look at the panels that are already active, so we have effects and presets, info, libraries, preview tools, and Lumetri scopes. Those are all the default panels that are open for the color workspace. Okay, so with that, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the default workspaces. So let's go up to Window and go to Workspaces and click on Default. And what you're going to get is the default workspace for After Effects. Now, you ask me, why workspace is so important to understand in After Effects and any other Adobe application? Well, here's why. Because really what the purpose of them are, what the purpose is for them, is to give you kind of a starting point on different aspects of your project. So for example, in the previous video, we talked about color, right? So if I go up to Window and we go to Workspace, so if I need to work on color correction, I would select the color workspace, right? If I'm working on an animation, I would grab the animation workspace. If I want the default generic workspace, which is what we're talking about right now, then I would click on default, so that way I can start from scratch and then build out my own workspace, okay? And really the purpose of workspaces is to give you a unique experience. It's all about the user experience, okay? I equate workspaces to an office desk, okay, where you are, you know, moving stuff around and fixing things and doing different things like that that actually work to your advantage in terms of how you organize your desk, how you put stuff in drawers, etc. Okay, a great example of that is I worked for a company about 5 years ago, and I spent a week cleaning out the desk of the previous employer, or employee, I should say, because the place was a mess, and I'm pretty tidy now. So I basically went through and cleaned out the whole office and cleaned everything out and got everything organized, okay? And was very happy when it was organized, because then I knew where everything was, and it wasn't a pain to do the job. It was actually quite fun to do the job. So that's the thing, is that you have to understand that with workspaces, you want to make it fun, okay? You want to make this experience enjoyable for you, okay? And generally speaking, making effects, touching up video, making animation. All these things are fun. And that's the whole point of this whole thing, right? Is to have fun. So that's really what it is. Okay, so that's the default workspace. Okay, so thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about effect or effects workspace. Okay, so I'm going to click on effects, and right away we're going to get a different look and feel than we had with the default. Okay, and one thing you can do, feel free to do this, is you can move these panels around to get exactly what you want where you want it. Okay, so for example, with this, we could get rid of info, we could get rid of preview, okay, and then we can bring this down. I thought I could bring it down. Maybe I can't. Okay, that's fine. Let's fiddle with what we have here. So for the text animation, let's give that a little noise and grain. So let's add that to this layer. Okay, and then let me get rid of the grid. It should be here. Okay, so let me click off of that. Let's go to window, actually view, and I want to turn off the grid. Okay, so now you can see that effect that we applied, okay, which is green. It's really hard to see a lot of these effects with a white background and black text. And the reason why I did that was I was going for like a whiteboard look, okay? So let's grab a text. Let's see what all the different options are, and then let's pick one. So like motion tile, mosaic. All right, we can add this one, and that's just gonna make it blurry, so I'm gonna undo that. What I'll do is I'll just grab a couple different ones, and we'll apply them, and then we'll just undo it, just to give you some ideas of how you can add effects with After Effects. Ironically, the name, right? Brush strokes. Okay, let's see what that looks like. Okay, that's kind of cool. Okay, so let's play that real quick. Okay. We can look at, okay, they have transitions, they have utility, simulation. Let's do shatter. Let's see what that does. Yeah, we did this one before. Okay. So that's the effects menu. And that's really, not the effects menu, the effects workspace. Okay. So with that, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Alrighty, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about essential graphics. So let's go up to the window and workspace, and let's click on essential graphics, and we get a different option again. Okay. And really what we get is we get the essential graphics here, and we get our project panel here and our timeline, right? And we can select a composition. So let's do animation, okay? And we can add formatting. We can export motion graphics template, okay? That's really it. And then over here, we can close all the other panels in the group and this, and give ourselves a little more room. And actually what you could do is you can move this over to here to kind of put this in the middle, okay? Because what that does is if you kind of, I like things that are center. I know I'm weird. I like to kind of center things up to make it easier to, work with. If you have it set up like this, that's a really nice look and easy look for essential graphics. So you can grab stuff, put it in here, make templates, all that good jazz. Okay? So that is essential graphics. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the Learn workspace. So let's go up to Window, and let's go to Workspace, and let's click on Learn. And with this, okay, so it just eliminated the essential graphics panel, and I would think that they would have a learn panel, but maybe I'm wrong on that. Okay, they do have a learn panel, but for some reason it doesn't show up. So let's do this. I'm going to close that panel, and I'll show you how to reset this so you can get the full effect of the learn workspace. So we can go to reset learn to save layout. Okay, and now we get what we're actually supposed to get for the learn workspace. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring it over to the right. So again, we can work left to right. The tools are here, and the tutorials are here. We'll kind of shrink that down a little bit so that it doesn't take up so much room, because you really don't need that much space for these different options here. So you can do After Effects overview, a 2-minute overview of the interface and the essentials needed to get started, the basics. 5 interactive tutorials that teach you the basics of creating an animated logo in After Effects. Okay. Each tutorial covers an essential step of the basic After Effects workflow. Okay. So that is the Learn workspace. Okay. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the Libraries workspace. So if I click on Window and Workspace and we go down to Libraries, okay, what we get with this is we get my Creative Cloud libraries that I have. And these are libraries that I created specifically in Photoshop. However, you can make libraries in After Effects. And I'll show you what they look like. So I have a LearnTech library, which is just a color swatch of black. Then I have a LearnTech Plus, which is different colors that I came up with. And then my library, which has a whole bunch of swatches in it. Okay. And then we also have another My Library, which has a lot of different effects and a lot of colors here. And these are my 3 primary colors. So I have 3 main colors. And the reason for that is, for LearnTech, my business is online learning, right? So the way that I identify with learning is a blackboard, a chalkboard, and even a whiteboard like what I'm showing you here. And then blue is just one of my favorite colors, navy blue. So I just wanted to add that in there as well. Okay. So it gives me kind of a broad range of colors to use for business cards, the website, graphics, thumbnails, all of my branding. I have 3 options to do that. And then I also use like a yellow, a bright yellow, a lime green, a light blue, and kind of a hot red, like an engine fire red. Okay. And then other colors that work really well with green and black and blue. Okay. And so I can mix and match these 3 primary colors with these here. And you can see all the swatches that I've made here. And swatches are just color swatches. So really they're called styles. I call them swatches. Swatches, styles are really the same thing. Okay, just to clear up any confusion. But yeah, so I did all this in Photoshop. I believe we can like grab this and bring this in. Let's see if it'll let me change the color. It may let me use it, it may not. Let's just see. I'm going to do a new solid. Okay, and we'll grab kind of the picker, and I can do that. Okay. And then let's just go back, and then you can see, all right, so we use that. And then for the animation text, we can, you know, it won't let me apply anything, but I can go in and grab a different color. Okay, and I'm going to mute my speakers here. So you get the idea. Now we'll make this white so it's easier to read, but you can see the contrast here of green on white on green. Okay, how nice that looks. Okay, and like I said, you could use the other colors as well. But the libraries workspace is very important, because if you have a lot of libraries here, then you can grab all that. And this is all stored on Creative Cloud. So it's really nice to have that, because if you travel, if you have multiple workstations, whatever the situation is, you don't want to be backing up all your styles and your libraries to a hard drive and dragging it over to wherever you're going. You want to go over to the other computer, log in, and then it's there. So Creative Cloud really centralizes that, okay, and makes it really easy to utilize, okay? So that's the library's workspace. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the minimal workspace. So let's go to Window and Workspace and click on Minimal. And this is a great workspace, okay, because, and I'm going to save here because the little asterisk popped up there. What you get in the minimal workspace is you get, and I'm going to save one more time, is you get a clear cut vision of what you're working on, right? So for this, all I have is my layers and the source monitor, okay? And so I can just focus on what I'm working on, okay? So this is really, they call it the minimal workspace, but I really call it the focus workspace, where you have all your digital assets in one spot. They're all on the timeline, and you've got everything set up, and now you can do the work, okay? I equate it to this. If you're building a shed, you go to a store, you buy the supplies, they deliver it to wherever you're going to build that shed, right? So all the materials, right? They put all the materials, let's say you're building it in the backyard. You put all the materials in the backyard, and then you go and buy all the tools you need. And you put all those tools right next to the materials, okay? And then you have a diagram of how you're going to build it. It's all organized, right? So this is essentially that. This is the focus zone now, where we know what we got to do. I got the design, I got the materials, I got the tools. So now I can go do the work, okay? And that's really what this is it gives you kind of a focus of, even though it's minimal, it gives you a focus of what you can do, okay? Or what you need to do, okay? Yes, I really like that. Okay, so one thing I want to change with this too is I want to select the text, and I'm going to change this to Learn Tech. Okay, because I think that would look cool. So, plus when I'm focused like this, nice. I like it. Looks good. All right, so I'll save that. Thanks for watching. That's the minimal workspace. And I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the motion tracking workspace. Okay, so I'm going to do Window, Workspace, Motion Tracking. Okay, so with this gives us a different look and feel than the previous workspace, obviously, which is a minimal, I call it the focus workspace, but it's really a minimal workspace where you don't have all these panels showing up. It's just the source and the timeline. And with this one, which is the motion tracking, it gives you focus on motion tracking. Okay, so you can utilize all these tools here. And it just, like I said, think of workspaces as a template. Okay, so you have 5 templates of whatever you're working on, and they're stored in 5 different spots. Okay, and you click on one, and then you get a different template. That's really what workspaces are. And like I said, this gives you the option for tracker, content-aware fill, and all this other stuff down here to really be able to do your motion tracking. Okay, so with that, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the motion tracking workspace. Okay, so I'm going to do Window, Workspace, Motion Tracking. Okay, so with this gives us a different look and feel than the previous workspace, obviously, which is a minimal, I call it the focus workspace, but it's really a minimal workspace where you don't have all these panels showing up. It's just the source and the timeline. And with this one, which is the motion tracking, it gives you focus on motion tracking. Okay, so you can utilize all these tools here. And it just, like I said, think of workspaces as a template, okay? So you have 5 templates of whatever you're working on, and they're stored in 5 different spots, okay? And you click on one, and then you get a different template. That's really what workspaces are. And like I said, this gives you the option for tracker, content-aware fill, and all this other stuff down here to really be able to do your motion tracking. Okay, so with that, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the Paint workspace. So with this, let's go to Window and Workspace and go down to Paint. And with this, we can paint this background here. Let's do a little painting, shall we? So I can just kind of do whatever, and we can put that above this one, and let's see if that actually, oh, I don't have it on, that's why. Okay, so we can just kind of paint on this, and that's really it. So you can paint, you can select different brushes, we can have change modes, so you can do a variety of blending modes, okay? Channels, RGBA, you can do RGB, alpha, okay? So you can set target channels for new stroke, duration, constant, right on, single frame, custom, okay? And then all these other options here, and then you have brushes. So we can select different brushes, diameter, angle, roundness, hardness, spacing, brush dynamics, pen pressure, minimum size 1%, angle, roundness, opacity, flow, okay? And then we can preview it. So if I hit play, it'll preview the layer white solid 1, which is this right here. Okay, so we can preview it and see how it would look. And you'll notice that if I turn this one off and then I scrub through, it should display these different things that I did. But it also shows Learn Tech, which is in white, so you can't really read it. So when I turn this on, then we don't get to see any of it because this white background is layer 1, it's on the bottom, okay? And then the green is right here, okay? So that's fine, but that's how you use the Paint workspace and actually how you paint too. So with that, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Workspace, but I really call it the focus workspace, where you have all your digital assets in one spot. They're all on the timeline, and you've got everything set up, and now you can do the work. Okay, I equate it to this. If you're building a shed, you go to a store, you buy the supplies, they deliver it to wherever you're going to build that shed, right? So all the materials, right? They put all the materials, let's say you're building it in the backyard. You put all the materials in the backyard, and then you go and buy all the tools you need. And you put all those tools right next to the materials. Okay, and then you have a diagram of how you're going to build it. It's all organized, right? So this is essentially that. This is the focus zone now, where we know what we got to do. I got the design, I got the materials, I got the tools. So now I can go do the work, okay? And that's really what this is it gives you kind of a focus of, even though it's minimal, it gives you a focus of what you can do, okay? Of what you need to do, okay? Yes, I really like that. Okay, so one thing I want to change with this too is I want to select the text, and I'm going to change this to Learn Tech. Okay, because I think that would look cool. So, plus when I'm focused like this, nice. I like it. Looks good. All right, so I'll save that. Thanks for watching. That's the minimal workspace. And I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the motion tracking workspace. Okay, so I'm going to do Window, Workspace, Motion Tracking. Okay, So with this gives us a different look and feel than the previous workspace, obviously, which is a minimal, I call it the focus workspace, but it's really a minimal workspace where you don't have all these panels showing up. It's just the source and the timeline. And with this one, which is the motion tracking, it gives you focus on motion tracking. Okay, so you can utilize all these tools here. And it just, like I said, think of workspaces as a template. Okay, so you have 5 templates of whatever you're working on, and they're stored in 5 different spots. Okay, and you click on one, and then you get a different template. That's really what workspaces are. And like I said, this gives you the option for tracker, content-aware fill, and all this other stuff down here to really be able to do your motion tracking. Okay, so with that, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the Paint workspace. So with this, let's go to Window and Workspace and go down to Paint. And with this, we can paint this background here. Let's do a little painting, shall we? So I can just kind of do whatever, and we can put that above this one. And let's see if that actually... Oh, I don't have it on. That's why. Okay. So we can just kind of paint on this, and that's really it. So you can paint. You can select different brushes. We can have change modes, so you can do a variety of blending modes. Okay. Channels, RGBA. You can do RGB, alpha. Okay. So you can set target channels for new stroke, duration, constant, right on, single frame, custom. Okay, and then all these other options here. And then you have brushes. So we can select different brushes. Diameter, angle, roundness, hardness, spacing, brush dynamics, pen pressure, minimum size 1%, angle, roundness, opacity, flow. Okay. And then we can preview it. So if I hit play, it'll preview the layer white solid 1, which is this right here. Okay, so we can preview it and see how it would look. And you'll notice that if I turn this one off and then I scrub through, it should display these different things that I did. But it also shows Learn Tech, which is in white, so you can't really read it. So when I turn this on, then we don't get to see any of it because this white background is layer 1. It's on the bottom, okay? And then the green is right here, okay? So that's fine, but that's how you use the Paint workspace and actually how you paint too. So with that, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the small screen workspace. So if I go up to Window and Workspace, click on Small Screen. Let's see what we got here. I have Libraries, Effects, Preview, and Info. Okay, and again, this is just moving stuff around. Okay, but that's really it. That's a small screen. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the standard workspace. So if I go up to Window and we go to Workspace, we go to Standard, what we have here is the same thing, but it added one panel to this. I believe it was Effects and Presets. Yes. And then we have Preview, and then we have all this stuff here, Info, and then Audio. Okay. So that's the standard workspace. So with that, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the text workspace. So with this, I have to go to Window, we'll go to Workspace, go to Text, and really the only thing that changes is the character panel is added. Okay, and like I said, in the next section, we're going to be going through all the panels in detail. So that's why I'm kind of just glazing over them, because it's not really a priority right this second, but we're going to get into the detail in the next section. It's going to be a lot of fun. And I'm really looking forward to it. It's going to be a lot of fun. So get excited. We're going to have fun with this. And that's the text workspace. So with that, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the undocked panels. So if I go to Window and go to Workspace and go to Undocked Panels, basically all that does is it undocks all the panels, okay? So these right here are undocked. And I showed you that with the All Panels workspace, where you can move things around and kind of have a 3-monitor workspace. So you can have your timeline, you can have the project panel and the composition panel, all really on different monitors. And you can maximize that space with those 3 and really get a lot done. Okay, so that's undocked panels. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the Edit Workspace option. Okay, so before I do that, let's talk about these real quick, because I didn't really do much with these. But basically, reset undocked panels to saved layout. This is going to reset it to the default. Okay. If I save changes to this workspace, I'm just saving what's already there. And then the final one here is save as a new workspace. So if I click on that, I can name this, so untitled workspace. We'll hit OK, and this actually works right into what I want to show you next, which is workspace and edit workspaces. So here I can go to untitled workspace and I can delete it. I can go to undock panels, I can't delete that. But what we can do is I can edit this top bar here, and I can move all of these out. And just have default there. Okay. Or I can go back and we can add some to that. So let's say that we want to do animation. I want to do essential graphics, and I want to do all panels and color correction and effects. Okay, and I hit OK. Now I have all those options here, and then the overflow is this. Okay, but I want to edit that because I don't want the overflow menu. I don't like overflow menus. I don't think there's any point of it. If it's not going to be if it's not going to be on the bar, why even show it? You know, you can always get to it from here. So that eliminates that, right? And then I can just go to Window, Workspace, and Edit Workspaces and get the same thing. Okay, so I want to just have default animation, essential graphics, all panels, color, and effects. So that is how you edit workspaces. Okay, so with that, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, congratulations on finishing section 7, workspaces. I hope you enjoyed this section of the course. And in this video, we're going to run through a summary of what we learned throughout the entire course. So we talked about a variety of workspaces, literally all of them. All panels, animation, color, default, effects, essential graphics, learn, libraries, minimal, motion tracking, paint, small screen, standard, text, undocked panels, how to reset to a saved layout, how to save changes to a workspace, how to save as a new workspace, and then how to edit workspaces, which we did in the previous video, where we basically set up the top bar here to show these 6 workspaces. I was counting to make sure that was 6. For some reason, I thought it was 5. I'm like, wait a minute, maybe I'm telling them the wrong number. So that is a summary of what we learned in section 7. So I hope you enjoyed this section. If you have any questions or concerns about the workspaces, please let me know. Be happy to help you. And with that, I'll see you in the next video. Take care. All right, welcome to section 8, where we're going to talk about panels. So let's do an overview of what we're going to be learning in this section. So let's go to Window and walk down the list, so to speak, of all the panels that we're going to be talking about. And I'd say the next about 20 videos. So we're going to cover Align, Audio, brushes, character, content-aware fill, effects and presets, essential graphics, info, learn, libraries, lumetri scopes, mask interpolation, media browser, metadata, motion sketch, paint, paragraph, preview, progress, smoother, tools, tracker, and wiggler. And what we'll do is, where it's appropriate, we will edit the timeline and edit the text or the animation if needed, if it makes sense with the lesson. Okay, so that's an overview of Section 8, panels. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the Align panel. So let's go up to Window. Let's go to Workspace, and let's go to Minimal. Okay. If it allows me to do that, let's try again. Really? That's weird. Okay. So After Effects is not cooperating with me at all, which is fine. We'll go to Standard. Okay, that's not working either. Why? Okay, this is bizarre. But what we'll do is we'll just go to Audio and uncheck that. We'll just turn off these panels off. I'm going to close them all. Okay. And what I want to do is I want to get it down to the bare bones. So we have our source monitor, our timeline, and our project panel. And then I want to open each panel up individually so I can talk about them. So we're going to be talking about Align. Okay. And so with Align, if I select this text, I can align left, I can align center, I can align right. Okay. I can also do align top, vertically, or the bottom. Okay. And that affects how we do our animation. I can affect the animation based on what I grab from Align. So that's a very important part of this whole thing. Okay, so that is the Align panel. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Alrighty, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the audio panel. So if I go up to Window and I go to Audio, I can adjust, and I don't have any audio, but if I did, I could adjust the volume here. I can adjust the decibels here. So we can go 0, we can go 3, 12, go all the way down to -12. You'll notice the clipping here is in red, so you don't want to go above where you see clipping. So 6 is a good like middle point. Anything above that is kind of over the top. But again, you need to have audio to really get the most out of that. Okay, so that is the audio panel. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the brushes panel. So if I go up to Window and we go to Brushes, we can select a brush and we can paint on our canvas here. So I will grab a brush and let's make this white, and I can select this, and let's do that. And okay, it's not really cooperating like I thought it would, but that's okay. If we go back to our reference from the previous section and we went to the paint panel, or the workspace I should say, and again, for some reason, I cannot open up workspaces. I don't know why. A reset of the application would probably take care of that, but for right now, we're not going to fiddle with that. But what you can do, and I'll just talk about it, is you could select the brush here, select your color here, and then paint right here. Okay, that's really what it's for. So that is the brushes panel. All right, so thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, let's talk about the character panel. Okay, so I'm going to open that up. So the character panel, think of this as a panel for your text. So for example, we have an empty layer here. We have Learn Tech right here, right? So let's say that we have these two here. I'm going to delete these. And I grab the text tool and I write below that After Effects. Okay, and then I hit Command A on the Mac, Control A on the PC, and I come over here and I can adjust the font to this chicken scratch here, which is kind of funny. I can select kind of a random font. I can adjust the size. We can adjust all these different things here, which is spacing. So you can space out your text or stretch it out. You can vertically stretch it out. Okay. We can also change the color and do all these subscript, superscript, small caps, which is also camel case. You can also do all caps, italic, and bold. Okay, so this character panel gives you a lot more options to mess with your text. Okay, and then we can also double click here. I thought I had that muted. And then we can change it to red. Okay, or I can double click and we can go to lime green as an example. I can hit Command S to save that. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to hide this layer. Hit Command S again, and that is the character panel. So with that, thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Alrighty, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the content aware fill. So if I click here, you'll notice if I go up to all these, let's close all the other panels in the group and then just use this one. We can do fill target. You can do alpha expansion, fill method object, lightning correction, range work area. We can generate fill layer, create an image sequence to replace the fill target. Okay, we can do that. And then you can go in here and you can adjust all these different things. Okay, light correction, object, strong, subtle, and moderate. And there you go. Okay, so I'll delete that. That's the content aware fill panel. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Alrighty, welcome back. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to hit Command S to save and deselect this because I grabbed the text tool and was making layers, so I'll delete that. And we're going to talk about effects and presets. So let me go to Window. Let's go down to Effects and Presets. And we'll close out all these other panels. So if I click here and close other panels and group, then I just have the effects and presets. Now I'm not going to go through every single effect that they have here, but what I will say is I want you to go through on your own, without my help, without my direction, and explore these effects and presets. Okay? And what I'm going to do is I'll just read out what each category is, and then your job is to go through and figure out how to use these effects. Because if I show you everything, what have you learned? You haven't learned anything. You're becoming a robot and saying, yes, robot teacher, what do you want me to do next? No, I want you to go off on your own and get creative with this and have fun with it. Okay, so you have animation presets, 3D channel, audio, blur and sharpen, Boris Effects Mocha, channel, Cinema 4D, color correction, distort, expression controls, generate, immersive video, keying, matte, noise and grain, obsolete, perspective, simulation, stylize, text, time, transition, and utility. Okay, so with that, let me grab this and put it back here. That's effects and presets. So thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Alrighty, welcome back. In this video, we're going to talk about essential graphics. So if I go up to Window and we go down to Essential Graphics, it pops up over here, and it's basically working off of this right here. We can add formatting, we can add a comment, add a group, okay? Set poster time, solo supported properties, primary, we do animation, color matte 2, comp 1, and then untitled, okay? So that is Essential Graphics. Okay, and again, this is just a panel, so you can export a motion graphic template. If you make one, you can export it here and then save that there. Okay, so that's Essential Graphics. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the info panel. So the info panel is very important. If I go up to Window and we go down to Info, what you're going to see here is when I move my mouse around, we have the Y and the X. Okay? And then when I hover over the color, it's going to give me the RGB code for this. Okay? Now, I might have talked about this in a different course, but I'll bring it up here. I worked as a video engineer for 10 years, and in some instances with different productions that we were doing, I had to do lighting. And with LED lights, they used the RGB code. Okay, so white is 255 on red, green, and blue. Black is 0 on red, green, and blue, and that gives you black. And then if you go in the middle, then you get, so for example, green. To get this color of green, there's 2% of red, or just 2, 36 green, 38 blue. That gives you this. Okay, so that is the info panel, and it gives you a lot of information based on what is in your monitor here, or your source. Okay, if I get rid of that and we do white, it's 255 for red, green, and blue. If I go over the red here, okay, it's red is 255, green is 67, and blue is 67. And so red is the dominant color in this instance. Okay, so everything that you do in After Effects, Premiere Pro, is RGB. In Photoshop, it's RGB and CMYK. CMYK is for print. RGB is for video. It's for After Effects. It's for graphics, for TV, for the internet, for monitors, smartphones, tablets, laptops. All those are RGB. And that's literally what I live in, is RGB. And I love RGB. So I'm ecstatic to talk to you about RGB because I love it so much. So that is the info panel. Okay, so thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Alrighty, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the Learn panel. Okay, now there's a little bit of repetition here with the workspaces because some of these have a workspace and then they have a panel, and so some of this is repetition, and repetition is okay, just so you know. So if I click on Learn, and what we'll do is I'll bring this into here, okay, and then I'll get rid of the Essential Graphics. We'll close that. I'll close this one, and I'll bring this over, okay, close that up. And then we have, okay, then we have our tutorials here. So the Learn panel is similar to the Learn workspace. The focal point is for you to learn, okay? Now, how did I figure that out? Well, I just read the panel, right? And what's the whole point of this course is we're learning, right? So I want to give you some good advice here. Always be learning and expanding above and beyond even what I'm teaching you here. Even if you take this After Effects overview and the basics tutorial, always be learning more above and beyond that. And I showed you in the main menu section how you can do that through the help menu. You can go online to Adobe's website and get even more tutorials there. So always be learning, always be expanding, okay? And you're talking to someone with 20 years of experience producing videos with After Effects Premiere Pro, with Photoshop, with Media Encoder. I've used all those tools for 20 years. And what I can tell you is, when you learn the fundamentals, okay, once you have that foundation built, it's like building a skyscraper. What you're doing is you're building the foundation, the skeleton, right? That's the basics. Then you're adding the interior, or you're going to intermediate level, and then you're adding the exterior, and that's the advanced level. Okay, and that's what you're doing, is you're learning the foundation right now. I'm helping you become an intermediate to advanced user with all this information that I'm giving you. Okay, because this information is not out here in this amount of detail, and I know that because I've looked. I know that because of the experience that I have and the time that it takes to share this information with you, and that's why I'm offering this to you. Because I want you to understand that whatever level you're at, it doesn't matter. You need to keep learning and practicing and practicing and practicing. That's how you get better, okay? That's how you master a skill or become a Jedi master of a skill, is you keep practicing. Keep pounding the rock, okay? So there you go. So always be learning. That is the Learn panel. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next. Alrighty, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the Libraries panel. So if I go up to Window and we go down to Libraries, and I'll close out the Learn panel, what we're going to get here, and again, this is a little bit of repetition from the previous section, which is okay. This library that I created is stored on Creative Cloud, which is a online storage. If you don't know what Creative Cloud is, it's basically your files are stored on a server in a different location than your office hard drive, okay? And so what can happen is, let's say that you live in California and you go on a trip to Texas and you leave your laptop in California and you come to Texas and you're working for a company or a client and they have another computer, you log into your Creative Cloud account and you have all your library items here. And it basically transfers it over without even doing anything. It's the storage where it's stored. It gives you the ability to be very mobile, okay? There's not a lot of restriction when you have stuff on the cloud. That's the Libraries panel, and that's what libraries are. Okay, so thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, let's talk about Lumetri Scope panel, shall we? So if I click here, we're going to get kind of a funky looking Lumetri Scope. Now what this is this is going to show you the amount of color in this image, and I'm going to change it to green so you can really see how much is used. And remember when I was talking about doing LED lights and using the RGB code, okay, which is 0 to 255, right? So if I close that panel real quick, and let's see if I can go to New. We'll right click and do New Solid, and I'll select a color here and I'll just show you real quick. So based on this, okay, we have 2 of red, 36 of green, 38 of blue. Now if I adjust this, and I just adjust it to that, okay, then I have that. If I adjust it this way, I get pink. So you see that when I combine red and blue, I get pink. Let's add a little green in there. And what does green do? Green pushes me to the left. Blue pushes me up. Red pushes me up. And just red changes the tone of the color. And you'll notice it starts at red, goes to pink, then blue, then green, then yellow, then orange. Okay? And that's the cycle. So orange and red are connected, and then everything else kind of blends together from there. So you have yellow, which starts at orange. So it's orange, it goes to yellow, and then it turns into green. So if I just go here and scrub through, you can really see the amount of color that you can work with. There's a lot of color. Okay, there's a lot of color. And some of my favorite colors are like this one. I really like a lime green. See the contrast, how nice that is? And a bright yellow and a bright red. Okay. And then you have like a hot pink there as well. Now, when you do that, and I hit OK, and we hit OK again, and I bring that in, now you can see we have 0 green in this. I have 204 of blue, and I have 255 of red. That's what the lumetri scope is telling you. How much color do you have, and what colors are you using? It gives you a red line here, a blue line here, and a green line there. Okay, so that's lumetri scope. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Alrighty, welcome back. So in this video, let's talk about the mask interpolation panel. I'm going to turn off the magenta solid and keep my green there, and I'm going to get rid of the lumetri scope. Okay, and we'll do mask interpolation. Keyframe rate, we can adjust the keyframe rate. We can make it 60, 30, 25, 24, or 15, or do auto. And it'll base it on the composition, the timeline, the settings, all that stuff. Keyframe fields, double rate. Use linear vertex paths. Bending resistance, 50%, quality 50%. Add mask paths, vertices, usually to help to add vertices until mask paths have dense sets of vertices. Leave unchecked to see only the given vertices. Okay. Matching method. We can do auto, we can do curve, and polyline. Use one-to-one vertex matches if you want to. First vertices matches apply. Okay. So that's what it is. So that is mask interpolation panel. All right. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Alrighty, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the media browser. So let's go up to our window. Let's go to media browser and take a look at this. And you can see that we can look through our favorites. We can look at local drives. We can look at network drives. We can look at Creative Cloud. Okay. And so I have different team projects I can grab from here. Local drives, I have 2 external hard drives. So we'll open up this one just so you can see what I'm talking about. And we can go by list. So I can go through all of my files here that I organized by number. And I do that on purpose so that it shows in that order based on the name. And so actually we can go high to low or low to high. Okay. Same with this one. And then I can also go to the actual system hard drive where I'd have to go to users and then select learn tech. And then I can go through all this different stuff to find what I'm looking for. And that's really the media browser. What it does is gives you the ability to look for your files and then bring them in, and then you can bring them into your project panel and then organize them here. Okay, so that is the media browser. So with that, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Alrighty, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the metadata panel. Okay, so I'm going to close the media browser panel out, and let's go to Window and go to Metadata. And what you can see here, what I want you to think about when you think about metadata is the information about the file. Okay, an example of that would be when was the file created? When was it modified? When was it last opened? What was the dimensions of the file? Is it HD? Is it 4K? Is it SD? Codec. What kind of codec are you using for the audio? What kind of codec are you using for the video? Color profile. Okay. Duration. How long is it? Audio channels. Is it stereo or mono? Okay. Mono is 1 channel. Stereo is 2. Encoding software. What kind of software is it using? That's really what metadata is. Now, you can go above and beyond that, and you can enter in all this information here. Give it a 5-star rating, whatever you want. Okay, and then you can go through here do all this stuff. Basic, rights management, dynamic media, okay, Photoshop, author's position, caption writer, category, city, country, credit line, date created, headline, instruction, source, camera raw, okay, and then this one. So these are different file types. If it's a Photoshop file, if it's a dynamic media, rights management, basic, Dublin core. Okay, so again, what the point of all this is if you have a metadata file on this video, it's a way that you can organize your stuff. Okay, so that's metadata. So, and the panel. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Alrighty, welcome back. And in this video, we're going to talk about motion sketch. So when I click on motion sketch, I'll close metadata, and we'll close the mask interpolation. And with motion sketch, I can update the capture speed at 100%. The smoothing can be 1. I'm going to show the wireframe. I can also show the background, and then the start and the duration. Okay, and so this is just for motion sketch. Okay, so that's motion sketch. There's not much to it. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Alrighty, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the paint panel. That just rolls right off the tongue. And so with this, if I select this, and I have the paint panel open, and I grab the paintbrush, I can start painting. So let's do that. And I can advance we can paint here. I can change the color. Let's go there and then do this. And we can go here. And I can change the color again. Okay. And then if I go back to the beginning, you can see how it looked and then how it looks at the end. Beautiful. Okay. So that is the paint panel. So with that, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Alrighty, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the paragraph panel. So I want to close out these panels here. The brushes, the motion sketch, all these other panels that we've been opening up. I want to go to window and I want to go to the paragraph panel. Okay, and this is really for text. So let's close this one down or just turn it off and go back to the green panel there. I'm going to close this one and then just keep it on this. And basically what the paragraph panel is going to allow you to do is if I were to grab some text, and I can move that down, I can make it center, I can make it right aligned, I can make it left aligned. Okay. We can also do justify last left, last centered, last right, and justify all. And then we can indent left margin. We can indent right margin. We can add space before paragraph, add space after paragraph. And then we can indent first line. Okay, so that is the paragraph panel. Now I'm going to hit Command S to save this. And with that, I'll see you in the next video. Alrighty, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the preview panel. So when I click on that, if I hit play, let's see if this works. Okay, I'm going to hit play here, and that's going to give me the ability to preview without using spacebar or without coming down here and running it. I actually have a control that I can control the project from. So I can stop here, or we can play. I do like to use the home button. I like to use spacebar to start and stop. Okay, so it's basically doing the same thing. And you can see the shortcut is spacebar. You can change the shortcut to all these other options here, okay? But I highly recommend just keeping it as spacebar. You're free to do what you want, but that's what I recommend. Cache before playback. Playback will start after entire range is cached. You can do that if you want. Range, work area extended by current time. Play form, current time. Frame rate is 2.97, 29.97. Skip 0, resolution is auto. Okay, full screen. I'm not going to do full screen. On spacebar stop. Okay, you can adjust these options. So that's the preview panel. So with that, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Alrighty, welcome back. So let's look at the progress panels. And not panels, but panel. So progress panel. And here you can see generate fill progress. Okay, so you have the name and the status. So there you go. That's the progress panel. So what I'll do is I'll close this out. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Alrighty, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the smoother panel. So if I go to Window, go to Smoother, you can see we can apply to temporal graphic. Tolerance is 1, and that's all you have for the smoother option as well. Okay, so thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Alrighty, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to go into a deeper dive into the tools. One of my favorite parts of After Effects is the tools. So I'm going to turn off After Effects, the name here, okay? And what I want to do is I want to go through all the tools that they have, okay? Now, you'll notice the tools panel is turned on, but if I click on it, it disappears. So you can move this around wherever it needs to be. Okay, well, it won't let me move it. I don't know why it's doing that, but that's okay. We'll just leave it up there. But basically, here's what we got. We have the selection tool. We have the hand tool, the zoom tool. These ones are not going to be active. Rotation tool, pan behind, rectangle, pen, text, paint, clone stamp, eraser, roto brush, and puppet position pin tool. Okay, and then, so these right here are not active because you need a 3D space for that. So these are not going to work. Okay, but we'll talk about these three right here. We'll talk about the text, the brush, the rectangle. I don't really use rectangle or the pen tool really that much. It's, you know, you can use it, but look, here's the reality for me personally, and this goes from my 20 years of experience. I use Photoshop for just about everything when it comes to creating graphics and any type of digital asset. Everything is made in Photoshop. And then Premiere Pro I use for layout, to lay everything out. And After Effects I use for animation, for special effects, and for touching up video. That's really what After Effects is used for in my world. Okay, now, that doesn't mean that you can't use these tools or they're not important. But again, the selection tool, if I grab that one, let's go to 18 seconds in the timeline here. I can select the text. Now, if I hit V, I can select the background, I can select the text. Okay. You can also just come over here and select them as well. But that's why the selection tool is important. Now the hand tool, what that does is if you hit, you just go around like this. I was going to say hit space bar and do it. That's a Photoshop thing. But in After Effects, you just would grab the hand tool, which is H, and then you can do that. So if I hit H, I can move around the timeline. You can zoom in, and then if you hit H, you can move the screen around to wherever you need to. Now this is one of the reasons why I say, if you can use the full screen of your monitor for just the canvas, this is why you would do it, so that you don't really have to zoom in that much, and then this tool is not really necessary. If I hit the letter Z, then we're using the zoom tool. And if I hold Option on the Mac, Alt on the PC, I can zoom out. And if I just let go and click in, then I'm zooming in, okay? Then we have the rotation tool. I really don't use this because you can select it here and I guess you need it. You can grab the rotation tool and then you can rotate it. Too much Photoshop action for me. Okay. Then you have the pan behind. Okay. Rectangle tool. Here's the rectangle tool. Okay. You know, the pen tool. Text tool we've used a few times. Okay. Brush tool. I'm going to actually expand that out. There we go. All right. Then we have and if you hit S, that will expand all your layers out. And I didn't know that until I hit S. So I'm going to tell you that. All right. I'm going to hit Command S to save. S if you want to expand all the layers out. I'm going to collapse those. Bring them back in. But basically, so you have the paintbrush, then you have the clone stamp tool. This will clone an item. Okay, so, but it's for images, not for text. Okay, you have the eraser tool. So if you want to erase something, let's see if it'll let us erase the magenta. It should. Select the layer and then select the tool, and no, it will not let us erase. Okay, that's fine. Then you have the roto brush tool, drag over foreground, option drag over background. Okay, then we have the puppet position tool as well. Okay, so those are all the tools. And again, I showed you the ones that I normally use. The selection tool, which the shortcut is V. The hand tool, which the shortcut is H. The zoom tool, which the shortcut is Z. The rectangle tool I've been known to use, that's Q. The text tool I use all the time, which is, the shortcut for that is Command T. I was going to say T, but that's Photoshop. To expand all the layers, you hit S, okay, which I figured out by mistake. But that's a good thing to know, right? So there you go. And then the brush tool and the eraser tool. You can use both of those. So again, they don't have a lot of tools in Final Cut Pro, in After Effects. This is similar to Premiere Pro. They don't have a lot of tools in either one because most of the work is done, honestly, it's done in Photoshop. That's where all the assets are made, and then this is the next, it's like an assembly line. If you're building a car, right? The frame of the car gets built at the beginning of the assembly line, and then the components, the engine, all that stuff gets put in Premiere Pro. And then the look and the feel and the functionality, which is After Effects, is at the end of the assembly line. So that's the order of the assembly line. Okay, so that's the tools panel. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Alrighty, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the tracker panel. So let's go down to tracker. We can track camera, warp stabilizer, track motion, stabilize motion, motion source, none, okay, current track, track type, motion target, etc. Okay, that's the tracker panel. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the wiggler panel. So if I go down to wiggler, I'm going to wiggle. No, I'm just kidding. You have noise type, smooth, jagged, dimension, frequency, per second, magnitude. That is the wiggler panel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Alrighty, congratulations on finishing Section 8 and talking about the panels in After Effects. So in this video, we're going to go over a quick summary of what we learned, and before I go forward, I want to tell you, I appreciate you watching this section. If you have any questions or concerns about any of the panels or any of the content that I went over, please let me know. I'll be happy to help you in any way that I can. Okay? So we talked about the align. So we talked about the following panels: align, audio, brushes, character, content-aware fill, effects and presets, essential graphics, info, learn, libraries, lumetri scopes, mask interpolation, media browser, metadata, motion sketch, paint, paragraph, preview, progress, smoother, tools, tracker, and wiggler. So with that, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Alrighty, welcome to section 9, where we're going to talk about preferences. So if you're on the Mac operating system or Mac OS, you're going to go up to the top left corner here, click on After Effects, and go to Preferences, and we'll click on General just so we can see all the different preferences. If you're on PC, Preferences should be in the main menu. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to go over an overview of what we're going to be learning in this section. So we're going to be covering the following. We're going to talk about General, and these are all preferences. So General, Preferences, Previews, Display, Import, Output, Grids and Guides, Labels, Media and Video Cache, Video Preview, Appearance, New Project, Autosave, Memory and Performance, Audio Hardware, Audio Output Mapping, Sync Settings, Type, Scripting and Expressions, 3D, and Notifications. So with that, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Alrighty, welcome back. In this video, we're going to talk about the general preferences. So in general preferences, you can see here path, point, and handle size is 5 pixels. Show tooltips, yes. Create layers and composition, start time, yes. Switches, After Effect. I almost said switches After Effect. It just switches effect, nested comps, yes. Default spatial interpolation to linear, no. What I recommend is the default. So whatever Adobe sets as the default here, that's the best way to go for general. Okay, so you have show system compatibility issues at startup, yes. Enable home screen, yes. Use system key, system shortcut keys, yes. Play sound when a renderer finishes, yes. Create split layers above original layer. Synchronize time of all related items, yes. Pen tool shortcut, toggles between pen and mask feather tools, yes. Preserve constant vertex and feather point count when editing masks, yes. So you want to keep all those active. And if I click on next, that'll take me to the next preference. And I can go back to previous to get to general, okay? So that's the general preferences. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Alrighty, welcome back. So in this video, if you click on next, it will take you to our next video, which is previews, preferences. So fast previews, adaptive resolution, 1/8, we can do a half, a quarter, or a 16th. Now the reason why you want to do an 1/8 or a 16th is for your CPU or GPU information. And that is if you have not a powerful machine or a high-end processor, you want to use a lower resolution so that you can render the preview video and then watch it, okay? That's really the idea behind this, is it's a way to, because there's so much rendering going on in After Effects, and really anything that you do in video, there's a ton of rendering, obviously. And because of that, it takes up a lot of memory and a lot of GPU, which is graphical, GPU is your graphics card, okay? And your CPU, which is the brain, the processor of your computer. Now, depending on what type of processor you have, some are going to render faster than others, right? But this is important to understand because depending on how you set up your preferences for preview, that's going to affect your workflow. So if you don't understand what this is, here's what it is in a nutshell. If you keep the adaptive resolution limit to an 1/8, what that's going to do is it's going to lower the resolution so that when you render the video, it will render faster and it will display quicker. And that's what you want when you're doing that type of a workflow where you're creating animations and effects. You want to be able to render it quickly, okay? And if you're doing a lot of different things, you can also scrub on the timeline, which means you can select this and click and drag to the left or the right and scrub through it, and that's fine, but sometimes it's better to watch the actual video. Okay. Viewer quality, so zoom quality, more accurate, color management quality, more accurate, except cache preview. And cache just means saved. Composition switches automatically enable frame blending and motion blur rendering. Enabling the frame blending or motion blur switches for a layer will also enable corresponding composition switches. Okay. Audio, mute audio when preview is not in real time. You can do that if you want. I have my speakers muted, so I'm not going to hear it anyway, but that's another way to do it. Cache frames when idle. Idle delay before caching starts 8 seconds. So when enabled in composition preview menu, After Effects will use idle processing time to render and cache frames in the current composition. Frames will not be rendered and cached while the layer or footage panel is in focus. Okay, so that is the previews preferences. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Alrighty, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the display preferences. So if I go to the preferences panel here and I click on next, it'll take me to display. And so with that, I can do the motion path, no motion path, all keyframes, no more than 5 keyframes, no more than 15 seconds with a base of 30 frames per second. We can disable thumbnails in the project panel, show rendering progress and info. So if I disable this, you'll notice this right here has a little thumbnail. I would not disable the thumbnails. Okay. I think it's important to have the thumbnail, then you can preview what you have. Hardware acceleration, composition, layer, and footage panels. Yes. Show both timecode and frames and timeline panel. Yes. And what they're talking about there is right here. Okay. So they're showing the time code, which is hours, minutes, seconds, frames. And then they're showing frames per second. So 29.97 frames per second. Okay. So that is the display preferences. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Alrighty, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the import preferences. So still footage, length of composition, sequence footage, 30 frames per second, report missing frames, video footage, enable hardware accelerated decoding, requires restart. Okay. So if I uncheck this, then I have to restart. Automatic footage reloading, auto reload, non-sequence footage, automatically reloads any changed footage on disk when After Effects regains focus. Intermediate media, NTSC, drop frame, sure. Interpret unlabeled alpha as ask user, yes. Drag import multiple items as footage. Okay, so this is just your import preferences. All right, so thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Alrighty, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the output preferences. So segment sequences at 700 files, we don't have that checked. Segment video only movies at a gig or 1024 megabytes. Movie files with audio cannot be segmented. Okay, we don't have that checked either. Use default file name and folder. Yes. Audio block duration, 1 second, is at a base of 30 frames. Okay. So that's output preferences. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Alrighty, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about grids and guides. And with this, you can see with the grid, this is our color. Grid every 80 pixels. Subdivision 4. Style, lines, you can do dash lines or dots. So whatever you want for the grid, you can do that. Proposition grid. Horizontal is 8, vertical is 6. Guides, a light blue. Styles is lines, you can do dash lines as well. Okay. So you can see the guide right, well, I was going to say you can see the guide, but it's actually not. But the guide looks a lot like this, okay? And I showed you that in the main menu section. So safe margins, action safe 10%, title safe 20%, center cut action safe 32.5, Center cut title safe is 40%. Center cut safe zones appear in 16 by 9 viewers to show cropping that will occur on non-widescreen displays. So what are safe margins? Well, we talked a little bit about that. And basically what that is it's a imaginary frame here, which I'm drawing, that is for titles, graphics, really anything, video. There's certain areas where you don't want to be shooting your video. So for example, a headshot. If your subject is up here and you want a headshot, you should not be pointing the camera, like cutting his head off here. You want to have the camera tilted up and his head should be here so that he fills in there and he's in the safe zone. Okay, so if you've ever used a camera and looked through a viewfinder, you'll notice that on the viewfinder, there's a square that you see right here, right? And they have that on every camera. And the reason for that is this is the safe margin. Okay, so let me hit OK and I'll show you real quick. So if I go to the, let me just see, because this needs a little more explanation. Let me go to, okay, so let's go to view options. Okay. Okay, that was not it. Okay, title action safe. Oh, there you go. All right, so now you get the idea. I need to show you a visual aid, okay? Because it's just too hard to explain without really a visual aid. But basically, you can see here, my graphic, my text, is right in the middle, okay? It fits perfectly. So title and action safe. It's safe right in the middle. So you don't want to go outside of this box because then it will start cutting off. So when you do a lower third, you would put it here and then you'd have the text inside of here, okay? So it's just so that it displays, okay? In print, they call that a bleed. So in print, they have the same type of markers, but it's for print instead of for video, for example. So let's go back to grids and guides, okay? And now you have a visual aid of that. So that is the grids and guides preferences. So with that, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Alrighty, welcome back. So let's talk about one of my favorite sections, and that's labels. Label preferences. So you ask, why is this one of my favorites? Well, here's why, and this is going to be kind of a longer form video, so grab a cup of coffee or grab a lunch here real quick and hunker down with me. No, I'm just kidding. But basically, labels is a key part of your workflow. And why do I say that? Well, like I say, the world is surrounded by color, right? Well, After Effects is no different. You'll notice on the left-hand side here, if I move my mouse over here, that there's colors everywhere, right? So you see these little boxes here and they have different colors. And basically what that equates to is this. So a composition, is sandstone, which would be this color right here. So you'll notice these two right here are compositions. So whenever you see that color, you can identify the color to the label, which is when you see sandstone, it's a composition, right? When I see a video, it's aqua. Now you'll notice I have no aqua here. There is no aqua, okay? I don't see that really anywhere. Okay, what about audio? That's seafoam, okay, which is kind of a lighter color. It's like a whitish green, right? Kind of a mixture. Closer to white than green, but it's part of green, you know, it's 200 of green, but it's closer to white, okay? Like a cream color. And that is audio. So I don't have any audio files on here, so it doesn't really equate to what I'm talking about. Now, lavender, right? Still image, or just a still of anything, not just an image, but my Photoshop files are Lavender. Okay, I have 3 thumbnails here, and then I have an untitled PSD that we made at the beginning of the course. Folder, yellow. So the folders I made here from bringing in layers and a Premiere Pro project, they were created, and you can identify immediately folder, right? Null, which means it's a null object. It's a solid object. All these are solid mats, right? They're red. Also, a solid image is red. Okay, so if it's a null image or object and a solid, it's red. Okay, so they're one and the same. So you'll notice null 1 right here. Camera is pink. Do you see any cameras here? No. So I don't have any cameras on my canvas. Light is peach. Okay, so where's peach? Peach is right here. I don't see it here. We did fiddle with lights a little bit, but it may be on a different comp, or I may have deleted it. Okay, then we have shape, which is blue. Okay. And that looks like this, but hard to say. Adjustment layer, Lavender. Okay, I know we made an adjustment layer, but I might have deleted it. Then you have text. Well, I know we have that, and that's red. And you can see that right here. Okay, so all of these, my solid, my text, and my null object, are all red. So that's everything I have on my timeline. Now you'll notice that the layers and how they display on the timeline are red as well. So it's really easy to identify with what I have because we know what the label is. So we have null object, which is red. We have a solid, which is red, and text. So those 3 objects, or those 3 types, are all red, which makes it really easy to explain what's going on here and why we have a full red timeline and no other colors. And it's because they all have the label of red. Okay, now, if I got creative and I took text and I made it pink, okay, and I hit OK, now text is pink, solid is red. Okay, and if I go back to the preferences and we go back to labels, you could literally, and I could literally, make an entire section about labels because there's so much detail to go into here. And it's so much fun because I see the world in RGB. I've said this numerous times, but everything that you do is in red, green, and blue. Okay? The world around you is in red, green, and blue. I'm going to change this back to red. Okay, and hit OK. And then we'll open up preferences one more time. But we could spend an entire section reorganizing the labels, and maybe I will do that. That would be a fun thing to do because this is a very important part of your workflow. Okay, and I think creating a workflow and a workspace work hand in hand. Okay, so I really enjoyed bringing this to you. That's labels. So that's labels preferences. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Alrighty, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about media and disk cache. So enable disk cache, yes. Maximum disk cache size is 23 gigs. We're going to choose the folder. We already have that. So it's users, LearnTech, library caches. Empty disk cache. For improved performances, choose a disk cache folder on a fast hard drive or SSD separate from your footage and allocate as much space as possible. This is a completely accurate statement, and I highly recommend following what they recommend to you because cache files are temp files, and they can get out of hand. I'll give you a great example. I was working in Photoshop in January for the most of the month. I was going to say the entire month, but it was really 2 weeks. I took a 2-week period and was building out thumbnails in Photoshop, and I created 90 projects in 2 weeks, and I had 50 gigs of cache files on my hard drive. And I couldn't figure, I said, what on earth? I have 50 gigs of files. Wow. For Photoshop, which is, graphics. It's not video. It's just one image. It's one frame out of 29. If you're doing video and it's 30 frames, it's one frame out of 30, basically. And if we were to add up all the images and all the graphics and stuff that I created, that would equal 3 seconds in video. So it's really not a lot, but the cache size was over 50 gigs. So I had to go in and I had to do a whole bunch of stuff to get it cleaned up. So they're absolutely right. Choose your folder, and I would even recommend putting it on an external hard drive and doing it so that it's not eating up your hard drive. Because a great example is my hard drive is only 250 gigs. So if you have a small hard drive and you're doing this, it can eat up your hard drive quickly. Okay, but you can empty it. Conform media cache, database, cache, clean database and cache. Yes, you want to do all this when it's using up a lot of space. XMP metadata, write XMP IDs to files on import. Writes an XMP ID of imported files is shared setting Effects, Premiere Pro, After Effects, Encore, Audition, Adobe Media Encoder, and Premiere Elements. This improves sharing of media cache files and previews. So you can turn that on, but I can also tell you that it's going to create a larger cache file. Create layer markers from footage, XMP metadata. You could do that if you want. But it's going to make your temp files a lot bigger. So you want to optimize as much as you can. And so like I said, if you can get an external hard drive with a couple terabytes on it and make that your cache folder, which is the whole hard drive, then you're in business. You won't have any problems. Okay? So that's media and disk cache preferences. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Alrighty, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about video preview. So let's click on next. And we can enable Mercury Transmit. We're not going to do that, but we have Adobe Monitor 1, 2, and 3, and these are 1920 by 1080 monitors that I got. And then Adobe DV. Disable video output when in the background. Video preview during render queue output. / dash on numeric key toggles Mercury Transmit. So that's video preview. Now, what I will tell you is this, okay, before I go to the next video, is when you get your workflow set up, okay, when you get your workspaces set up for After Effects and you have 1, 2, or 3 monitors, and it's up to you what you want your setup to be. But what I'm going to tell you from my experience is, if you can get 3 monitors, get 3 monitors. And do you know why that is? So that you have plenty of space for all your tools that you're going to use. So it really depends on your workflow. If you're going to be using all the panels, you need 3 monitors. If you're going to use, half of those panels, 2 monitors will do. But also have a preview monitor. So that way you have 1 monitor dedicated, or TV dedicated to the actual video itself, and then the bottom 3 are for your tools. An example of that would be this. You'd have 3 monitors, similar to what I have. I have 3 monitors, and then I have an ultra-wide monitor on the top, which is connected to another computer right now. But if I were to set up my system that way, I would have the 3 monitors on the bottom, cover the project panel, cover the timeline panel, and cover the source monitor, which would be on the top, and then you would have all the other side panels on the right. Why would you do that? You'd have the project panel on the left, the timeline in the middle, the other panels on the right, and then on the top would be the monitor. Okay, so that's video preview preferences. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Alrighty, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the appearance preferences. Okay, so use label color for layer handles and paths, yes. Use label color for related tabs, yes. Cycle mask colors, use label colors, sure. Use contrast color from mask path, yes. Use gradients, yes. I'll show you the difference now with the brightness. And that actually hurts my eyes looking at that. We can go to default. And we can also do effects, label colors. Okay, and I like the brighter red. It's easier to read. Highlight color. We can go darker. We can go lighter. I like a lighter color because I'm into contrast. So what contrast is if you have a dark background, you want to have a lighter foreground. Okay, and you'll notice when I do default, it kind of dims this down. But if I go lighter, it makes it pop and it's easier to read. Okay, you want to make, this is all about workflow. This is all about workspace. How do you set everything up so you can be as efficient as possible? And it's an important part of the process. Because if you have a good workflow and you have everything down and say, okay, I got everything. I checked everything off. I know what I'm doing. I know, then you can get to work. Focus indicators. We go lighter, we go darker. I don't really see much of a difference here, so I'll just leave it as default. So that's appearance preferences. So with that, thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Alrighty, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about new project preferences. So if I go to next, new project loads template. So you can do that, and then you can choose a project template. Okay, new project solids folder, just solids. Note the current project solids folder is solids. Change it by renaming the folder in the project panel. Okay, so that's the new project preferences. So with that, thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Alrighty, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the auto save preferences. So save every 20 minutes, save when starting render queue. Maximum project versions is 5. Auto save location, next to project, custom location. So it's up to you what you do with this. Again, this has to do with workflow. So if you have an external hard drive and you want to save it there, do that. You know, let's say you have a backup, a project's backup external hard drive, save it there. That way you have a copy locally and you have one on another device. And if you also want to save it to the cloud, you can do that as well. Okay. Then you have 3 locations. And so if 2 fail, you have a third one. Okay. So it's up to you what you want to decide with that. You can save for every 20 minutes, save when starting render queue, maximum project versions 5. I think that's fine. Okay. Those are all good settings. So that's auto save preferences. All right. So with that, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Alrighty, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about memory and performance. So this is a big one. So I have 16 gigs of RAM installed on this laptop that I'm using. This is a MacBook Pro. RAM reserved for other applications, I have 5 gigs. RAM shared by After Effects, Premiere Pro, and Photoshop is 11 gigs. And you can set this up for After Effects, Premiere Pro, Prelude, Media Encoder, Photoshop, and Audition. We can reduce the cache size when system is low on memory. This will shorten cache preview. Show memory usage details. We can look at that as well. Performance, enable multi-frame rendering. Percent of CPU reserved for other applications is 10%. Multi-frame rendering allows After Effects to render multiple frames at the same time during preview and render queue export. This setting also applies when After Effects compositions are rendered from Media Encoder and Premiere Pro. Because After Effects has the ability to use 100% of your CPU's capability, you may choose to limit how much CPU power to reserve so that other applications can still be used. So you want to give After Effects as much CPU power as you can so that it can render as fast as possible. And also, the likelihood of dropping frames will be less. Okay, so that is memory and performance preferences. So with that, thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Alrighty, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the audio hardware preferences. So we have device, class, core audio, default output, system default MacBook Pro speakers, clock, source, internal, I/O buffer size is 512, and that's the default. The sample rate is 48,000 hertz. We'll leave that as is, and there you go. So that is audio hardware preferences. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Alrighty, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the audio output mapping. So let's go ahead and look at that. I'm going to hit next so we can get to that one. And basically what it is map out output for system default MacBook Pro speakers, left and right. Okay, so that's audio output mapping. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Alrighty, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the sync settings. So if I click on next, I can last update automatically clear user profile on application quit, synchronize preferences, keyboard shortcuts, composition setting presets, interpretation rules, and render setting templates. We're going to leave all those checked. Output module settings templates, we'll uncheck that or leave it unchecked. When syncing, ask my preference. So that is sync setting. Blah, blah, blah. I can't talk. Sync settings preferences. That's a tongue twister for sure. So with that, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Alrighty, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about type preferences. Less of a tongue twister. The font menu. Preview size is going to be small. Number of recent fonts to display, 14. Resolve fonts dialog. Do not warn me about missing fonts when opening projects. You want to be warned so that you know what's going on. However, I'll add another layer to that and say just use Creative Cloud fonts if you can, and then you don't have to worry about missing fonts when opening the project. Use fonts that are on the cloud so that you don't run into the problem. Again, it's all about workflow, organization, being ahead of the game with your files and whatnot. Okay, so that's type preferences. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Alrighty, welcome back. So let's talk about scripting and expressions preferences. So application scripting. Allow scripts to write files and access network? No. Enable JavaScript debugger? No. Warn user when executing files? Yes. Expressions. Expression pickup WIP Writers Compact English? Sure. Show warning banner when project contains expression errors? Yes. Expression editor. Font size is 12. Syntax highlighting, you absolutely want that. Show line numbers? Yes. Show indent guides? You could do that. Highlight matching braces, auto insert braces, auto indent. Use tabs, backspace on unit indents, unindents, I should say. Inline errors and autocomplete, you want all that. Okay. I do know how to write in JavaScript, and I do program, so yes, all these things are important, and color coding is very important because it makes everything easier. Okay. And so you'll notice the colors here. Default is white, background is black, keywords are light blue, identifiers, comments are green, numbers are like a light blue, strings are a pinkish color, operators, line numbers, indent guides, good brace, bad brace, selection. So let's show indent guide as well. Okay, let's see if that would. Okay, so this is the indent guide. Okay. I should know this. I'll show you my curriculum here. This is an indent line right here. Okay. I use a text editor, which is for coding. I use that for my curriculums. Okay. And there's no color coding because it's just text. But when you write JavaScript, it's different. Okay. So that is scripting and expressions preferences. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the 3D preferences. So camera navigation, use 1, 2, 3 for navigation, and 4, 5, and 6 for transform. Gizmos, marker commands will be deactivated. Activate option, left, middle, and right mouse click for camera navigation. This will deactivate temporary wireframe mode. Camera manipulation point indicator, camera navigation dolly, mouse scroll wheel behavior, magnifying composition. Drag direction will be normal. Okay, so that's the 3D preferences. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about notification preferences. So render notifications. Automatically enable notifications when you add a composition to the render queue. You can. It's unchecked so that it won't show up. Notifications will be sent to Creative Cloud Desktop and mobile apps. So if you want to be notified, go ahead and do that. I'm not crazy about notifications because I like to micromanage my notifications when I'm doing. So you're free to do what you want with that. That's notification preferences. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, congratulations on finishing section 9, preferences. In this video, we're going to go over an overview or summary of what we learned throughout this section. So first we talked about general preferences, and we covered a variety of preferences. So general, previews, display, import, output, grids and guides, labels, media and disk cache, video preview, appearance, new project, autosave, memory and performance, audio hardware, audio output mapping, sync settings, type, scripting and expressions, 3D, and notifications. And with that, thank you so much for watching Section 9 Preferences. If you have any questions or concerns about the content, please let me know. I'll be happy to help you in any way that I can. Until then, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about tools. And in this section, we're going to cover the overview of what we're going to be learning, and that's tools. So we're going to be covering the following, okay? And I'm going to start in the upper left-hand corner here. We're going to talk about the following tools: selection tool, hand, zoom, orbit around cursor tool, okay? Pan under cursor tool, dolly towards cursor tool, rotation tool, pan behind anchor point tool, that's a tongue twister, rectangle tool, pen tool, horizontal type tool, brush tool, clone stamp tool, eraser tool, roto brush tool, and the puppet position pin tool. Another tongue twister. Sorry. So with that, once we go through all those, then we're going to go over a summary of what we learned. So thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the selection tool. So if I go on the timeline here, this is what we've been working on throughout this entire course. And if I scrub the timeline here, and I want to select LearnTech, I can literally grab the selection tool and select anything that's on the timeline. So I can grab the background, I can grab the text. And in this case, it has to be highlighted or have an outline around it for me to select it, okay? Now, when I hover over the background, you'll notice it lights up. When I take my cursor off of the background, it turns off the rollover. But when I put my mouse here, it highlights the corners, okay, like a selection. So when I click it, now I have the background selected, okay? Now, the selection tool is used for way more than just selecting things on the canvas. It's also used for selecting folders, digital assets that you may have here, compositions. I have Photoshop files which are offline. It shouldn't be offline, but I'll fix that later. When I go down here to the text, I can go inside of here and transform the text. I can create an animation. All this is used with the selection tool, okay? Because you'll notice everything I'm doing, the selection tool is selected. So we have all these right here selected, okay? Even when I click on the timeline and scrub left to right, I'm using the selection tool. When I select the layers, I'm using the selection tool. So it is used for everything. When I go to different menus inside of After Effects, I'm using the selection tool because I'm selecting the menu file, and then I'm selecting another menu or submenu, new, and then I'm selecting another action, like new folder or Photoshop file or new team template, or team project I should say, or new project. All this is with the selection tool. So again, it's very important to understand what it does, what the functionality is, and to really embrace the tool because it's used for everything. Everything. So with that, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the hand tool. So with the hand tool, I can select, with the selection tool, I can select the hand tool, okay? And now I can move my canvas around. And if I zoom in, which I haven't shown you how to do that yet, but if I click on the zoom tool, okay, if I hold spacebar, I can click and drag, and now I'm using the hand tool. Okay, so if you need to zoom in and make your edit, make your animation, whatever you're working on, if you need to zoom in, that's how you do it. Okay, and then you grab the hand tool to move around in the canvas. Now, I use this tool all the time for every program in the Creative Cloud library except for Premiere Pro. Premiere Pro is the only application that I can think of off the top of my head, and I could be wrong on that, but that's the only program that I use that doesn't allow me to use the hand tool for this, holding spacebar and moving things around. It's such a habit of mine to do that when I can't do it, I'm like, what am I doing wrong? And then it's like, oh, I'm in Premiere Pro. In Photoshop, in Illustrator, and InDesign, XD, Dreamweaver, you can't do it either because that's web development, but all those applications that I mentioned besides Dreamweaver and besides Premiere Pro allow you to do this, okay? Now, there may be more than that, so again, don't hold me to it because unless I go through every program and test it, it isn't 100% accurate. It's about 99% accurate. So Photoshop, Illustrator, InDesign, XD, After Effects, I use this. I click spacebar. I don't click, I press spacebar, and then I click and drag, and I can move around the canvas. And it is crucial because it allows you to really get into the nitty-gritty here, and I can move around and work on whatever I'm working on. Okay, now I don't want to spoil the next tool too so much, so I'm going to thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in the previous video, I gave you a quick preview of the zoom tool. I'm going to grab the hand tool real quick, or we can hold spacebar, my favorite way to do it. I'm going to click on the zoom tool. You can also hit the letter Z, and you can zoom in, and if you hold Option on the Mac, Alt on the PC, we can zoom out. Okay, and this allows you to zoom in, zoom out, and that's really all it's for. Now I can click and drag, and I can highlight a certain area. So let's say I want to work on this H. Okay, I'm doing an animation here, and I want to edit this. Okay, now I'm zoomed in all the way, but if I click and drag, I can zoom in a little bit more. Okay, let's say I want to work on the E here. I click and drag, and now I'm real close to the E. Let's say you want to get back out to 100%. Let's do fit to 100%, or we can do fit. And that will zoom you out automatically. Okay, you can also do it this way, and remember, I'm holding spacebar and I'm clicking and I'm dragging here to use the hand tool. If I hold Option, I can zoom out that way. Okay, and I can go, it will allow me to go to 1.5%. And if I click and drag, well, it should do that, maybe not. Okay, it doesn't like me. It will not let me do what I was trying to get you to do. But that's really what I want to show you. So that is the zoom tool. All right, so thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the orbit around cursor. Now, I don't have a 3D object, and that's really what this is for, okay? So you'll notice the little graphic here. It says orbit around cursor tool. Orbit around the cursor, hit point. You can use 1, Shift plus 1. So if you have a 3D object, you would be able to use this tool to rotate around the object. Okay, so a way to get that perspective, I should be able to, let's see if I can pull it off. If not, I can just explain it. I'll just explain it instead. If you were in a 3D space instead of a 2D space like we are here, which is flat, you would be able to rotate around this graphic. Okay, so we'd be able to rotate it 360 degrees. So you'd be able to see behind it, next to it, beside it, all that stuff. That's 3D, okay? And That's really what it is. All right. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the pan under cursor tool. So pan speed changes relative to the cursor hit point. Okay. So what is a pan? Okay, that's the question. So if I hold space bar and I click and I drag to the left, actually I drag to the right, I'm panning to the left. If I click and drag to the left, I'm panning to the right. So that's called a pan. So when you move the camera left or right, that's called a pan. Okay, that's a video terminology or video production terminology. When I worked as a video engineer, sometimes I would be calling cameras and I would tell the camera person, pan left, pan right, okay? Follow stage left, stage right, okay? Because in production, in TV, in business meetings, whatever you want to call it, the audiovisual business, those are the terminologies that they use when they're calling the shots, okay? And what I mean by shots is camera shots, okay? Zoom in tight, zoom out, etc., okay? So like that, that'd be a zoom in. Get a headshot, etc. But when we're talking about pan, we're literally doing this. We're going left, we're going right. That's pan. Okay, now I don't believe... Okay, they have dolly, which is the next tool. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk briefly about the dolly towards cursor tool. Dolly towards the cursor hit point and away from the center of the composition. Okay, so in the video world, you could truck forward or backwards or dolly. Same difference. Okay, that's really what the dolly tool is. There's not much to it here because, again, we're not in a 3D space. I'm doing a 2D example. So there you go. All right. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the rotation tool. So if I grab the rotation tool, I can rotate the background. I can also hit V, highlight Learn Tech, and then go back to the rotation tool. If I hit W, and I can rotate this, and it will rotate it from the left, bottom left corner, and I will rotate from there. So that's my starting point. So I can rotate it down here, I can undo that. We can also rotate it over there, go down here, okay? So there's so much you can do with that in terms of rotating it, okay? So that's the rotation tool. All right, so thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the pan behind tool. So if I click that, I can pan behind here. Now, this is only a 2D object. So really, this is for a 3D object because you can't pan behind a 2D object. It's very hard to do because that's not what the tool is designed for. This is really designed for a 3D or 4D object, okay? So that is the pan behind tool. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the rectangle tool. So if I click, I can do the rectangle tool, the rounded rectangle tool, the ellipse tool, the polygon tool, and the star tool. Okay, so we can grab all of these. I'll just click and drag there. I can also grab the rounded rectangle tool. We can do the ellipse. If I hold shift, it'll even it out. I can hit V for the selection tool and then move it over. Then we can also do polygon. Okay, and then we can also do star. Okay, and there you go. So that's the rectangle tool. So you can use all those for that to create rectangles. All right, so thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the pen tool. So I like to call this tool the point tool because you can create objects with points. And what it does is it gives you the ability to create unique objects different than what you could do with the rectangle tool. So you'll notice we created kind of, I hit V also, that if I select this, I can move it around, and we have a cool looking shape here. Okay, So what I'll do is I'm going to turn off shape layer 1 just so that we can see that. And you can see with this, if I click and hold shift, it'll keep the proportion here. And then Learn Tech is kind of hiding in the background there. But we made this with the pen tool or the point tool, however you want to define it. But again, I call it the point tool because we can make cool looking shapes with it, okay, that I can't make with a regular tool, not to this degree, okay? And these are vectors, so that means that when I zoom in, it keeps the quality. When I zoom out, it keeps the quality. When I zoom in on the logo, it's pixelated because that's a raster graphic. When I zoom into the vector, it keeps the quality. Well, it was supposed to, but it didn't keep the quality. Okay. But it keeps it for the most part. Okay. So that's the pen tool. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to hide this layer. In fact, I'm going to hide both layers, and I'm going to hide that as well. And we're going to go up to the, oh, that's just the outline. Okay, I'm going to go up here to the horizontal type tool. I'm going to click on that, and we're going to write, this is some cool text that I can make with After Effects. Okay, now what you can do is on the right hand side here, if we go to the character panel, which if it's not open, go to window and go to character. Okay, I already have it open right here. We can go here and we can select cool fonts. So we can go to like Hoth House, or we can do sample. This is Krungthep. We can also do nameless. Okay, and I can zoom in. So let me zoom in on this. Okay, and we can select that. And if I just double click, I can make it bigger. Okay, and instead of writing out all this text, let's just write cool so we can kind of see it. Okay, and we'll do a capital L so we can fit everything in there. Okay, and there you go. So that's how you use the type tool. Now, you can do a lot more with this because you can adjust the style, the font style. You can adjust the color. So I can go in here and I can literally grab like a lime green if I wanted to. And I could give this kind of a lime green look. Of course, it's not working. So hold on, let's see if I can make it work. Oh, there we go. I figured it out. So I can do like a light blue, right? Cool. Grab the selection tool, zoom out with the letter Z, and then use the hand tool to move this around to see it. Okay. So that's the way that you work with the type tool. All right. So thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right. Welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the brush tool. So with this one, I'm going to select the brush, and we're going to, whoops, I'm going to do this. Let's go to new, and let's do solid. Okay, I'm going to make a new solid, and then I'm going to go to the brush tool, and let's see if it will allow me to paint, which it should. Okay. It's not quite working the way that I thought it would. Let me just see why that's going on here. Oh, brushes. So let's select the brushes. And let's go to the, if I click on the, there we go. So if I click on this, then I can draw with the brushes. Now I want to do a different color. I'd like to do a gold color. I think that would look cool. So let me go ahead and I'm going to save this first, and then I'm going to go up to window, and let's go to, see if I can find where we can do character. Okay, let's do brushes. Now it should allow me to change the color. So I have that, but let's see if I can change the color of this. Okay, so I have that selected. Okay, so here's the paint. So let's go and let's kind of grab like a gold color. Okay, and I'll go down to here and we'll grab kind of like a gold like that. And then if I double click on this, now I can color with gold. Okay, and if I right click and create a new solid background, then I should be able to draw with my gold there. So that's how you get the brush to work. It's a little, there's a few steps involved compared to if you were doing this on Illustrator or Photoshop. I do wish that they would change that to make it easier, because it's a little tedious to do, but it's okay. So let me close that out. And there you can see that we used the paintbrush. Okay, now we have our cool text and learn tech. So that is the brush tool. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the clone stamp tool. So what this does is this will allow you to do a couple things. Okay, and it's primarily for images, not for text, not for that, but what the clone stamp tool does, and I'll just explain it to you because I don't really have a good example here. What it does is if you had a pattern, let's say you had a pattern on this background, okay, and I just have a plain background, so it's hard to really do it, but you can do a couple things. You can duplicate the current preset. You can, so if I hold Option and click, I can duplicate. Okay. Now, it doesn't work because I don't have something that I want to copy. And basically what the clone stamp tool does is think of it like a stamp, right? Think of a background that you would like. Okay, let's say a dollar bill. Okay, you have a background of a dollar bill and you want to clone that and put it in a different spot on your envelope, let's say. Okay, and let's say that this is the dollar right here. So I grab the clone stamp tool, I hold Option and click, and then I bring it down here and click, and now cool has been transferred down to here. Okay, now it doesn't work because I don't have that pattern, but if I go here, if I go there and I select this, and I'll just do it a different way, we'll copy it and then we'll paste it. What would happen is if I use the clone stamp tool here, I hold Option and click, then it would copy that over here. Okay. Now you'd have to go over the whole text in order for it to show up down here. It's not going to do a copy and paste. It's going to, wherever you cover, then it would show up here. Okay. So when you're holding Option and Shift here, the cursor would be moving down here. Okay. So that's how you copy it. Now again, that's not a very good example because I don't have a live example for you, but I'm explaining how the tool works. All right. So I'm going to save this. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the eraser tool. So the eraser tool is pretty straightforward. It's going to allow you to erase. So if I go here and I click on this and I grab the eraser tool, I can go here and go like that, and it doesn't work. I don't know why. It does work. I deleted the wrong thing. Okay, now, if I go back, if I click here, what happened is when I used the eraser tool, it actually went in here and erased. It's not going to erase text. Okay, you have to have lines or stroke, which is lines. Okay, you have to have something for it to erase. So if you have text or a background, it's not going to work. Okay, you need to have, for example, you need to have something like this so that you can erase it. So one way we can work around this is if I close this down, I right click and I do a new solid, okay, and then select a different color. So let's do like a maroon color, okay. Double click on that, okay, and I do that, right? Now if I go back, let's see what happens here. Nothing happened. Okay, but if I go here and I grab the brush, okay, and I need to double click, Okay, and I draw there, and then I grab the eraser. It erases everything. It erases the paintbrush, and it also erases the canvas, everything. Okay, so you see how it works. And again, I'm just giving you different perspectives, but when you double click on it and I do this, what it does is it's erasing the canvas color and also that gold paintbrush. Okay, so when I go back, it's basically bleeding through to the other image, which is this. Okay, and then I can select this and I can move it around, and now I can make kind of a cool effect for LearnTech if I really wanted to. You know, we can have something like that, which, you know, makes it kind of cool looking, right? That wasn't really my intention, but it just kind of fell in my lap. So that's how you use the eraser tool, all right? So thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the Roto brush tool, drag over foreground, option drag over background, okay? So I'm going to double click on this, and we'll go like this. And it says draw roto brush and refine edges and strokes. So if I close that, that's all it really does. Let's just see. Draw roto brush and refine edges, stroke at full resolution, view resolution full for best results. Okay. So if I go like this, okay, you can see it's not doing too much. Okay. All right, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the puppet position tool, okay? And that's going to be this right here, the puppet position pin tool. So what this will do is I can set points for our puppet. So if we had a puppet, which I don't have, we could set the points there, and they'd be able to move around, okay? So there's not really much to that because, again, we're not doing 3D and that kind of thing yet. So I just want to kind of give you an introduction to it. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, congratulations on finishing the tools. In this video, we're going to go over a summary of what we learned throughout the section. So we talked about the following tools: selection, hand, zoom, orbit around cursor, pan under cursor, dolly towards cursor, rotation, pan behind, rectangle, pen, type, brush, clone stamp, eraser, roto brush, and puppet position tools. So with that, thanks so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back to section 5, where we're going to do project number 1, and we're going to animate a logo, okay? In this video, we're going to go over an overview of what we're going to be learning throughout this section. So first, we're going to download the project files from my website, learntechprojectfiles.com. We're going to download those project files. We're going to create a new file. Then we'll create a new composition. We'll import the project files. We'll organize the files. We'll add the background. We'll add the logo. Then we'll animate the logo. We'll preview the video. We'll export to Media Encoder, and then we'll render in Media Encoder, and then watch the final video, and then go over a summary of what we learned. Okay, so I'm very looking forward to doing all these steps with you to teach you how to create a project in After Effects. So with that, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to go to our favorite web browser and go to the website learntechprojectfiles.com, and we're going to go to Adobe After Effects 2022 projects, and we're going to click on project number 1, logo.zip. So go ahead and do that. It's grabbed it right away. I'm going to open this up, and I'm going to drag and drop this on the desktop. Okay. And what I want to do then is I'm going to close this, and I will hide After Effects, because what I want to do is I want to put this in the upper left hand corner, double click on it, and open that folder and show you what's inside. Okay. So when I open that up, you'll notice we have one folder. It's called graphics. Okay. So we have a background and we have my logo, LearnTech Plus. And the objective of this project is to show you how to do all the steps to create your very first animation, or close to your first. It may be your second animation, or you may have a little bit of experience, but this is a way to kind of refresh those skills. And then we're going to build a more dynamic, advanced project in the next section, which is project number 2, okay, where we're going to build a promo video. So we have the project files downloaded. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, let's go to After Effects, and we're going to create a new project, okay? So what I want to do is let's click on New Project, and you'll notice it's called Untitled Project. So let's go up here and click on File and do Save As, and we're going to call this, first we're going to select the location where to save it on the desktop, and we're going to call it project number 1. Okay, so we know what it is. And then space and a dash, and let's do logo. Because you want to name this the way that it is, or what you're doing, so it's easy to find. Okay, so we've created that new project. So with that, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to build out, or create, I should say, a new composition. And really what a composition is it's a combination of different elements. For example, media files, right? So you have a video file. Let's say you have an audio track. You have a graphic. You're compositing or bringing everything together, okay? Think of compositing as making a cheese and turkey sandwich, okay? The bread is the composition. The turkey and the cheese is the video and the audio. And then let's say you want tomatoes on top. That could be the graphic. That's what composition is, okay? I call it compositing, but composition. Okay. In the video engineer world, we had words called composite video and component video. Okay. So they use it not only just for After Effects, but in the technical world as well. Now, the composition name. Let's call it project 1, project number 1, space, dash, logo. Why do you do that? That way you know exactly what this is and where it's going. So there's no guesswork, okay? All right, so that's how you create a new composition. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to import the project files, okay? So you'll notice up here, this is the project panel. And if I click here, I can expand this just so we can read project number 1, and this is the composition, okay? So it's got kind of like this film strip look with RGB. It's basically this icon right here with a film strip, okay? So if I right click, we can import a file or multiple files. So let's do multiple files. And we're going to go to the desktop, click on project number 1. I'm going to hit open, and it should allow me to import that folder. Okay, so let's open that, and we'll clean that up in a second. Okay, so let's just see what, okay, I'm going to hit cancel and see if it imported everything. Okay, it did. Very good. So what I want to do is, all I want is one, and let me see. Yeah, it's a folder in this one. Okay, so let's delete that. Just click on the trash bin here. It's going to ask you if you want to delete it. Yes. And then same with this. Let's delete that folder as well. And now we have graphics. So we have our logo and we have our background. Okay. All right, so that's how you import project files. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Alrighty, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to organize files. Now we did a little bit of that in the previous video because we over imported our project files, but there's actually more that we can do. You can change the color or label of this to a different color. So for example, we could change it to red. We could do sandstone, which I really like bright colors on a dark theme. So yellow is a good color. And then for this one, we could do red. Okay. That's really all we're going to be doing for organizing files. I like to, when I do projects on courses, I like to organize everything for you so you can just hit the ground running. But file management is very important. I'm going to hit Command S on the Mac, Control S on the PC to save. And that's how you organize the files. All right. So, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to add the background to the composition or the timeline. Okay, so I'm going to just click and drag this down and drop it down on the actual timeline here. And if you're familiar with Photoshop at all you're really doing on the timeline is layers, okay? Or that cheese and turkey sandwich that I talked about. So what we're going to do is we're going to click and drag to maximize the size of this, okay? We'll see if it's pixelated. If it is, I will show you how to fix that, but it should be okay. Because the effect that I'm going for here is a chalkboard effect, okay? Granted, it's a blue chalkboard, but that's still the idea because basically my whole branding for my business, LearnTech Plus, is blackboards, green boards, whiteboards, and then any other color that relates to that topic. So if I was doing a video on After Effects, for example, if I go down to my dock down here, you can see that After Effects is kind of like this purple looking color, right? So I would have a similar color like that for a video for After Effects, okay? So that's how you add the background. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to add the logo. So let's select the logo, click and drag it down, and we're going to put it above the background. Now what happens if I go below? You're not going to be able to see it. If I go above, now I can see it, and if I click right here, it's going to auto adjust, but it's going to mess up the resolution. So hold shift and that will bring it to where it needs to be. Now that's actually a good size, but you are free to adjust it any way that you want to make it bigger or smaller. If we just zoom in, I think that's a pretty good size. You don't want to overdo it when you're doing the type of animation that we're doing. Now hold shift. Okay, that's not bad either. So we'll leave it like that. But what you want to do is you want to make sure that you have this area over here and over here, the safe zone. Make sure your content is inside the safe zone. Because if you don't, and I think, okay, right here, I have it. So if you're outside of these lines, your content's going to get cut off, okay? This is a thing that they use in TV. They use this in live events, which is what I used to do. Whenever we would display something, and I didn't really display graphics because we were doing like podium stuff. So it was, you had a camera and we would have like a 3-camera shoot and we would record the, we'd have a handheld or 2 handhelds and 1 stationary camera. And so when people were talking on stage, it would show up on 2 TVs on the sides. So we weren't really showing graphics per se when they were up on the screen. Because it's not TV and because you're not streaming somewhere, there was no reason for that. But you always have this is called a viewfinder. And this is always on every camera that you use. Professional and consumer grade. This version or something similar to it is always on there, viewfinder. So you want to keep your graphics inside the viewfinder so that it will show up properly, okay? That's really the point of this. So I'm going to turn that off, okay? But it's good proportion. You can see that we pretty much, I'm eyeballing it and it looks pretty good, Okay. You can go one step further and put a grid up there, and then you can really get it straightened up. I'm just going to eyeball it. I think it looks very good, so we'll leave it right there. Okay, so that's how you add the logo to the composition. Now, you'll notice up here, there's a little star, so we need to go to File and Save. Okay, or you can hit Command S on the Mac, Control S on the PC. Okay, so with that, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to animate the logo. Okay, so the question is, what do we want to do with this logo? Okay, so we're going to click on this little drop-down menu here, and we're going to click here, and we'll click on opacity. And what we're doing here is we're creating a keyframe, and I'm going to set the opacity to 0, and the logo will disappear. And I want it to slowly appear over 10 seconds. So we're going to go to the 10-second mark, and then we'll set this to 100%. And really, instead of 10 seconds, let's do like 3 seconds. Okay, so right here, when I get to 3 seconds and 0 frames, we're going to set the opacity to 100%. Okay, and now when I go to the beginning, there you go. Now, let's hit home and hit play. So I'm going to hit spacebar. Okay. It's a little slow, so let's do 2 seconds. And really the point of this is I want it to be a quick animation. Okay. There you go. Okay, so it's a fast animation. So what I want it to do is when we hit play, I want it to change the opacity from 0 to 100% and then appear for a few seconds. And then here we start fading away. Okay, so we have the timer check still. So now we can change it to 0. Okay, and what that's going to do is create another keyframe. Okay, so if I hit home and we hit play, Learn Tech Plus. Okay, so I can read it right there. I don't need much time, and then we can. Now that may be too fast. Let's try it. There you go. So let's give it a little more time. I'll drag it out to 4 seconds just to give it a little more time. Okay, so let's do it a little bit longer. We'll do 6 seconds. Okay, and the real reason for that is this is going to be, I'm building an intro video for my logo, right? So when people watch this, I want them to see the logo. I want it to do a quick animation in 0% opacity to 100%, and then I want it to slowly fade away and then transition into the next scene or the next sequence, the next video, whatever you want to call it. I call it the next scene, but it's going to be telling a story. This is the beginning. Welcome. That's basically what it's saying. So let's try it. Okay, so when we come in, it's a second. We should have maybe 2 or 3 seconds of visualization, right? And then cut out. So maybe at 4 seconds we'll cut out. So click on that keyframe, bring it over, and it should be a smoother transition now. So let's take a look. There you go. All right, so if I click here and drag, we're going to set the timeline to right on the nose, 4 seconds. The reason for that is that way when we render, this will not take that long to do. So let's click and drag both of these and line them up so it's a 4-second video. Okay, so I'm going to hit home. Thank you so much for watching, and let's hit play just to make sure it works. Beautiful. And if I just scrub to the end just to see it, yep, there you go. All right, that's how you animate the logo. Let's hit Command S just to make sure we saved. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So let's preview the video one more time. So I'm going to scrub to the beginning, or we can hit home, whatever you prefer. I like home because if you have a long timeline, it's a quick way to get to the beginning, okay? Let's hit spacebar, and we zoom in quick, and then we slowly transition out. Beautiful. There you go. So that's our animation. Now that's a quick preview, but that's because we did a very short animation, which is fine. Okay? So with that, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to export the video to Media Encoder. But before we do that, I want to fix one thing on our timeline, okay? And make sure you save. I want to extend the background to the 5-second mark. Okay, so I'm going to scrub to 5 seconds and 0 frames, and then I'm going to grab the work area tab here and expand that out to here, and then I'm going to select the background and then drag that out to 5 seconds. Now you'll say, why would you do that? Here's why. When I hit play, we're going to see the logo. It's going to transition away, right? Then we need a little filler at the end. Post-roll is what they call it. Normally what you do is you do a 2-second post-roll and a 2-second pre-roll. Why do you do that? That way you have time to cut off on the production. They do this on live TV. They do this on closed circuit TV. The reason for that is you have a pre-roll and a post-roll. Okay, it gives you 2 seconds of time to get situated. So you have a little bit of footage you can use to transition to the next scene. Okay, so if I have a second, then I can use that to transition to the next scene, or I can cut it off right here. Okay, it just gives me a little more time to do it. Now we gave ourselves no pre-roll at all, but for a logo you don't need to do that, because what I'm telling you in the story, what we're presenting is that when we start, this is the beginning of the presentation. So when we start, the logo shows up right away in less than a second, okay? Literally at like frame 9 or 10, it shows up, okay? So at 1 second, we have visual, okay? And by the second, it's already fading away. So it's a quick in and out type of effect. And that's the point, because we want to just give it a quick, it's a quick modern day looking graphic, right? Okay, so now let's export this out to Media Encoder. Now that we've added that second, I'm going to save it again just to make sure we have it. I'm going to go to File. We're going to go to Export, and you can add it to the render queue. Okay, and what's the render queue? That's inside of After Effects. So you can render it inside of After Effects. We are going to render it in Media Encoder. Okay, and you'll notice we've already rendered. Okay, so if the line is green here, it's rendered. If it was yellow, we would need to render the video. Okay, so we're going to add to Adobe Media Encoder queue, and now that will open up. So I'll give it a second to open. And so that's just how you export it to Media Encoder. So once we get to Media Encoder, then we're going to go to the next video where I'm going to show you how to render the video. Okay, so it should add it to this. There we go. All right, so it's added it. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, it's time to render. So we're going to use QuickTime. We're going to use Adobe Stock HD with audio, Apple ProRes 422. I'll just click on this quick so you can see it. Let's cancel that, and let's see if I can change the location. Let's go to the desktop. Okay, so we're going to call this project number 1, logo. Okay, and we can select the preset. I'll just click on this little drop down so you can see it. We're going to do Adobe Stock HD with audio, Apple ProRes 422 HQ. So the thing about this preset specifically is it's a high resolution preset. Okay, And if I go over here to Adobe stock, you can see what it looks like. So it's Apple ProRes, and it's 1920 by 1080, the highest quality, uncompressed video. I use this for all of my courses now. What I do is I record it on QuickTime, like I'm doing right now, and then I bring it into Premiere Pro, I cut it up, and then I export it out to Media Encoder. And I use this Adobe Stock HD with Audio Apple ProRes 422 QuickTime format. Okay, and the quality is unbelievable. It's amazing how good the quality is. So I stand by this preset. It's literally what I use. Okay, so let's hit the play button here, which will start our cue. And it shouldn't take too long because this is a very short animation, which was really the intention of this. So that way we're not, so I don't have to commentate for 4 hours about the rendering. Okay, the video is already done. Beautiful. So that's how you render in Media Encoder. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to watch our final product. So let's click on the little graphic there, or the little link, I should say, not the little graphic. I'm going to double click on project number 1, logo.movie, and let's hit play. Beautiful. And you see how smooth it is. It's not overrushed. It's not too fast. It's not too slow. It's just right. Okay. It is only 4 seconds, but when I hit play, it pops open. It doesn't pop open. It transitions from 0 to 100 in a second. Okay, so you get kind of that quick effect. Then you have at least 1 second to enjoy it. And then it starts fading away slowly. So it's a smooth transition. So let's play it one more time. Let me hit play again. It's a very clean movement. Okay? So that's the final video. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, congratulations on finishing the project. And I'm just going to play this just so you can look at something pretty. In this video, we're going to go over an overview of what we did in project number 1, section 5, project number 1, and we built a very simplistic animation for my logo, LearnTech Plus. Okay, so we downloaded the project files on my website, learntechprojectfiles.com. We created a new project, we created a new composition and learned about what that is. We imported the project files, we organized the files, we added this background here, okay? We added the logo. Then we animated the logo, like so. And what did we do? We adjusted the opacity from 0 to 100 in 1 second, and then we adjusted the opacity from 100 to 0 in 2 seconds. Okay? And I'll bring it back to that because it looks awesome. I love the blue, by the way. Then we previewed the video, just like I'm doing here. We exported it to Media Encoder, set up the correct codec format. Then we watched we rendered the video in Media Encoder, okay? Then we watched the final video, and now we're here at the summary. So, with that, I thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the project. Send me any questions that you have on this specific project. I'll be happy to help you. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome to section 6 and project number 2. We're going to be building out a promo video, okay? And this is going to be a promo video that I've already done for an older version of a course. But what we're going to do is we're going to add animation to this. So we're going to take what's already there and we're going to build on top of that, okay? So the very first thing we're going to do is we're going to download the project files. We're going to create a new project, a new composition. We're going to import the project files. We're going to organize the files. And then we're going to do a bunch of tasks one by one. So we're going to add a background, add a logo, animate the logo. We're going to add a main video and B-roll video. Then we're going to edit those. We're going to add a lower third. Then we're going to edit that, add a title graphic. Well, then we'll animate that. So we're going to be doing a lot of, I'm not going to read everything that we're going to be doing. I'll just show you, okay? So you can see right here, this is what we're going to be doing. All this right here. So it's about 30 videos or so. So the reason why I want to do it one by one is that way you understand each fundamental idea, okay? So that's an overview of what we're going to be doing. And don't worry, I'm going to walk you through everything step by step. We're going to have a lot of fun with this. So thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to download the project files. So go to learntechprojectfiles.com, and we're going to click on Adobe After Effects 2022 projects. We're going to click on project number 2, promo video.zip. We're going to download that file. I tried to make it as small as I could, so it should not take too long to download. And once it's done, we're going to click on the magnifying glass. Okay. Now you'll notice I downloaded it before, but I goofed and missed some files, so I had to redo it. Okay. That's why you see it there. So once this is done, we're going to click on the magnifying glass. Okay. I'm going to click and drag this to the desktop. Double click it. We'll open it up, and then we'll take a look at the files. So I'm going to go up to project number 2, promo video. We'll go to videos, and we have what's new, overview, example, and then source. So the example is the final video that we want to produce, but we're going to do something different, okay? And the reason why I gave you this video is so you can see how I produced the promo video originally, okay? And what I did is I'll show you, okay? So let's double click on this. I'm going to open this up. I'm going to hit play, and I'll make sure I have sound here. Here we go. Have you always wanted to learn how to edit video but don't know where to start? Would you like to make amazing videos and bring your ideas to life? The Adobe Premiere Pro 2021 Ultimate course is for you. Hi, I'm Josh Warner, and I'll be leading you through this course. Video editing is an in-demand skill in 2021. The course begins with the basics. I'll take you through everything you need to know to start editing videos like an expert. You'll learn all the fundamentals of Adobe Premiere Pro 2021. This is great for students starting out or for video editors that need a refresher course on Adobe Premiere Pro 2021. There are no requirements necessary to enroll. I only ask that you come open-minded and ready to learn. Feel free to look through the course description and check out some of my preview videos. The course is packed with over 3 hours of hands-on tutorials. So what are you waiting for? I look forward to going through the course with you. I'll see you inside. Okay, so you can see that when I produced this video, it was not very crisp, okay? There's still a lot of things that could be changed, updated, and I really did that on purpose so that you would be able to see that you can miss stuff sometimes. And I clearly did. But the good thing is that we're going to use these mistakes that I made in this edit, and we're going to clean it up a little bit. And you'll notice when I drop the lower third here, okay, I have Adobe Premiere Pro 2021 Ultimate course. That's fine, okay? But what I want to do is I want to create a animation, and then, so here, I'll take my mouse off of there just for a second. If you look at the lower third, okay, it's a black background, and then you have the title that I put in there. So what I want to do is I want to take the original source, which is this, okay? This is unedited, okay? And what we're going to do is we're going to recreate this example. We've already watched the clip, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to double click on it again, not source, example, and I'm going to scrub through, and I'm actually going to mute my speakers just so we don't hear the audio, just in case I accidentally hit play. And you'll notice we have the lower third for the course title, and then we also have my name on there, Josh Warner, okay? And then as we progress, we have students, okay? And then as we progress more, you get a duration of the course, 3 hours, Okay. So what I want to do with this example is I want to add some effects to this video to spiff it up a little more and make it a little more engaging. Okay. Now, this is a good way for you to learn from somebody with a lot of experience that made a mistake. And the mistake that I made when I did this was rushing too much. So when you edit videos, take your time. Okay. Don't rush through things. Take it slow. Really think about what you're doing. Okay. And then you won't make the mistakes that I made doing this promo video. Now, the good thing is it's okay that I made a mistake and did this because this is an old promo video. And I'm updating this as we speak. Sometime this week, actually, I'm going to be doing this. So it's going to be archived and used as an example for more projects because, look, me rushing and screwing up is good because then I can teach you from my own mistakes and say, look, I did this wrong, I did this wrong. I can critique my own work and then make it better and say, okay, how can we improve this? How can we be a problem solver? Even when we make a bad video or we goof up on something, it's okay to do that. As long as you're willing to understand that you made a mistake and what do I need to do to correct that? Okay. So that is how you download the project files. Now, we're not done just yet. Also, we have graphics. Okay. So before I go to the graphics, I just want to make one more point. So this source file, this is a raw file. This has got a minute and 47 seconds. The example is 45 seconds. So I cut off a minute of this video. We're going to look at this during the actual project, so I'm not going to do that right now. But we're going to re-edit this with this file and make it even better with the music, with animation. We're going to make it look really cool. Okay? So we're going to have a lot of fun with it. So I want you to get excited, and it's going to be a lot of fun. Okay? I won't ramble anymore because I want to get to the project. Believe me, I'm excited to do the project with you. Graphics. Okay. So with this, I just added the graphics in that I already had. So we have 3 hours. We have the chalkboard, which was our lower third. We have Adobe Premiere Pro 2021 Ultimate Course. We have Adobe Premiere Pro 2021. We have my name, and then we have students. Okay. So we can change this up any way that we want in the project. And that's what's so fun about making videos is you have creative freedom to do what you want. There's not really a template that says you have to edit this way, you have to create a video this way. Be creative, have fun with it, okay? And if you feel like going off the main road and say, I'm going to go off to the side dirt road and do my own kind of project, go ahead and do that. You don't have to follow me step by step. You can make your own projects, okay? You can make your own thing. Now, then we have music, okay? So the music is going to be kind of the background, okay? All right, so that's all the files that we downloaded. So let's get to the fun part now. So thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So let's go to After Effects, and let's create a new project. So I'm going to click on New Project. We're going to go to File and Save As, and let's save it to the desktop, and we'll call it Project Number 2. And we're going to call it promo video. Okay. There you go. So we have created a new project. Great job. Like I said, this is short and sweet, but we're getting to the fun part. Okay. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right. Welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about how to create a new composition. Now we talked about this a little bit in the previous section when we were building out the animation for the logo. And let's create a new composition. So I'm going to go up to composition. Let's click on new composition. And we're going to call this project number 2 promo video. I'm going to hit OK. And you're ready to go. So with that, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All righty, welcome back. So let's go to File and Save As, because you'll notice I noticed right here this little star up here. And so when you see that, you need to do File Save As, or Save, sorry, not Save As. we're going to import the project files. Okay, now we did this in the previous project. And if you don't remember, that's okay. We're going to go right into here, the project panel, right click, and we're going to import. You can import multiple files or a file. So let's do a file. Let's go to project number 2. And I'm just going to click on that, hit open. Okay, there you go. So now we've imported the project files. In the next video, we're going to organize the videos. Okay, so leave it there. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Alrighty, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to organize our project number 2 promo video folder. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to open this up, and I want to click on this and drag it out. I want to drag out graphics, and I want to drag out music. And then we're going to delete the project number 2 promo video folder. Make sure it's yellow. Okay, and then hit delete. And then we're going to change the colors of these, or the label. Okay, so video, let's do blue. Graphics, let's do red. And music, let's do green. It's kind of RGB, but it's backwards. Red, green, blue. I'm doing blue, red, green. Okay. That's how you can differentiate the content. There you go. Okay. So we've organized the files. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Alrighty, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to add the background. Okay. Now, the background. What is the background? Why are we doing that? Let's go ahead and let's do new, and we'll do a solid background. Okay, and let's make this like a blue color. This is just a placeholder. Okay, so we're just going to leave that in there just so we have content on the timeline, and that's really all it's for. Okay, so thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Alrighty, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to add the logo. Okay, now I didn't put the logo in here, but if you did work with me in the previous project, and I happen to have it on my desktop, I do have a logo there, okay, right here. And I also have this. So let's go ahead and let's import that. So if you don't have that file, you can go to your favorite web browser, go to learntechprojectfiles.com, and go to After Effects 2022. Click on project number 1. I'm not going to download this. I already have it, but you can grab all the content there. So project number 1, logo. Okay. That's if you don't have it. If you have it, you're good to go. And this is where you can kind of deviate away from what I'm doing and do your own kind of thing. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to use what we already have. And instead of using this background here, I'm going to delete this. Okay. And what I want to do is I want to import the logo and also the background. Okay, so right here we have these two right here. So I'm going to highlight both of those. I'm going to bring those in. And in the previous video section, I should say, project 1, we animated the logo. Okay, so we could grab that. You can do that if you want. You can grab the video and import it, the logo animation, if you want. But what I want to do is this. I want to bring the blue background in, okay? Then I want to bring the logo in, and I'm going to shrink that down, hold shift, like this. So actually, this is going to be the effect. I want it to be like, maybe not that much. I want it to be like this, and then I want it to, when it ends, to be here. Right there. Okay. So I want to do a different effect than what I did in the previous project, project 1. Okay. The reason for that is this is going to be at the end of the video. Instead of the beginning, we're going to do this at the end. Okay. But I want to build this out right now so it's done, and then we're ready to go. Okay. So let's do this. Let's go here. Let's go to transform. Let's scale it to 0. Okay. Let's go 2 seconds in and let's make it 100%. Okay, maybe not 100%. Let's kind of shrink it down a little bit. Hold shift so it keeps the aspect ratio right there. Okay, now I'll go home. We'll hit play, spacebar. There you go. And then what we'll do is, so here it shows where it's supposed to be. Here's the point where we can mess with the opacity. Okay, so let's take it down to 0. Okay, now what that will do is this. When it comes into play, okay, maybe not. Hold on. Let's put 100% here. So we'll bring it in. Boom, there it is. And then it fades away. Okay, so this, I want to take this to 6 seconds. And then let's go to home. So let's try again. Bring it in. And then it fades away. So maybe instead of the opacity deal, we just do, well, we can just do that. Let's just do that. We'll do 4 seconds. So at this point right here, we should be at 100%. Actually, I'm going to undo that. So let's just try this and see how it looks. Okay, I honestly don't like that. So I'm going to get rid of the opacity keyframe. And what we're going to do is we'll bring it in. And actually, I need to adjust it to 100%. Okay, now when I bring it in, we have Learn Tech, right? And then at this point, let's adjust the position. Okay. So we'll stop right there, and I'll just have it go to the left. Now let's try that. There you go. Now, like it, don't like it, it's up to you. You can change this however you want. I've shown you kind of the fundamentals of how to do that. So there you go. We've added the logo and we've also animated the logo. So the next video I was going to animate the video or the logo. We will. Okay. So there you go. Okay. So we've animated the logo. We've added the logo, I should say. Now we're going to animate the logo in the next video. We have animated it here, but there you go. All right. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Alrighty, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to add the main video. Okay. So what I'm going to do is this animation that we've done. So in the previous 2 videos, we've added the logo and then we animated the logo. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to turn these off and we're going to lock them. Okay. So we're going to call this, we'll just leave it the way it is, but you can see it's Learn Tech plus logo, background blue. Okay. So what I want to do now is I want to go to the video, and we looked at the example, but I want to bring the source in. Okay. So I'm going to bring that in here. I'm going to turn my volume on so I can actually hear something. And then I'm going to bring this file up to size, because what I did is I compressed it down to a 720 by 480 or 720 by 1280 resolution on purpose so that the file would be smaller. Okay, so that's why it doesn't fit in the window. I did it on purpose, so that way when you download the file, it doesn't take 4 hours. Okay, so yes, I'm optimizing the course for you. Let me save the file, and I'll go here and let's play it. Have you always wanted to learn how to edit video but don't know where to start? Would you like to make amazing videos and bring your ideas to life? The Adobe Premiere Pro 2021 Ultimate course is for you. Hi, I'm Josh Warner and I'll be leading you through this course. Okay, so let's go here and let's split the so what we want to do is we want to split this split the layer. Okay, so this source I want to delete. Okay, and I want to bring this. So I'm going to go to right where I'm about to start talking. We're going to split the layer there, and then we'll delete this. And then we're going to bring this all the way to the beginning. I'll hit home, and then we'll play it.
Have you always wanted to learn how to edit video but don't know where to start? Would you like to make amazing videos and bring your ideas to life? Then Adobe Premiere Pro 2021 Ultimate course is for you. Hi, I'm Josh Warner, and I'll be leading you through this course. Video editing is an in-demand skill in 2021. Let me try that again.
Okay, so
I'll be leading you through this course.
So after I say I'll be leading you through this course, then we're going to pause.
I'm Josh Warner, and I'll be leading you through this course.
Okay, then we're going to split. So let's do edit, split, layer. And this piece right here, we're going to keep the way it is. And then we're going to look at this, and we'll cut it up where we need to.
Video editing is an in-demand skill in 2021. Let me try that again.
Okay, let me try that again. Then I'll pause. And let's do edit. Let's do split layer, and then let's delete this one. Okay, and let's keep playing.
Hi, I'm Josh Warner, and I'll be leading you through this course. Video editing is an in-demand skill in 2021.
Okay, so rewind it to here, and then after I say, hi, I'm Josh Warner, I'll be leading you through this course. Pause it there, and then we'll cut.
Hi, I'm Josh Warner, and I'll be leading you through this course.
Right there. And then what we're going to do is we're going to split that layer, and then let's keep playing.
Video editing is an in-demand skill in 2021. The course begins with the basics. I'll take you through everything you need to know to start editing videos like an expert.
Okay, so let's bring this over to the left, and then let's put it about right here and play.
Everything you need to know to start editing videos like an expert. You'll learn all the fundamentals of Adobe Premiere Pro 2021. This is great for students starting out or for video editors that need a refresher course on Adobe Premiere Pro 2021. Have you always wanted to learn how to edit?
Okay, so you'll notice we ran out of time. So to fix that, we're going to go to Composition, Settings, and we have a 30-second duration. So let's do a 1-minute duration, okay? So this is frames, seconds, minutes, hours. So we want 1 minute. Okay, I'm going to hit OK. That'll extend our timeline, okay? And so when we scrub to the right, now we have more space. Okay, so what I want to do is we'll guesstimate about right here and then keep playing.
You need to know to start editing videos like an expert. You'll learn all the fundamentals of Adobe Premiere Pro 2021. This is great for students starting out or for video editors that need a refresher course on Adobe Premiere Pro 2021. There are no requirements necessary to enroll. I only ask that you come open-minded and ready to learn. Feel free to look through the course description and check out some of my preview videos. The course is packed with over 3 hours of hands-on tutorials. So what are you waiting for? I look forward to going through the course with you. I'll see you inside.
Beautiful. Okay, so let's go to 44 here. I'll play this.
I'll see you inside.
Right there, okay? Let's split that layer, and then we can delete this, okay? And now we have our promo video. Okay, so now you'll notice we're right at 45 seconds. So what we can do is we can just click here and drag over to 45 seconds. Okay, now we have content over here. Actually, there's no content there. It just was split. So that's where there was content. But if we drag this over to the left at the 45-second mark, now we have what we need. Now, we're going to need a few more seconds because of the logo. So I want to give us 5 seconds. So go to the 50 mark and then drag this over to the 50 mark. Okay. So that way we can add this logo that's locked and turned off at the end. Okay. So that's how you add the main video and edit the main video. Okay. So we're going to call this, I should be able to click on it and rename it. If not, I'll go up here. Let's call it main video. Okay, there you go. So now we know that both of these are the main video. Okay, that's important to know because we're going to be editing the B-roll next. Okay, so we need to have good labeling and know where everything is. All right, so that's how you add the main video and edit the main video. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to add B-roll video to the timeline or to the timeline, and then we're going to jump into the next video. Okay, so we have 2 videos here that we want to add to the timeline. Okay, and we can call this, I'm going to rename these. So I'm going to right click and rename, and we'll call this B-roll 1. Okay, and then B-roll 2. Okay, there you go. So that's how you add the B-roll video to the composition. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to edit the B-roll video. Okay. So let's click on B-roll 1, and you'll notice that the video is too big for our canvas. So click and drag and hold shift, and that will bring it back to the correct aspect ratio for B-roll 1. I'm going to lock that, and then we're going to grab B-roll 2 and do the same thing. I'm going to hold shift and bring it back in. There you go. Beautiful. Now, what we need to do is either look at the source file, or the example, I should say, or remember what we were doing. And fortunately for you, I do remember what we were doing. So I'm going to turn off the B-roll for a second. When I talk and I do this, let me mute these for a second. Okay, we'll turn off all the audio. There we go. So if I just turn on the audio for these 2, right?
Make amazing videos and bring your ideas to life, then Adobe Premiere Pro 2021 Ultimate Course is for you.
Okay, so let me give you the script real quick for this. Basically, what the promo video is this. You have an intro where I welcome you to the course. You get the course title, you get my name. Okay, then I start getting into the benefits of the course. That's where the B-roll is going to come into play. So let's go ahead and, before I do any of that, let me bring this over here just to make sure. Make sure that this piece here is lined up on the 50 seconds mark, so that way we're good to go. Now, what we can do is we can not cheat, but we can take a shortcut. This right here, we cut it at the point where I was doing the intro. So after this point is where I should be starting to talk about B-roll, or where I would put B-roll.
Video editing is an in-demand skill in 2021. The course begins with the basics. I'll take you through everything you need to know to start editing videos like an expert. You'll learn all the fundamentals of Adobe Premiere Pro 2021. This is great for students starting out.
So when I say this is great for students starting out, that's where I'm going to have the students graphic. So right before that, we'll pause, okay?
This is great for students starting out.
So let's pause right here. So basically we have from this marker here to here, that's where we're going to be adding the B-roll, okay? So let me unlock these and turn them back on. And what I want to do is we're just going to put B-roll here, okay? I'm going to split it right here just so we have the marker. So let's go to edit and split the layer. I will delete this. And again, it's just for a marker, Okay, then we have B-roll 1. And let's do the same thing there. Let's cut it. Okay, and then now what I'm going to do is we're going to cut this in half. So we'll go right here and we'll just split. And we're just grabbing kind of a random clip. It's B-roll. It's not supposed to be, it all relates to the course. So it's okay if we do this because I've already picked out these videos for a reason. Okay, so let's watch it.
Course. Video editing is an in-demand skill in 2021.
Okay, I need to turn this back on. There we go.
This course. Video editing is an in-demand skill in 2021. The course begins with I'll take you through everything you know to start editing videos like an expert. You'll learn all the fundamentals of Adobe Premiere Pro 2021. This is great for students starting out or for video editors that need a refresher course on Adobe Premiere Pro 2021. There are no requirements necessary to enroll. I only ask that you come open-minded and ready to learn. Feel free to look through the course description and check out some of my previous videos. The course is packed with over 3 hours of hands-on tutorials. So what are you waiting for? I look forward to going through the course with you. I'll see you inside.
Okay, so we've edited the B-roll. Now we're going to be adding the lower thirds. Okay, but before we go to that, I want to bring the logo to a conclusion. Okay, so I'm going to turn these back on for a second. Let's select both of these and drag them down to the end. Okay, right to here. Okay, and then we'll play that.
Have you always wanted to learn how to edit?
So before we go, let's...
Have you always...
It's almost perfect. So we just ran out of time. So let's add another few seconds here just to make sure it's done. Okay. Beautiful. Okay. So we've done that. Now I'm going to save this. And in the next video, we're going to be adding the lower thirds. All right. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right. Welcome back. So in this video, we're going to add the lower thirds. So we're going to add lower thirds. We're going to play the video, and where I give kind of a welcome to the course, we'll drop a lower thirds there. And we're just going to add the lower third background, okay, to the timeline. The next video, we're going to be editing. So we're going to add the lower third just for the title graphic, okay? So.
You want to learn how to edit video but don't know where to start? Would you like to make amazing videos and bring your ideas to life? Then
Adobe Premiere Pro, I almost said Photoshop. Adobe Premiere Pro 2021 Ultimate Course is for you. All right, so let's grab the graphics. Let's grab the chalkboard. I'll bring this in here. And let's put it up here so we can actually see it. And I'm going to bring this down. Kind of like that, okay? And we're going to slap it right here, okay? So we're going to leave it there, and in the next video, we're going to edit this and get everything where it needs to be, all right? So thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to edit the lower third background. So we've already moved it around a little bit, but what I want to see is how we should edit it and then animate it and bring it into the actual video itself. Okay, so if I leave it like this, let's just play this and see how it looks.
Adobe Premiere Pro 2021 Ultimate Course is for you. Ideas to life. The Adobe Premiere Pro 2021 Ultimate Course is for you.
So let's bring this graphic in. And what I want to do is I want to rename this. So let's rename this course title background. So BG, okay? The reason why I'm doing that is because in the next video, we're going to add the course title to this, and it'll just make it easier, okay? So let's go to the promo video, and what I want to do is let's transform this, and let's do position. So I'm going to start this over here. And then when I start talking,
ideas to life, ideas to life.
Then I'm going to position this in here.
The Adobe Premiere Pro 2021 Ultimate course is for you.
And then let's bring it back out this way. Okay?
Hi, I'm Josh Warner and I'll be leading you through this course.
All right, so let's save that, and then let's go back here and play this again.
Videos and bring your ideas to life. The Adobe Premiere Pro 2021 Ultimate course is for you. Hi.
Okay, so
Videos and bring your ideas to life.
let's get rid of this keyframe. So let's select that, delete it.
Ideas to life. The Adobe Premiere Pro 2021 Ultimate course is for you.
So maybe what we'll do is we'll keep that there. And so I'm just kind of brainstorming here, so I'm not commentating what I'm doing, but here's what I'm thinking. Originally what I wanted to do is when I brought the lower third in from the left, I wanted to come in, display the graphic or the title, and then swipe out. But because I'm welcoming you to the course, we can keep the lower third there, like this.
The Adobe Premiere Pro 2021 Ultimate course. Learn how to edit video but don't know where to start. Would you like to make amazing videos and bring your ideas to life?
Okay, so this is a position, so we need to bring it in.
Ideas to life.
Okay, so we'll bring it in, and then we're going to hold it there. Okay.
The Adobe Premiere Pro 2021 Ultimate course is for you.
Hi, I'm Josh Werner, and I'll be leading you through this course. So we'll have Premiere Pro come in. We're going to add that graphic in the next video, and then the video after that, we'll animate it so it all makes sense. Okay, so I'll leave you here. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to add the graphic for the course. So let's grab this one, and I'll just bring it in here, okay? And we need to shrink this down so it fits on the lower third. Okay, so we'll do it like that. And what I want to do is let's just watch this for a second and see where we should add the graphic. So if we go in here and we do transform, we can set this at the beginning to opacity, and we can set it to 0. Okay, and what that will do is that will make the entire timeline 0% opacity, which basically means it's invisible. And then we can call it on the timeline when we need it. Okay, so for example, when I scrub to the right here and we get the lower third, now I can give it opacity and say, okay, 100%. Okay, and then when I get the cue for well, before we do that, let's do this. I'm going to undo these, okay? And in the next video, this is where we're going to animate it, okay? So, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. Now we're going to animate, okay? So in the previous video, I started to do it, but I want to focus on this video and animate it. So we were talking about opacity. So what I did is I clicked on opacity, and on this keyframe, which is at 0 seconds, I made the opacity 0, okay? And then when we got to, I scrubbed forward, and when the lower third showed up, I turned the opacity to 100%. Okay, now we're going to play this and see where I say, hi, I'm Josh Werner, and right before that, we're going to make the text disappear.
The Adobe Premiere Pro 2021 Ultimate course is for you.
Right there. So when I say the Adobe Premiere Pro 2021 Ultimate course is for you, and I point at you and say you, now we want to set the opacity to 0. Okay, and so for the rest of the timeline,
Hi, I'm Josh Warner and I'll be leading.
For the rest of the timeline now, it's going to be 0. Okay, so these keyframes, here it's at 0%. When I get here, I don't remember what the exact second is. Let me look. 6 seconds and 14 frames. When I get to 6 seconds and 14 frames, it's 100% in visual. Okay. And then when I get to 9 seconds and 16 frames, it goes back to 0. And now for the rest of the video, it's going to be hidden. Okay. And the reason why I like to keep these assets on the entire timeline is that way if I need to activate them for any reason, they're already there. You can cut them up and do all that. That's fine, but it's not going to bloat the video up any more or any less if that graphic is there at 0%. Okay, it's like it's not even there, basically. So let's play this and see how it looks, and then we'll make any adjustments that we need to.
Have you always wanted to learn how to edit video but don't know where to start? Would you like to make amazing videos and bring your ideas to life? Then Adobe Premiere Pro 2021 Ultimate course is for you. Hi, I'm Josh Warner and I'll be leading you through this course.
Okay, so you see what the problem is right away. Because I set this as a keyframe, it's slowly showing the graphic. So let's delete this keyframe. Okay. Now what I want to do is let's turn off opacity for a second. And everything I told you before was not correct. Okay. We're going to do this. I'm going to scrub this to 5 seconds. So whenever we show the lower third, that's where we're going to bring the graphic in. Okay. So let's see how this looks now.
Have you always wanted to learn how to edit video but don't know where to start? Would you like to make amazing videos and bring your ideas to life? Then Adobe Premiere Pro 2021 Ultimate course is for you.
Okay, so then we'll split this off. And the thing that I told you before, I do like to keep stuff on the timeline, but for this example, because of what I just saw here, I need to make an adjustment, okay? So let's take a look at this one more time, and then we'll jump into the next video where we're going to add another lower third to a different area of the video, okay?
Have you always wanted to learn how to edit video but don't know where to start? Would you like to make amazing videos and bring your ideas to life? Then Adobe Premiere Pro 2021 Ultimate course is for you. Hi, I'm Josh Warner and I'll be leading you through this course. Video editing is an in-demand skill in 20.
Okay, so
Ideas to life. Then Adobe Premiere Pro 2021 Ultimate course is for you.
there you go. So you can see that right as I say the words, the graphic shows up. Okay. So that's how we animate the course title. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Alrighty, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to add the lower thirds for the instructor graphic. Now, we already have that in place. You can see it right here. If I go back to where it says Adobe Premiere Pro 2021 Ultimate course.
Premiere Pro 2021 Ultimate course is for you. Hi, I'm Josh Warner and I'll be leading you through this course.
Okay, so when I say, hi, I'm Josh Warner, I'll be leading you through this course. That looks good. Okay, so we're going to leave this as is, and in the next video, we will animate and cut up where we need to the lower thirds. All right, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Alrighty, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to animate and edit the lower third. Okay, so let's go to about right here, hit play.
This is for you. Hi, I'm Josh Warner and I'll be leading you through this course.
Okay, so I want to cut the lower third video graphic off about right here. Okay, so I'm going to go up to edit and we're going to split this layer, and I'm going to delete. I was going to say delete, but let's actually just scrub it and go to about right here, and that may be good. Let me just see.
I'm Josh Warner and I'll be leading you through this course. Video editing is an in-demand skill.
Okay, so we'll leave it there.
The course is for you. Hi, I'm Josh Warner and I'll be leading you through this course. Video editing is an in-demand skill.
So we're just focused right now on this. So there you go. That's how you edit and the lower third background. Okay. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Alrighty, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to add the instructor name, which is my name, Josh Warner, and we're going to slap that onto the background title. So let's bring it in right there. I will bring this down, hold shift, and then we'll bring it down to here and line it up, And then what we can do is we can just cut this off. But we're actually going to do that in the next video, so I don't want to be doing that too much here. I just want to add the course instructor graphic here, and then in the next video we're going to animate or edit, whatever you want to call it. So let's do that. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video we're going to edit the instructor graphic. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to click and drag the graphic to shrink it up a little bit. And you'll notice here it kind of intertwines with one another. I need to play this to see where we need to actually set the mark. Okay?
This is for you. Hi.
And see, I say hi. So we can cut to here.
I'm Josh Warner.
I'm Josh Warner, and I'll be leading you through this course. Okay? So we can cut it right before that, right here. Okay, so we're going to go to Edit. Let's split the layer. I'm going to delete this. And we can also get rid of the lower third as well. Okay, so let's try that again. Let's see how it looks.
You. Hi. I'm Josh Warner, and I'll be leading you through this course. Video editing is an in-demand skill in 2021. The course begins with the basics. I'll take you through everything you need to know to start editing videos like an expert. You'll learn all the fundamentals of Adobe Premiere Pro 2021. This is great for students starting out or for video editors that need a refresher course on Adobe Premiere Pro 2021. There are no requirements necessary to enroll. I only ask you to come open-minded and ready to learn.
Okay, so we've done this part where we animated the title graphic. And actually it's the instructor graphic. Okay, so now we're going to add the lower third for the students graphic. Okay, so with that, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to add the lower third background for the students graphic. So I'm right at the 23 seconds, 23 frames point in the timeline. So I'm going to hit play.
This is great for students starting out or for video editors that need a refresher course on Adobe Premiere Pro 2021.
Okay, so that's going to be our cut point, but we're going to do that in the next video. Okay, so the lower third graphic is already there. The background is already there. And all we're doing is I'm just cutting it up where it needs to be cut up so that it's not on the entire timeline, so we don't have to hide it and bring it back and all that. So there you go. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to edit the lower third background. Okay, so let's go up to Edit in After Effects, not Sublime, and split the layer. And we'll just push this down a little bit, and let's just see how that looks.
This is great for students starting out or for video editors that need a refresher course on Adobe Premiere Pro 2021.
So when I say this is great for students starting out,
this is great for students starting out or for video editors that need a refresher course on Adobe Premiere Pro 2021.
So really what I'm saying there is I'm saying,
have you always wanted to learn how to...
Hold on a second. Where's my video?
2021. This is great for students starting out or for video editors that need a refresher course on Adobe Premiere Pro 2021.
Oh, I moved it down. Okay. So I'm not sure why we moved it down. Let me just see what's going on here with this. Interesting. Okay, so let me bring that back.
2021. This is great for students starting out or for video editors that need a refresher course on Adobe Premiere Pro 2021. There are no requirements necessary to enroll. I only ask...
So this part we can kind of push down. I just wanted the video there.
So you come open-minded and ready to learn. Feel free to look through the course description and check out some of my preview videos.
There we go. Okay. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Alrighty, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to add the students graphic to our lower third here. So let's go over to students and drag this onto the timeline. Click and hold shift and bring her down. And then we're going to split this right here. And actually, I'm going to have it appear right there. So let's go edit, and let's split the layer. I'm going to delete that one, and let's play it.
This is great for students starting out or for video editors that need a refresher course on Adobe Premiere Pro 2021.
Okay, so we'll cut it there. And I like to cut it a little bit before. So right here is good. We'll delete that, not the video. We'll just delete the students. Okay, and then delete that. And then also I want to move this down just a little bit. Okay, so it's kind of more centered. Okay, so let's try it one more time and then we're good to go on that.
Pro 2021. This is great for students starting out or for video editors that need a refresher course on Adobe Premiere Pro 2021.
Beautiful. All right, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to add the lower third background for the duration graphic, okay? Now, it's already on the timeline. All we need to do is move this right or left and find the spot where I talk about the length of the course, and then we're going to cut it up in the next video, okay? So let's...
Hands-on tutorials. So what are you waiting for? I look forward to going through the course with you. I'll see you inside.
Okay, so that's not the right spot. Let's go over here.
Feel free to look through the course description and check out some of my preview videos. The course is packed with over 3 hours of hands-on tutorials.
Okay, so we'll leave it right there. And in the next video, we're going to edit this and get it in the right position. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to add the lower third background for the duration graphic, okay? Now, it's already on the timeline. All we need to do is move this right or left and find the spot where I talk about the length of the course, and then we're going to cut it up in the next video, okay? So let's...
Hands-on tutorials. So what are you waiting for? I look forward to going through the course with you. I'll see you inside.
Okay, so that's not the right spot. Let's go over here.
Feel free to look through the course description and check out some of my preview videos. The course is packed with over 3 hours of hands-on tutorials.
Okay, so we'll leave it right there. And in the next video, we're going to edit this and get it in the right position. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Alrighty, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to edit the lower third background, line it up here, and we'll play the video to make sure it lines up with the audio.
The course is packed with...
So when I say the, then that's where the graphic's going to appear. Okay, so I'll pause it when I hear the word the. The course, okay. So I'll just do it here.
This is packed with over 3 hours of hands-on tutorials.
So I'll pause it right there, and I'm going to split this. Okay, we'll split the layer. I'm going to delete this. And there you go. So in the next video, we're going to add the duration graphic. All right. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All righty, welcome back. So let's add the duration graphic right here. I'm just going to bring that in here, and we'll just kind of line it up with what we already have. And then in the next video, we're going to edit this and get it in the right place. Okay, so before I go, I want to save this just so we don't lose anything. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So we're going to animate or edit the duration. So let's go up here and do edit, and I'm in Sublime again. Let's go into After Effects and do edit and do split. Let's delete that. And then this, let's shrink down 3 hours a little bit. Okay, and then bring it down and kind of try to center it as much as you can. And then let's take a look at it.
The course is packed with over 3 hours of hands-on tutorials.
Okay, so again, I deleted the video or I moved it. I don't know what I did here. Let me just see. Yes, I deleted it. Okay, that's fine. I will bring that back. Okay. So I'm going to close these up a little bit so I can kind of get things organized a little better. And what we'll do is I'll bring the main video down here. I'll do this, okay? And it should pretty much be where it needs to be, okay?
Adobe Premiere Pro 2021. There are no requirements necessary to enroll. I only ask that you come open-minded and ready to learn. Feel free to look through the course description and check out some of my previous videos. The course is packed with over... Have you always wanted to learn how to edit video but don't know where to start? Would you like to make amazing videos? Have you always wanted to learn...
Okay, so
There are no requirements necessary to enroll. I only ask that you come open-minded and ready to learn.
when I was here,
Description and check out...
let's mute this for a second. I'm trying to figure out where we're at so I can add the missing clip, okay?
Requirements necessary to enroll. I only ask that you come open-minded and ready to learn. Feel free to look through the course description and check out some of my previous videos. The course is packed with over 3 hours of hands-on tutorials.
Okay, so I'll split this. Okay, and then we'll turn the speaker back on.
Premiere Pro 2021. There are no requirements necessary to enroll. I only ask that you come open-minded and ready to learn. Feel free to look through the course description and check out some of my previous videos. The course is packed with over... Have you always wanted
Okay, so we're right there.
to learn how to edit videos but don't know where to start? Would you like to make a... on tutorials? So what are you waiting for? The videos.
It's pretty amazing how I almost got the exact mark. Hold on.
There are no requirements necessary to enroll. I only ask that you come open-minded and ready to learn. Feel free to look through the course description and check out some of my previous videos. The course is packed with over 3 hours of hands-on tutorials. Have you always wanted to learn how to edit?
Right here, we're right where we need to be. So I'm going to split that, okay? I'll delete this and then I'll bring this back over and we can slowly build this out.
Tutorials. So what are you waiting for? I look forward to going through the course with you. I'll see you inside. Have you... Tutorials. So what are you waiting for? Videos. The course is packed with over 3 hours of hands-on tutorials.
So I've got exactly where we're at. And this part, I'm saying tutorials. So I'm going to split that. And we've made the correction. Okay, so now I'll line this up exactly with this one. Just to make sure we're there.
So what are you waiting for? I look forward to going through the course with you. I'll see you inside.
Okay, so right when I say I'll see you inside,
I'll see you inside.
we'll split that and we're back on track. Okay, so I'll delete this and there you go. I'll save it. Thanks for watching and I'll see you in the next video. Alrighty, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to add the music track to the bottom of our massive, fun and exciting project. So let's go to the music folder here. I'm going to click on that and drag it to the bottom. And we've added the music. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. So in this video, we're going to edit the music. Okay. So what I want to do is let's play from the beginning and see how it sounds.
Have you always wanted to learn how to edit video but don't know where to start? Would you like to make amazing videos and make your editing videos to life? Then Adobe After Effects.
Okay, so we can pause for a second. And let's adjust the audio levels. Okay. So we can make this negative 25 decibels.
Have you always wanted to learn how to edit video but don't know where to start? Would you like to make amazing videos and bring your ideas to life? Then Adobe Premiere Pro 2021 Ultimate Course is for you. Hi, I'm Josh Warner and I'll be leading you through this course. Video editing is an in-demand skill in 2021.
Okay, so let's cut it here. So let's go to edit and split layer. We'll delete that. And let's split these. We'll delete that. We'll save it. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to preview the final version of our promo video. So let's go to the timeline here, hit home. I'm going to hit play, and I won't talk anymore.
Have you always wanted to learn how to edit video but don't know where to start? Would you like to make amazing videos and bring your ideas to life? Then Adobe Premiere Pro 2021 Ultimate Course is for you. Hi, I'm Josh Warner and I'll be leading you through this course. Video editing is an in-demand skill in 2021. The course begins with the basics. I'll take you through everything you need to know to start editing videos like an expert. You'll learn all the fundamentals of Adobe Premiere Pro 2021. This is great for students starting out or for video editors that need a refresher course on Adobe Premiere Pro 2021. There are no requirements necessary to enroll. I only ask that you come open-minded and ready to learn. Feel free to look through the course description and check out some of my previous videos. The course is packed with over 3 hours of hands-on tutorials. So what are you waiting for? I look forward to going through the course with you. I'll see you inside. Have you always wanted to learn how to edit it?
Okay, I think it looks really good. The only thing that we need to adjust is here it does a little glitch. So let's just take a look at that real quick. We'll fix this and then we'll be ready to export. So let's go here and I'm going to delete that. Okay. Now let's
Video. I'll be leading you through this course. Video editing is an in-demand skill in 2021. The course begins with the basics. I'll take you through everything you need to know to start editing videos like an expert.
So we'll bring this over a little bit and then let's see if it'll let me stretch it. It will. Okay. And then what we'll do is we'll stop right here and then bring that back and then it will go back to me.
Starting out, or for video editors that need a refresher course on Adobe Premiere Pro 2021.
Okay, so we can delete this.
There are no requirements necessary to enroll. I only ask you to come open-minded and ready to learn.
Let me see what this is. That's our main video.
There are no requirements necessary to enroll.
Okay, so give me 1 second here so I can figure out what I'm doing here. So what I need to do is line this up. So let's see if that's lined up. There you go. Okay, so that's fixed. And then we're going to play it. I want to make sure that the rest of this is fixed.
Feel free to look through the course description and check out some of my previous videos. The course is packed with over 3 hours of hands-on tutorials. So what do you wait?
Okay, so we're going to bring this over a little bit to the left to make sure that there's no blinking.
So what are you waiting for? I look forward to going through the course with you. I'll see you inside.
Okay, so it's very polished now. Okay, so we had to do a couple edits, which is okay. But you get the idea. We're ready to go. So now we're ready to export the video to Media Encoder. So with that, thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Alrighty, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to export our video to Media Encoder. So let's go to File, go to Export, Add to Media Encoder Queue. We're going to do that. So we'll give it a second to open up Media Encoder. And I want to give you a thumbs up and a congratulations on getting this project done, okay? And I want to encourage you to take the files that I've given you and make your own version of the promo video, okay? So we've exported our project to Media Encoder, and in the next video, we're going to render. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Alrighty, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to render our final video. So I'm going to click on this, make sure we save it to the desktop so I can find the file. We're going to hit save. I'm going to hit play and we're going to render this. And while we're rendering, I will keep you entertained as much as I can. I will not sing to you. I will not dance. Okay. But I will talk about fun stuff that relates to the course and video specifically, which I absolutely love unconditionally. No, what I want to tell you is great job on creating this project. Great job on following along. And remember, I encourage you to go outside of what I showed you and make your own version of the promo video. I would love to see it, okay? So this is almost done. So once this is done, we're going to go to the next video and we're going to watch the final product, which I'm very excited about. I think it looks great. The lower thirds look great. The animation looks great. Everything is smooth and it's simple, but it adds a little more to it, okay? Now remember, this is an old promo video, so I'm not going to be uploading this anywhere, but this type of formula or template is what I'm going to be using for all my future promo videos. So you're essentially helping me get that figured out. Okay, so thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So let's watch the final product. So I'm going to click on the link or the output file location, and I'm going to double click on the project number 2 promo video, and let's play it.
Have you always wanted to learn how to edit video but don't know where to start? Would you like to make amazing videos and bring your ideas to life? Then Adobe Premiere Pro 2021 Ultimate course is for you. Hi, I'm Josh Warner and I'll be leading you through this course. Video editing is an in-demand skill in 2021. The course begins with the basics. I'll take you through everything you need to know to start editing videos like an expert. You'll learn all the fundamentals of Adobe Premiere Pro 2021. This is great for students starting out or for video editors that need a refresher course on Adobe Premiere Pro 2021. There are no requirements necessary to enroll. I only ask that you come open-minded and ready to learn. Feel free to look through the course description and check out some of my previous videos. The course is packed with over 3 hours of hands-on tutorials. So what are you waiting for? I look forward to going through the course with you. I'll see you inside.
Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Brings a tear to my eye how beautiful it is. No, I'm not crying. I'm just kidding. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Congratulations on finishing the Section 6, Project number 2, promo video. And let me slap my logo up there just for fun. In this video, we're going to go over a summary of what we learned throughout this section. So first, we downloaded the project files. We created a new project, created a new composition. And let me jump into After Effects so you can see exactly what I'm talking about. So we created the new composition here. We imported all the files here, okay? We organized the files by changing the color of the label. We added the background, which can be identified here, here, and here. Then we added all the graphics here. We added the logo and the background and animated it for the ending. And then we added the music down here, and we edited the, I'll just show you the waveform. No, not the waveform. The decibels, the sound, the volume. We edited the volume. Okay, we previewed the promo video. We made a bunch of cuts. Then we exported it to Media Encoder right here. And then we rendered it right here. We hit play. And then we watched it on QuickTime. Okay, right here. And we scrubbed through and we watched it and had a good time. And so now we've arrived at the conclusion or the summary of this section. So I want to thank you so much for checking out this section. Thank you again for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back to section number 13, project number 3. We're going to be building out the Adobe After Effects 2022 Basics promo video and adding some animation to an already finished promo video. So what I mean by that is all I want to really do is improve what I already have. We have kind of the groundwork for what we need to do, and all we're going to do is add some animation to that, okay, which is the fun part. So we're going to have a lot of fun with this. So the very first thing I want you to do is inside of After Effects, let's click on New Project. We're going to do File, Save As. Okay, and we'll save this in documents. I'm going to make a projects folder. Okay, we'll do 01 projects, and then I'm going to save this as, we'll make a new folder. We'll call it 03 project number 3 Adobe After Effects 2022 basics. Okay, and then we can give this the same exact label. So I can label this the same exact thing, and we'll put it inside of this folder. We'll save it. Then we're going to go to Firefox. We're going to go to learntechprojectfiles.com, click on Adobe After Effects 2022 projects, and then select project number 3, Adobe After Effects 2022 basics. Okay, we're going to let this file download, and while it's doing that, we'll kind of talk about what we're going to be building. Okay, so really what I want to do with this project is I want to show you how to create some cool effects with pre-made graphics. Okay, so we're going to grab the files that we downloaded and we'll jump right into it right now. Okay, so this zip file here, I want to bring this into documents, and then we're going to go to projects and project number 3. Okay, I'm going to double click on it, and then we'll look at the files that we have. So we have an introduction, benefits, what you will learn, students, requirements, and thank you, and then the actual promo video. Okay, so what I want to do, and I'm not going to use any audio in this. Okay, there is audio in the video, but what I want to do is show you how to create the effects. Okay, so we're going to just pick random spots in the promo video to put these graphics with the idea in mind that I want you to focus on the animation. Okay, this is an animation project. Okay, the focus is you take files that have already been created and then you make the promo video better. Okay, so let's go to After Effects. Let's right click on the project panel here, click on import file. We're going to go to project number 3. I'm going to highlight all this. We're going to open it, and then I want to just bring these in. So normally what I would do is I'd bring in this one first, and then we're going to bring in all the Photoshop files. Okay, and we're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then what we'll do is I will turn these all off, and the only one I want to work with is introduction. Okay, so we can look at the promo video there. Let's see if this is... So double click on that. All right, so let's delete these layers real quick, and this one, and then let's get rid of this. Double click on this, and then we'll bring in just the video. Okay, and I'll kind of scrub through just to see what it looks like. Really, it doesn't want to work. Okay. So what we'll do is delete this composition and new composition from footage. Okay, which we have right here. I'll hit open. Okay, so we have our footage. Okay, I'll save this file. And let's do this. All right, I'm back. So I had to restart the application because it was getting all wonky on me, and I'm not sure why it was doing that. But here's kind of a preview of the promo video. So at the beginning of the promo video, we get a thumbnail for After Effects. Then we get into the sections, okay? And then we go into kind of what you're going to learn. And then the ending is another thumbnail, and then Learn Tech Plus, which is my logo and my business. Okay? So what I want to do is I want to bring in introduction. And we're going to assume that we have a script. Okay? We have a storyboard or an outline already in place, and we know exactly where we want all this stuff to be placed and how long we want it to be. So we want each one of these graphics to be 5 seconds, and we want them in intervals of 5 seconds. Okay, so benefits, we want that to be 5 seconds, and we want it to be from 10 seconds to 15. Okay, so we'll work on these first two and then do the other ones. Okay, so introduction, we're going to have that start right here. So I'll select both of these and move them down. Okay, so I just want this graphic to show up here. And then what I want also is I'm going to turn off benefits real quick. I'm going to grab introduction and I want it to be in the lower left hand, or we could do the right corner. Now let's do it there. Okay, so we want it to be there. And then I want to transform this and give it kind of a clean exit strategy, right? So we're going to set the opacity to 100% and then go to the end of the clip or the layer and set it to 0. So what's going to happen is it's going to appear, which I'll play it. It will appear. I'm going to mute my speakers. And then it's going to fade away. Then we're going to have benefits appear in the same exact spot. So we're going to overlap these for a second just so we can see where it should go. Okay. And then I'll move it over. So as this is fading away, benefits pops up. So we'll give it a second to kind of, there we go. And then we'll do the same thing here. We'll go to 20 seconds. I'll pause. Then I'll set the opacity for this one. So the opacity for this will be 100%. Then we'll go to the end of the layer and set it to 0. Okay. So we'll get the same effect. Okay, and then we'll bring in the next one, which is going to be what you'll learn. Okay, same thing. We're going to make this 5 seconds long, give or take. We'll put it right here, and we'll overlap it just so that it's in the same position. Okay, and then I'll bring it out, let it transition a little bit, and do the same thing. Set my opacity here to 100%, and then here we're going to set it to 0. Now, what are we really doing here? We're setting keyframes. And think of keyframes as like markers or chapters in a video, okay? So when you watch a movie, even on, now it's YouTube, but when I was doing DVD authoring, we would make chapters, right? If you go in a book, they have chapters. If you go on a website, they have links. So think of these frames as links or chapters, okay? You're marking it and saying, okay, at this point, I want something to happen, okay? So at this point right here, we start to fade away, right? Same here, we fade away. Same here, we fade away. Okay, so it's a clean transition out of the graphic. We just have a kind of jump cut in, which is fine. And then when it leaves, it fades away. So let's make this one 5 seconds, give or take, and I'll set it right to the marker, and then we'll go to 35 seconds. We'll just drop it in the bottom right-hand corner here, and go to about 33 seconds, 34 seconds. Set the opacity to 100, and this is our starting point for the effect. So we're saying, all right, start this effect at 34 seconds, frame 3, and then go to 35 seconds, frame 13, and set the opacity to 0. So our effect is 2 seconds. Beautiful. Okay. Then let's do the same with requirements and with thank you, and then we're all done. So we'll do the same thing here. We'll bring this over, do the same thing here. We'll go to 45 seconds this time and kind of let it extend out a little more, okay? Because we have more time left, right? So we can go to, before we do anything, let's move this down to the bottom right-hand corner, okay? And then we can go to about 43 seconds. As close to 43 as you can, so 42 seconds and 59 frames is fine. We'll set the transform to opacity to 100%, then we'll go to 45 seconds, give or take, right at the end of the timeline here. Set it to 0, and now we have our effect. So it's the same thing, requirements, boom, there you go. Then at 50 seconds, we can add the last one, which is thank you. And what we're going to do with this one is we're not going to transition out of it. We're just going to have it jump cut in. Okay. So I'll just bring this over to 50 seconds, and then I'll scrub until the thumbnail pops up, which is about right there. So we'll cut this, we'll trim the clip, right? And then we'll just put it in the bottom right-hand corner. So now we've added a layer to the already polished promo video, but we've made it even better, okay? So if you kind of look at the effects that we've added here, you have the thumbnail, which is the introduction, right? And then you have introduction, you have benefits, what you will learn, and you notice the time that we have for each graphic. It gives the student plenty of time to read the graphic, because what you don't want to do is throw a graphic up there and jump cut away. You want to give them 3 to 5 seconds to read the graphic, okay? Now this one is extremely long, which is fine for this example, and we don't kind of stack them right on top of each other, we kind of stag them a little bit, so it's easier to see. And then you have thank you, okay? And there you go. So that's the Adobe After Effects 2022 Basics promo video, how you add effects to it, okay? So great job. I really enjoyed bringing this to you. Thanks so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back to section 14, project number 4. We're going to be building out the Adobe After Effects 2022 projects promo video, okay? And so what we're going to do with this is we're going to take this already existing project and add some graphics to it, and then animate those graphics to make the promo video more engaging and more exciting for the student to get excited about the course, okay? So we're really going to take a polished product and make it even better, okay, in terms of the promo video. So what I want to do first is let's go to Firefox. We're going to download the files for project number 4. So I'm going to click there. We're going to let this download, and while it's downloading, we'll set up the project file. So I'm going to go to File, New, Project, and we're going to label this. Well, actually I just created the project. So let's go to File, Save As, okay? I was going to label it, but there's nothing to label. And we're going to follow the formula that we did in project number 3. So we're going to label this new folder first. It's going to be 04 project number 4 dash Adobe After Effects 2022 projects. Okay, I'll create that. I'm going to copy this name and then use that for the name of the project. Okay, I'm going to save it. So now we're ready to go there, and then let's check our file, make sure that's downloaded, which it is. And I'm going to bring this into Documents. Okay, and then from Documents, I'm going to take it into Projects, and we're going to go to project number 4. Okay, double click on it, and then we'll look at the files. So introduction, benefits, what you will learn, students, requirements, and thank you. And then we have the promo video. Okay. So this is the Adobe After Effects 2022 projects promo video, and we're not going to focus on the audio in this example. We're going to focus on the visual. So again, we have a storyboard already in place. I know exactly where I want to put everything, and so I'll walk you through exactly how we're going to do that. Okay. So let's go to After Effects, right click on the project panel, click on Import, we'll go to File, and we're going to grab the number 4, project number 4, After Effects projects. Grab all of this, all the files. We'll hit Open. Okay. And then I'm going to bring this to the timeline, and we'll kind of scrub through and talk about where we want things to be. So the very first graphic we're going to have is introduction. Okay. I kind of like that stroke. That's weird. I've never seen that before where I'm scrubbing, and you'll notice the black lines around the After Effects graphic. That's called stroke. So when you see lines around a shape or text, that's called stroke. Okay, anyway, so where we want to kind of import graphics is like right here. So at 10 seconds, 36 frames, we want to have our very first graphic. And in this example, we'll make it 11 seconds and 0 frames. Okay, so every 5 seconds, I want to have a graphic. Okay, so introduction is first. So what we'll do is I'll shrink this down, okay, in both directions. So let's make it about 4 seconds. So we can put it over here. And what we can do is have it transition in and then out, okay? But we want to make sure that we have enough time for it to be displayed. So I'm going to extend this to about 9 seconds, but we're going to use kind of the first couple seconds to turn the opacity to 0, and then we'll go to 13 seconds, okay, and then raise the opacity to 100, then we'll go to 15 seconds, then 17 seconds, so we have it come in at 12 seconds or 13 seconds, so we want it to be about 14 seconds. And then at 14 seconds, sorry, 4 seconds. So at 17, we want it to be back to 0. So let's see how that looks. So we slowly transition in, and then we transition out. So I can turn this keyframe off. I can go to the end of this, and we'll kind of drag it out a little bit more with the opacity. Let's see how that looks. And then if we like that, then I'm going to be using that for all the other ones. So it slowly transitions out. Okay, so I don't like that. So let's delete the keyframe. So what we can do is we can set the position, okay, here, and then here we can move it out. So we can have it drop down or go to the left. Okay, so instead of fading it out, we can just do that. So let's try that. Okay. So I think that looks very nice, and then slowly moves out. Okay, and then from there, we can have the next graphic fade in again and do the same thing. Okay, so we'll just move this to the bottom left corner, and let me zoom in a little bit just so I snap it to the bottom left. Okay, there's a little bit of white space there. There we go. Okay, so now we don't have any white space on the bottom left corner. Okay, and then what we want to do is shrink this down, bring it over, and then have it fade in. Set the opacity to 0. And what we can do is overlap this a little bit. So right here, the opacity is 0, right? And then we go a couple seconds here, and then bring it in. Okay, and then let it do its thing, right? To about right here. Then we set the position, and then a couple seconds later, at 32 seconds, we're going to have it go away. Whoop, just like that. And then I will turn this off or just kind of shrink this down, and then let's see how that looks. Okay, so that goes away. This fades in. We learn the benefits, and then it's going to go away as well. Okay, now I do need to fix the animation because it was kind of interfering with the other one. So let's kind of look at that again and just kind of fix that. So we'll just move this down a little bit, and then I'll play that. Beautiful. I don't know why it does that glitch. Let me move this down just a little bit more. Okay, that's fine. We'll go with that. So let's watch our first two animations. Okay, so when I play this, it fades in, introduction. We've given it a little bit more time. Okay, so that way I can get through what I want to get through, right? With the talking head. Then it goes off to the left, and then it brings in the other one with a smooth transition and with benefits. Then that's going to transition out as well. Okay. Beautiful. So we'll save that. I'm going to bring in what you'll learn. And actually for this one, let's pass on what you'll learn and just do students and then thank you, because we're running out of runway here, so to speak. So we'll do students. Okay. And for this one, we want to bring it over to here and then here. And we want to do the same thing. So we're going to bring it to the bottom left-hand corner. Okay. And we'll do transform. Opacity is going to be 0%. We'll scrub a little bit to the right, and then we'll bring it to 100%. And then go all the way to the end here, set the position, and then at the end of that layer, move it off of the screen. Okay, so let's see how that looks. Very smooth. Okay, then we have thank you. So let's add thank you in there. Bottom left. Okay. So we'll do the same thing. Okay, and in this case, we're going to scrub to the right and see where the thumbnail starts. So we have till about right there. Okay, so we have about this much room to work with. And in this case, we don't have to have a transition out because the thumbnail just shows up. So all we really need to do is have the opacity set. So we can go transform, opacity, set it to 0, go in a few seconds, and then go back this way. Okay. So transition to thank you, and then let it kind of run its course of showing that. Okay. So there you go. That's how you make more cool stuff. Okay, so again, if we review real quickly and look at what we've done so far with this, if I just go to here and hit play, okay, I have introduction, I have, so that goes away, then we have benefits, okay, then if we just kind of scrub ahead, then we have students, okay, and then we have thank you. That adds a lot to the promo video, okay? It gives it even more engagement for the viewer. Because what happens is when you put lower thirds on a video or promo video or anything, what it's really there for is information, okay? To help the viewer understand what you're talking about and what you're trying to get across. So anything that you can do to help that and promote that product, you want to do that, okay? So that's project number 4, Adobe After Effects 2022 projects, promo video. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome to project number 5. And in this project, we're going to build out the Adobe After Effects 2022 Ultimate Guide promo video. So we're going to be adding graphics to improve this video to make it even more engaging than it already is. Okay? And I need your help. So the very first thing I want you to do is go to Firefox. We're going to go to learntechprojectfiles.com, click on Adobe After Effects 2022 projects. You'll get this page here. We're going to click on project number 5, Adobe After Effects 2022 Ultimate Guide. We'll click on that. We'll let this download, and while it's doing that, we're going to create a new project, okay? And then we're going to go File, Save As, and we're going to save this inside the projects, and then we're going to use the same formula as these other two projects and create a new folder, calling this 05 project number 5 dash Adobe After Effects 2022 Ultimate Guide. Okay, I'll create that. Then I'm going to copy this word for word, paste it in, and we're going to use that as the file name. Okay, so we've saved that. Let's go back to Firefox, grab our downloaded files. Okay, I'm going to bring this over to Documents. Then I'm going to take it into Projects and put it inside of the number 5 folder. Double click on it, and we have Introduction, we have Benefits, What You Will Learn, Students, Requirements, Thank You, and then the promo video. Okay, so now we're going to go to After Effects and import all these files. Inside of the project panel, I'm going to click on Import File, and then I'm going to go to project number 5. Okay, I'm going to highlight all these files and bring them in, and then I'm going to bring the promo video in first, scrub through it. Again, I'm not going to use any audio, but this is about a 40-second video. Okay. Okay, so there you go. And then what I want to do is we're going to do a different effect this time. Okay, so instead of having an introduction, we're going to do benefits first. And we can put it kind of in the middle. So in the previous two projects, we had one on the right side, okay, over here, one on the left. So with this one, I want it to be here, but I also want it to have kind of a different effect. Okay, so we're going to do a scale. Okay, so we're going to set it to 0 or 5%. Turn the opacity off to 0. Go to 5 seconds in, and then set the opacity to 100% and the scale to 100%. Okay, so let's see how that looks. So there you go, we have benefits, and then I want it to fade away. So right at 20 seconds or so, we're going to change the opacity to, or the position, and have it drop down. Okay, so let's see how it looks. Okay, I goofed something up, so let me pause that. Let's try this again. Okay, so that worked. So the position's good there, so maybe here we set the position. Or we could just leave it there and do this. Have it jump cut away. That works. So we have it panning like this, then it just disappears. Okay. Then we can do requirements. So for this one, let's kind of spread it out a little bit and do kind of bring it down a little bit further so it's not so bunched together. And instead of putting it here, let's put it down where we had the other one. Okay, and instead of doing the same effect, let's do something different. We'll just have it jump in and jump out. Okay, and then thank you. So thank you, we'll look for the ending And again, we'll just put that right here. And I'll do that. And let me just bring it in like this. And then we'll adjust the size of the layer. Okay. And we'll do it like this. Okay. And then I'll adjust the thank you and just kind of put it in the middle. Okay. Now, why are we doing it that way? Well, it's just to show you kind of how to do a jump cut and how you can do different versions of it. You could also do this where instead of having it there, you could go like this. I can hold shift. Okay. And we could fill the screen or close to it, you know. So have it up here. And disappear. But we're going to shrink it down and put it back where it was. For the fact that I just want to do jump cuts for this one. So for this, I guess I'm going to bring that down here. Thank you. And it's kind of right in the middle. Okay, so it's got a good focal point. And it's just to mix it up too, because the other ones we did, you know, other things for, and we want to mix it up and make it different. Okay, so that's the Adobe After Effects Ultimate Guide or course, promo video, and how we can improve what we already have. Okay. So, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So this project we're going to do a little bit different than the other ones. So this is project number 6, Adobe Creative Cloud 2022 Basics. And I'll tell you what happened. I'll be straight up with you. I was recording, but I wasn't recording. So this is good and bad, right? So this is what we're going to be building, okay? So we're going to lay out the graphics for Adobe Creative Cloud 2022 Basics just like this, okay? And so what I want you to do is follow along with me here, and I'll show you exactly how I did this, okay? And then once we've laid this out, then I want you to go off on your own and make your own effects, okay? Make your own, be creative with it, okay? Not make your own, be creative with it and have fun with it, okay? So here's what we're going to do. I've already created this project. So I could do one of two things. I could delete everything, or I can walk you through what I did and then have you do it, okay? And that's what I'm going to do. So we're going to go to Firefox, and what I did is I went to learntechprojectfiles.com, Adobe After Effects 2022 projects. I clicked on Adobe Creative Cloud 2022 Basics, downloaded the file, which you can see is already here. Then what I did is I saved this in my documents and then projects. I created a folder called 06, project number 6, Adobe Creative Cloud 2022 Basics. Okay. Then we created the file, which is right here. I brought the file in, and then also this. So these are all the files that I used. I brought all these in, okay. I imported it like we've done with all the other projects we've been working on, like so, and then I timed it out. So I gave them about a 5-second interval for each one, except for thank you, which is a lot longer, so that we can have this set up so you can start adding your own effects to it, okay? And this is what we're going to be doing for the next, I'd say 6 projects. I'm going to be laying everything out for you, and then I want you to go and make something different, okay? The point of this is a couple things. Repetition, learning, practice, and improving. So learn, practice, improve. The only way to get really good at this is to be doing the same exercise over and over again, repetition. So that's what we're going to do. Like I said, this project is more unorthodox because normally I'm walking you through, and I'm glad this happened because I thought I was recording. I clearly wasn't. Okay. So this is a different way to kind of advance what you've been doing. So in the next project, I will walk you through more than what I'm doing in this one. Okay. So thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So this is project number 7. So we're going to do a more step-by-step process for this one. Unlike project 6, where I already did the project, thought I was recording and wasn't, this one we're going to do more step-by-step. Okay. So let's go to Firefox. Let's click on project number 7. Make sure you're on learntechprojectfiles.com, Adobe After Effects 2022 projects. Go to project number 7, which is Adobe Creative Cloud 2022 projects. Download that file. We're going to let this work, and while it does, we'll create our project file. So do new project, go to File, Save As, and we're going to do the reps. Okay, so we're going to label this similar to this, but it's going to be number 7. So it'll be number 7, project number 7, Adobe Creative Cloud 2022 projects. Command A to select all, Command C to copy on the Mac, Control A on the PC, Control C to copy on the PC. We'll create that file, then we'll label this as such inside of there. We'll save it, then we'll go back to Firefox, grab our file, bring it over to Documents, then bring it inside of, we'll bring it into Documents. Okay, there we go. Projects, we'll go to number 7, double click on it, open up the zip file, and we have introduction, benefits, what you'll learn, students, requirements, thank you, and the graphic. Well, not the graphic, but the promo video. So let's go to After Effects, right click on the project panel, click on import, right click, import file, okay, go to project number 7, and the folder here with all the files. Open that up. Bring this here. You see how efficient we're getting at this. Scrub through and see where we want to put stuff. So this is 1 minute and 15 seconds, right? And so where does the thumbnail show up is really the question. Probably at 1 minute and 10 seconds. So we have about 10 seconds of the graphic here and then 10 seconds over there. So we got about 50 seconds of content. So we can kind of stretch out these graphics if we want. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how to lay this out. And then I want you to, in the assignment, add your own effects. Okay. So we're going to add introduction first. And this time we're going to put it in the upper right-hand corner. Okay. And I'm going to trim this here and then also here. So we'll put it to about 20 seconds. Then I'll bring in benefits, doing the same thing. We'll trim it to the end of this one and then kind of wing it, take it to about 30 seconds. Then I'll bring in what you'll learn and we'll do the same thing here. So I'm going to put it there and then trim it down to about 40 seconds. Then I'll go to students. Okay. And with this one, do the same thing. And then we're going to actually have to move the graphic itself because I haven't moved that yet. And then we'll do the same thing here. And all we're doing right now is trimming the layers as I move out of the program here. Good job. And then we'll put it at 1 minute and then I'll add thank you. And you can see how we evenly kind of time this up, and let's see how long we have until the thumbnail. So about right there. Beautiful. Okay. So this is how I did the previous project. And so what we're going to do is grab this and just slap it in the upper right hand corner. I'm going to zoom in just so we don't have no white space on the right or the top. Okay. And then the same with this one. We'll zoom out. We'll bring it up. Then I'll zoom in. Okay. Like that. Then the same thing here. Beautiful. And then we have this one. Looks good. And then we have thank you. Beautiful. So you can see just from that, this is how I set everything up. And now what I want you to do is go through and transform each one of these and give it an effect that we've been learning through the past 4 projects. Okay. Have it drop the opacity down, have it fade away, have it fade in. However you want to do it, you can do it in the assignment. Okay? Have fun with it. Don't worry about it. Have a good time. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. Project number 8. I did it again. I started recording, and then I hit my keyboard shortcut and stopped the recording. So for project number 8, we're going to do what we did with project number 6, which was I'm going to kind of do it backwards again and walk you through what I did and show you how to get the files installed and then what I labeled it. And I want you to do more of a hands-on experience for this one, where you're going to take control of this project and kind of replicate what I have here. Okay, so what I did was I went to Firefox and we went to LearnTechProjectFiles.com, and then I went to After Effects 2022 projects. I clicked on project number 8, downloaded the file, which you can see I have right here. I opened it up, I brought it over to Documents, Projects, and then we went to, I created this folder, 08 project number 8 dash Adobe Creative Cloud 2022 Ultimate Guide, and then I opened up the files here and uncompressed them as well and showed you each one of these files. Okay. And then what we did is we created the file here, okay, which is right here, which I want you to make the file as well. And then I laid these out. So in the previous 2 other projects, really the last 6 projects, we had one graphic over here, one in the middle. So that was project 1, 2, and 3, or 3, 4, 5, right? Then in 6, we had here, in 7, we had here, and in 8, we have here, okay? Now, there's a point to all this. I want you to take these different layouts and create effects with them in different areas, okay? The idea behind this whole series of projects is to learn as much as you can about creating compositions, okay? Compositing effects or graphics with video, okay? Improving a video that's already good and making it even better, okay? Because again, this promo video that you're working with is actually what I'm using, and I spent a lot of time on it, and so I want to give you good quality projects to work on. So with that in mind, let's talk about how I laid this out, okay? So what I did is every 10 seconds, not every 10 seconds, at the 10-second mark, so 10 seconds, 0 frames, okay? This is where I got into trouble. And this is why it stopped recording, because I typed the keyboard shortcut. So I'm not going to be doing this anymore. I'm going to scrub left and right. But at 10 seconds, I laid the introduction graphic. Then at 15 seconds, which I'm going to scrub to, I'm going to have to start doing that instead of typing. I added the benefits graphic, which you can see right here. Okay, and you can see I'm off, which I want you to fix that as well. Okay, then when I went to 20 seconds, I added what you will learn. Okay, then at 25 seconds, we did students, and at 30 seconds, we added requirements. And I made this one 15 seconds. Okay, then I went down to 1 minute and 20 seconds and gave this a duration of about 15 seconds. Which actually I'm going to trim that up right now. There we go. So actually it's 14 seconds. But what happened was I got carried away. I typed in my keyboard shortcut and then I basically scrubbed or erased the recording that I had. So I want you to do this, follow along with what I have here, and build something similar and then share it in the assignment. Okay? So from here on out in the next projects that we're going to be doing, I'm going to be walking you through step by step, and I'm not going to be using this anymore to stop my recording all the time, because it's extremely annoying that I have to do this, but in order for you to be successful, we need to keep moving forward. So I'm going to save this, and then what I'm going to do is I'll see you in the next video. Thanks for watching. After Effects and create a new project We're going to go to File, Save As. We're going to go to our projects directory. I'm going to create a new folder called this 09 project number 9. And this is going to be Adobe Photoshop 2022 Basics. We're going to create that folder. I'm going to copy this. So I'm going to rename it, hit Command C to copy, Control C on the PC to copy, Command, actually no, it's Command A on the Mac, Control A on the PC to select all, and then Command C on the Mac to copy, Control C on the PC to copy. Then we're going to label this with that exact same label. We'll save it. We'll go to Firefox, grab our downloaded file, okay, which we have here. I'm going to bring this over to Documents. Then I'm going to bring it into Projects, and we're going to go to number 9. Double click on it to uncompress the file, and we'll look it over. So we have introduction, benefits, what you will learn, students, requirements, thank you, and the Photoshop Basics promo video. So let's go to After Effects, right click and import a file. We're going to go to project number 9 folder, and we'll open this up and bring it all in. Then I will bring this down, and like I've said with the other projects, we're not going to use audio. We're going to go off of my outline that I already have, where I have everything marked. And what I want to do is about at the 10-second mark, add in introduction. Okay, now, in the past 6 projects, we've done this. We've had one over here, one over here, one here, one up here, one over there, and one over there, right? So I want to make this different than all of those. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to hold Shift. I'm going to bring it down. And then I want to give it a background of black. Okay. So the whole idea behind doing it this way, instead of doing it the other ways that we've been doing it, is to mix it up. I want to show you not only how to do effects, but also how to make different, lay out your stuff differently. Okay. To make it look unique and different, right? So let's do that. So let's add a background. So I'm going to right click on the composition layer area here, or layers, and we're going to do a solid. Okay, so let's select the color, make it black. Okay, I'm going to hit OK, and then hit OK again, and we'll put this behind the graphic. Okay, so we can actually make this graphic smaller because we have the black in the background. Okay, and so what we want to do is we want these to work together in unison. So it's basically like a overlay of the entire screen, right? So we have introduction. Now I want to make sure that these are lined up. I don't know why they wouldn't be, but I'm going to zoom in here a little bit because I can't really tell if we're exactly the same. It looks the same to me. So let's do about 2 seconds worth. Okay, so I'm going to zoom out on the composition here. Okay, the timeline. I like to call it timeline too. We're going to select both of these. Okay, and then we'll bring it down to 15 seconds. So when I scrub to the right, okay, so we're off a little bit. So I'm going to bring this a little bit to the left. You want these to be parallel, because if they're not, it's not going to look like it's supposed to. Okay, there you go. And then we can go to here and do the same thing. So I want to copy this layer. So I'm going to right click, and if I just hit Command C, Command V, I can just copy it. And what we'll do is we'll bring that over here. Okay, then we're going to bring in benefits. And we can expand this out holding Shift to keep the aspect ratio correct. And there you go. So we have benefits. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring this over and snap it right to the other one here. And then also this way, we'll shrink this down or trim it so that it's lined up. And let's see if that looks good. So if I scrub through, it should stop at the same time, which it does. Beautiful. Okay, so I'll save that. Then let's copy the background again. So hit Command C and go to 30 seconds. Paste that in with Command V, Control V on the PC. Then we'll bring this over like this, and then we'll bring in what you'll learn. Okay, snap that there, and then what I'll do is the same thing. We can just trim it here. Okay, right there. And then if I go the other way, I can trim it here all the way down, and then we can expand this out by holding Shift to keep the aspect ratio again. Okay. So now that we have that, what we can do is scrub through and make sure that everything looks correct. And even if the black is off a little bit, let's move this back just a little bit like that. Same with this one, and then you can use the scrub bar to kind of line it up. Make sure it's there. Okay, there you go. Then we'll go to 40 seconds and do the same thing. So we'll copy this again, Command C on the Mac, Control C on the PC, and then Command V on the Mac, Control V on the PC to paste it in. And we'll bring it up and then bring students in. And then we'll shrink this down. And we'll line it up as best we can. And we can always adjust it, but what I like to do is kind of use the scrub bar to line it up, and then also here to line it up. So I can go this way and then bring this over, snap it right to there, and then I can highlight both of these and bring them over to 40 seconds. Then we'll scrub through, and you can see that I'm off. By quite a bit. Let's see if I can tweak that a little bit. Okay, they're both highlighted, that's why. Okay, so let me zoom in a little bit. And like I said, I'm going to use the scrub bar to line it up. Okay. And we can adjust with Shift. Okay. So we'll do that, and then right to here. Bring this over. Right to there. Beautiful. Okay, so that's students. Let's see how much time we have left. Quite a bit. So now we can copy this. So I hit Command C, Command V, put it above students, and then requirements, right? So we'll bring that in. I'm going to zoom back out. I like to be able to see the whole comp. And I'll just eyeball it as close as I can. Do the same thing here. I'll select both of these and then move them over. And then I'll select requirements, holding Shift, keeping the aspect ratio correct. Right to there. Then we'll go to 1 minute, and that's where the thumbnail is. So I actually don't have much time left. I thought I had a lot more. I'm running out of runway, as they say. So I'm hit Command C, Command V to bring in the last background, right? And then we'll bring in thank you. And we'll scrub all this out down to here. And it tends to work out almost perfectly for us. So we'll see where the thumbnail shows up. All right, so for this one, what we'll do is we'll do this. I'll hold Shift, hold shift, click on the bottom right hand corner, then hold shift, and then click and bring it out. So we have thank you. Okay. So there you go. So I've laid this out by adding a solid background. And then what I want you to do is I want you to add the effects to it, however you want. Okay. Now you can have a lot more creative freedom, so to speak, with something like this because you have a solid background, which means this can rotate, it can zoom in, zoom out. You have a lot more to work with than what we were doing before with this, where we had the actual course showing up. Okay, so this is just a different way to do it. All right, so with that, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back to project number 10, where we're going to build out Adobe Photoshop 2022 projects. And we're going to build a similar look and feel like we did with Adobe Photoshop 2022 Basics, where we're going to have a solid background, but instead of black, we're going to utilize green, okay, to kind of give you a different look, but the same idea, okay? So the first thing I want to do is download the project files. So we're going to go to learntechprojectfiles.com, click on Adobe After Effects 2022 projects, click on that, go to project number 10, download the files, and then go to After Effects and start laying out the project file and the folder and all that stuff. So I'm going to click on the home button here, click on new project. I'm going to go to File, Save As, not save as a copy. Let's do File, Save As. Okay, and then we'll go to projects. We're going to follow this formula. So instead of 09, we're going to do number 10. Okay, this is going to be project number 10. And we're going to do Adobe Photoshop 2022 projects. We'll create that. I'm going to right click on it and rename the file. Command C on the Mac, Control C on the PC to copy, and then we'll label this the same for the file as we did for the folder. I'll hit save. We'll go to Firefox and grab our files. So I'm going to go here. We're going to bring this into Documents. I'm going to grab number 10 and bring it into Projects, and then also take it to number 10. And then I'm going to double click on it and open this file up so we can uncompress the files, project files, and see what we have. And you can see we have all the same stuff here, and then the promo video. So I'm going to go into After Effects, and we're going to build out the same thing we did in the Photoshop Basics course. Okay, so I'm going to go right click, import file from the project panel, go to number 10, and we're going to highlight all these and hit open. I'm going to bring the promo video to the timeline or the composition. We're going to scrub through to see how long it is, and it is 1 minute and 37 seconds. Okay, so you can see there's a lot of good stuff in here. So what we can do is for the beginning here at about 10 seconds, we can bring in introduction. Okay, and we're going to bring in a solid background, but this time what we're going to do is we're going to mix it up. We're not going to have a solid background for everything. Okay, some are going to be solid background, some are going to be lower thirds. So you'll notice I have a dark green. Let's see if I can change the color of this. Okay, I'm going to delete this, and we're going to go with a darker green. Okay, so I'm just going to delete that. I'm going to right click, we're going to do new solid background, and we'll do kind of like a dark, almost black green. Okay, there we go. Then I'll bring this in. There you go. It pops a little bit more. I'm going to click in the right-hand corner, hold shift, and then bring that out. Okay, so what it will do is give us a little bit of a better contrast. I'm going to select both of these and bring them in to here, and then we're going to bring them from here and just make this a few seconds. So we have introduction, okay, and then we're going to do benefits. So we'll do the same thing. We'll copy this, Command C, Command V to paste. We'll put it above introduction. Then we'll bring in benefits. Okay. And what I'll do is I'll trim this down so we're just about lined up with the other one. I can tell I'm off by a little bit. Beautiful. Okay. Then we'll do the same thing this way. And then we'll select both of these. And we'll move them down the timeline. Okay. To over here. Then what I'm going to do is grab benefits, click in the bottom right hand corner, and then bring that out by holding Shift, adjusting the aspect ratio. Okay. So we have 10 seconds, then we have this right here. And let's select both of these and kind of bring it over to 15 seconds, or as close as we can. And then we have what you'll learn. And then when I get into this part of the promo video, I want to use lower thirds. So for students, requirements, and thank you, it's going to be a lower third. So this is going to be the last one where we use a solid background. So let's go to dark green solid 2, right click on it, or actually hit Command C, Command V, and then bring it above benefits, then bring what you'll learn right here, snap that in, and then bring it right here to line it up roughly where it needs to be. Okay. I'm off a little bit, but that's okay. Bring it right there. We'll snap it over. And then we'll bring this over to 20 seconds. And then what you'll learn, I'll click and hold Shift and bring that over. Okay. And then when I scrub this way, we're good. And then here, when we get to students, we're just going to use the lower thirds. So I'll bring that in. And what we'll do is we'll put it down here, bottom left. Okay. And we can actually shrink this down a little bit more than we normally would, just so that it's out of the way. You can read it, but it's not like overbearing. Okay, and then we'll do the same with requirements. Almost making it the same exact thing. Okay, so we'll shrink that down. And then thank you. So that one we can kind of leave out. I'm going to trim this down as well, and then I'm going to have this go all the way until the thumbnail. And then we'll space it out a little bit better. Okay, so I will shrink this down. Quite a bit. There you go. And for this example, it's better if we put it over here, kind of dropping it down. Well, actually, let's do it like this. It actually looks better up here because the way that this is positioned. So we'll leave it up there. Okay, so you get the idea. So that's project number 10, Adobe Photoshop 2022 projects. Alrighty. So thanks so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. In this video, we're going to build out project number 11, which is Adobe Photoshop 2022 Ultimate Guide promo video. And what we're going to do is add visual effects, such as animation, motion graphics, to this project to make it even more engaging and more interactive for the student. Okay, so we need to go to learntechprojectfiles.com, and we'll go there right now, and then we'll select Adobe After Effects 2022 projects. And inside of here, we're going to go to project number 11, which is Adobe Photoshop 2022 Ultimate Guide. So I'm going to open that up. We're going to download the file, and while that's downloading, I'm going to get the project file set up. So let's click on New Project. Let's go to File, Save As, okay, and we're going to go to Projects, and we're going to use the same file format, folder format that we've been using, and it's going to be number 11, project number 11, dash Adobe Photoshop 2022 Ultimate Guide. I'll create that. I'm going to right click on it and it will select it. I'm going to hit Command C on the Mac, Control C on the PC, and then I'm going to paste this as the document title. Okay. So we'll hit save. We'll go back to Firefox, grab our files. So I'm going to click here. I'm going to bring this over to Documents, and then we're going to bring this into Projects and project number 11. I'm going to double click on it to uncompress the file, and then we're going to check out the file. So we have Introduction, Benefits, What You Will Learn, Students, Requirements, Thank You, and then the promo video itself. So now what I want to do is go to After Effects, right click in the project panel, import a file. We're going to go to project number 11 folder, and grab all the files that we need for the project. I'm going to hit open. We're going to bring the promo video to the timeline. Then we're going to mark this out. So I'm going to scrub through with no audio. We're going to scrub through and kind of look at what I did for this promo video. Okay. So you can see we're talking about Creative Cloud. Then we're talking about Photoshop. Then we're showing the project that you're going to be working on throughout the entire course. And then we have the thumbnail and my logo at the end. Okay. So where can we put a solid graphic or background, and where can we put a lower third, right? So with these, we want to put a lower third. So for the introduction, we want to have a lower third, but we're going to bypass introduction because this is an introduction, okay? So we're going to do benefits. Then we're going to do what you'll learn, okay? Then we'll do students here. So we can put a lower third here, okay? Then we'll do requirements and thank you right before the thumbnail. Okay, so a different way to look at it. And we're going to lay this out. And this is going to be the last project where I lay it out and not do anything with adding motion to the graphics. Okay, I did this because I want you to practice creating and animating the graphics that I give you. Okay. But in the next 3 projects, I'm going to be walking you through step by step how to do everything. Okay. So if you got lost, if you had problems, that's fine because now we're going to have a solution to those problems with the next 3 projects. So I'm going to lay this out and then we're going to jump into the next project. Okay. But I want you to spend time on the assignment building out this project and adding animation to it. And remember, this is all about practice. Okay. So we're going to go to 10 seconds, and I got to make sure that I didn't stop the video. Hold on. I forgot I'm not allowed to type in over here. It's an old habit that I have when I'm using After Effects. So I have to make sure that I don't do that. So we're going to scrub. I'm going to scrub to 10 seconds. And then I'm going to bring in benefits. Okay. Put it right there, and actually I kind of like it there. So we're going to have it sit there, and I'm just going to leave it there like that, and then we're going to go to the end of it, and then we'll bring in students. And for this one, I'm going to position it somewhere else. So instead of putting it in the same spot, we're going to put it somewhere else. So I will do that and do this, and we'll make it the same length. And for this one, we're going to have it up here. Okay, so students are up there, and then we'll scrub through, and then we'll do requirements. And that's going to be right here. And I'm going to put that down here. Okay, and then we'll do it this way. So we got that. And then we'll do thank you. And for this one, let's go all the way to the end where we have the thumbnail pop up. Okay, and we'll just put it right here. And what I'll do is I'll put it down here. Okay, and then what I want you to do is focus on the animation. So animate each graphic. Okay, so we have benefits here, we have students there, and then requirements here, and then thank you here. So your job for this project is to be the motion part instead of the graphic part. You're just going to do the motion graphics. Okay, so you're all set up. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to build out project number 12. So let's jump into Firefox, and I'm inside of learntechprojectfiles.com/Adobe After Effects 2022 projects. We're going to go to project number 11. No, project number 12, not 11. Premiere Pro Basics. I'm going to click on that and download the files, and then we'll get the project set up while that's working. So we're going to do new project, file, save as, and we're going to do the same format. So we're going to do number 12, project number 12, and this is going to be Adobe Premiere Pro 2022. Okay, and then basics. All right, and then I'm going to copy this. I'm going to right click and rename it, Command C on the Mac, Control C on the PC, select it, and then save the project file with the same exact copy. We'll save that, go to Firefox, grab the download file. Okay, we're going to bring this into documents, then grab number 12 and bring this into projects and go to number 12, and then open up the file by uncompressing it. Then I'm going to check it. We have introduction, we have benefits, what you will learn, students, requirements, thank you, and the promo video itself. Now I'm going to walk you through everything I want you to do with this one. So it's going to be a little more fast-paced because we've done a lot of repetition. So buckle up and let's do this. So I'm going to right-click and we're going to import the file. Okay. We're going to go to number 12, the 12 folder, grab all the files here, open that. I'm going to grab the promo video, bring this in. I'm going to scrub to exactly where I want it. I have to be careful because I like to use keyboard shortcuts on my recorder, and when I've been doing that, I've been cutting out the video. So I have to make sure that I don't do that. So I have to scrub. I can't do what I normally do, which is fine for this example. So what I want to do is right here, I want to show benefits. Okay, so I want benefits to show up there, but I want it to be right in the middle here. Okay, so we're going to set it up to be right here, and then I'm going to set the opacity. So I want it to be 5 second, 5 second effect. Okay, so the opacity is going to be 0. We're going to have it come in and be 100%, and then jump cut. So I'll hit play. Benefits. And if we start at 10 seconds, the effect is 1 second, right? And so we should have the graphic showing for 2 seconds and then cut it out. So right here, and then we'll just do a jump cut. It just disappears. Then we'll grab students, okay? And we'll do the same thing, but we will figure out where the thumbnail is. The thumbnail is about right there, which is 56 seconds. So we can move this down quite a bit. I'm going to shrink this down a lot. And we'll bring it down to 20 seconds. And we're going to do the same thing. I want it to be just about the same spot. We'll snap it right here. Okay. And let's do this. So we'll go here to transform. Opacity, we're going to create a keyframe, turning it off, then turning it on. So we started at 20 seconds. and then shutting it off at 23, okay, which is right here. So again, it's a quick effect and it's a quick graphic, but that's really the point. So students, and then jump cut, okay? Then we want requirements to be at 30 seconds. So I'll bring that in. And then we'll just shrink this down to that, okay? And then give it 5 seconds, bring it down to here, adjust the opacity, and then same deal, okay? So we'll set this to 0. Bring it back, and then give it 2 more seconds, roughly to 34 seconds, and then I'll cut it, or trim it, I should say. Then we jump cut, and we're done. So I'll save that, and then I'm going to scrub down to the end of the clip of the promo video and see where the thumbnail appears. So right before that, we want to have thank you. So at 50 seconds, we're going to have thank you. Okay. So we'll trim this down all the way down to 50 seconds. And then at 55 seconds, as I transition to a different app, what we're going to do, sorry about that. What we're going to do is we're going to set it to 5 seconds and then adjust where it appears. So we have thank you right here. We'll adjust the opacity. We'll set a keyframe to 0% for the opacity. We'll scrub 1 second. Okay, set it to 100%, and then let it go for 2 more seconds, and then trim the effect or the layer, and then preview it and see what it looks like. So when I play it, thank you, and then it's only 2 seconds, then I'll cut out. Okay, and my video is delayed, so if that jumped or did whatever, that's what it is. So that's how we lay it out and give it the effects that we want and make it look professional. And really, all we're doing is adding another layer to all of my promo videos. So I did the first layer where I talked about everything, showing examples and whatnot, but I didn't add graphics. So this is really the next layer on top of what I already have. And then another layer on top of that would be to add like music in the promo video, okay? And then another layer on top of that would be to add even more graphics and more effects to the promo video to make it more engaging, okay? So I hope you enjoyed this project. This was a lot of fun. So thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. The project file. So we're going to go to I'm going to go to the home page here, click on new project, file, save as. Okay, go to your projects folder. We're going to label this new folder as 13. It's going to be project number 13, and it's going to be Adobe Premiere Pro 2022 projects. We're going to create that. I'm going to right click and rename this. I'm going to copy it with Command C on the Mac, Control C on the PC, and then we're going to label our project file with the same exact label. Create that. We're good to go there. Let's go to Firefox, grab our downloaded file. Okay, I'm going to bring this over to my documents. Then I'm going to bring it into the projects folder and go to project number 13, double clicking on it to uncompress the file, and then we'll check out the file and see what's in there. So we have introduction, benefits, what you will learn, students, requirements, thank you, and then the promo video itself. So let's go back to After Effects, and what we'll do is we'll import this from the project panel. So I'll right click, click on import, go to file, and then we're going to grab project number 13, the files here, highlight everything, and then bring it in or open it. Okay. Then we'll bring the Adobe Premiere Pro 2022 projects promo video onto the composition here, and I can actually expand this out, and then we can scrub through and kind of see what we have and what we're working with. Okay, so it's about a minute of a promo video, which is perfect. And what I want to do is Similar to what we did in the previous project, I'm going to add some motion to our graphics to have a little fun with this, but we're not going to use introduction. We're going to use benefits and students and thank you. Okay, so I want to minimize the graphics for this one. So let's do benefits, and I will start it right at 15 seconds and frame 3. So I'm going to make this about 5 seconds. And what I want to do is we'll put the graphic just above here, right there. And I want to add, let's do opacity to 0. And we'll just do this. And we'll adjust this and then make it 100%. Let's see how that looks. All right, so that's a little bit slow. So I'm going to move the keyframe to the left to make the transition or the opacity faster. So we're basically creating a dissolve in, or when I click on it, it fades in quickly, okay? So that's great. Now, when we go to the end, so right there, we can have it fade out or just do a jump cut. I prefer jump cuts. I really like the fade in though, because it's very clean. And then we just have a jump cut out, okay? Now we're gonna use students, okay? So for students, I wanna go down to here and do the same kind of effect. Okay, so we'll bring this in and I'll close this layer out, or collapse the layer, I should say. And then I will shrink this layer down like that, and we'll make it 5 seconds. And then what I want to do is adjust the opacity. So we're going to do the same thing. We're going to position it in the same spot, adjusting the opacity, and we're going to make it a quick effect. So we'll do opacity. I'll move it just a little bit, just a sliver. And actually, let's click on the keyframe here. I didn't do what I was supposed to do. I want to set this to 0, okay? Now normally I'd use my keyboard, but I've been stopping my recordings with my keyboard shortcuts, so I need to use the mouse instead. In fact, I need to make sure I'm still recording because I've been having problems with this. I'm a keyboard shortcut fanatic. I really love keyboard shortcuts because it makes everything quicker, but sometimes it messes up my whole thing. So you see, this is a faster transition, so let's play it. So we're fading in really fast, okay? So we have students, and then it just jump cuts out. Now, I think we should make this a little shorter, just like that, and then, so when we fade in, you see it, and then boom, it's gone, okay? I really like that, okay? I do like to fade out, but for lower thirds, just for graphics in general, you don't really need to do that. Jump cutting is okay. It's a trendy thing, so it's acceptable. I'm not crazy about jump cuts. I could do a podcast about how I don't like jump cutting. But for this example, and I'm not going to do that, so don't worry. But for this example, it's okay. All right? Because we want it, it's a promo video. So promo videos are fast paced, and we're selling you a product. So we're saying, hey, you got to check this out, do this, do that. So we want it to be fast paced. So for the type of video that we're creating and we're compositing, it's okay. All right. So my personal feelings aside, it's okay to do it in this example. So I'm looking for the thumbnail. So if I scrub to the right here, we have that. I'm going to turn that off just in case it's scrubbing. Okay, so at 1 minute and 1 second, we're good, but I want to scrub about 5 seconds less. So we could do 56 seconds right there. And then I'm going to put thank you in here. And then we'll trim down this layer to here and then do it about right there. Okay, and then we'll add this in and bring this down to here and then adjust this. And one thing I'll tell you about why I love After Effects so much is it works so well with Photoshop, okay? And it's layer based, okay? So that's why I love After Effects so much. That's why I love Photoshop so much. Because when you put stuff in layers, it just makes everything make more sense. So I'll just scrub a little bit to the right. And I goofed, I didn't put the opacity to 0. So let's do that. And I have to make sure again, I'm still recording because I don't want to lose anything here. And I'm going to scrub a little bit to the right, and then we'll turn the opacity to 100%. So we have, that's at 0, okay? Okay, I'm going to delete this keyframe because I goofed up. Hold on. Let's delete the keyframe, and then let's try again. So what we'll do is we'll set this to 0, okay? And then when I scrub a little bit to the right, we're going to make another keyframe, about right there, and we're going to set it to 100%, which will create another keyframe. This one's going to be really fast, but that's okay. So we'll play it. There you go. It's a smooth, it's fast, but it's a smooth effect, okay? And all we're doing is adjusting the opacity. So we're taking it from 0% to 100% and giving it kind of a tenth of a second to transition from 0 to 100%, okay? But it looks really cool and smooth, okay? And that's really what you want when you make effects. See how smooth and clean that is? Very smooth transition. And then, like I said, we're doing kind of a fast-paced promo video, and you'll say, Josh, you're talking fast. Yes, but I'm talking at the pace of the promo video, right? I'll slow down. But what we're doing is we're setting the tone or the pace of the video by the way that we do our effects. So if you have slow effects, you're setting the pace to be slow. If you have like a middle of the road speed, like instead of 5 seconds or 0 seconds, you have 2 seconds. Or let's use an even number, 3 seconds instead of 0 or 6, right? Then you're in the middle. That's fine. It depends on what the tone is, what the pace is of the video that you're making. That's how you're going to make the effects, okay? It has to work within what you're trying to create. So if you're making a fast-paced reality show, you're going to have quick effects like this, where when you see a graphic pop up, it's going to be like, boom, there it is, and boom, out, right? So it really depends on what the pace is. So we'll trim from there, not cut, but trim, okay? We'll save it, and let's look at all the effects again real quick. So what we did with this one is we had it fade in and then cut out. Same with this one. We have students, and then this one. Beautiful. And then when we get to 1 minute and 1 second, it cuts to the thumbnail. And there you go. So that's Adobe Premiere Pro 2022 projects. That's how you can add more engagement to the project by just adding a few graphics here and there, adding some cool effects to it. You can really make the video pop really easily without doing much, okay? So remember that. Keep it simple. Don't overdo it. Don't over affect it. Just do the bare minimum in terms of, not the bare minimum, but do the least amount of effects that you think that you need, okay? When you're thinking about your video, whatever it is, let's say you're making a promo video for something, make sure that when you write out the outline, you put it in layers, just like Premiere Pro, or not Premiere Pro, but Photoshop or After Effects. Build it out in layers. Build the first layer as the video, okay? So what's the point of the story, okay? What am I trying to get across? So the first layer for this is the promo video, right? So that's layer 1. Then what's layer 2? We're adding graphics and motion to those graphics. That's layer 2. And then what's layer 3? We could add music. That could be another one. What's layer 4? We could add more effects. But you see how I'm keeping it simple, okay? I literally added effects before we even did anything by adding this graphic in here and then something at the beginning, okay? And the reason why I did it that way was to make it easier for us to edit it. So you really just want to improve it where it needs it and not overdo it, is what I'm trying to get across. So less is more, okay? It really is. You can put a whole bunch of stuff on here, and if you watch movies and whatever, they over affect stuff too much where it's oversaturated with effects, okay? If you have a movie with balanced effects, it makes the movie more engaging because it looks more realistic and you can relate to it more, okay? But if the whole movie is just special effects, it's a fake fest, right? It's too much effects. So with promo videos or any type of video, don't overdo it, okay? Keep it simplistic, keep it basic, okay? And that will take you far, young Jedi, okay? Now yes, I'm not going to go any further with that joke, but thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to build out project number 14, Adobe Premiere Pro 2022 Ultimate Guide promo video. So we're going to add more engagement to the promo video that we have already made, which I've already made, and I'm giving to you to improve. Okay, so what I want to do is we're going to go to LearnTechProjectFiles.com. We're going to click on Adobe After Effects 2022 projects. Right here, you can see the directory right there. We're going to click on project number 14, download the file, and then I want to go to After Effects and get everything set up. So I'm going to go to the home page, click on New Project. I'm going to do File, Save As, and we're going to label this. We're going to go to Projects, and I'm going to create a new folder calling this 14, project number 14. Okay, and then we'll do Adobe Premiere Pro 2022 Ultimate Guide with a capital G. We'll create that. There we go. I'm going to right click, rename it, copy it with Command C on the Mac, Control C on the PC, and inside of here I want to label the untitled project number 14, project number 14, Adobe Premiere Pro Ultimate Guide. Okay, we'll save that. Go back to Firefox. Let's go to our downloads. Grab the project file that we downloaded, number 14. We'll bring that over to projects, and then we'll go here, and I'll double click on it to uncompress the file, and then we'll look at the source files that we have. So we have benefits, what you'll learn, introduction, students, requirements, thank you, and the promo video itself. So again, I was talking about this in project 13. We want to keep the promo video as simplistic as possible. So when I scrub through and you see, and I'm going to mute the speakers, make sure they're muted. When we go and we look at this promo video, I'm going to scrub through and kind of talk about what I did when I made it and how we can improve it even more. So let me right click on the project panel. We're going to import a file. We're going to go to number 14 and then the folder here and grab all the files that we've downloaded, hit open, and then we'll bring the promo video to the composition. Then I'm going to scrub through so you can see we have a thumbnail here, and when I scrub forward to about 10 seconds, then we get the introduction. Okay. Then from there, we learn about all the stuff that we're going to learn with Creative Cloud, like setting up an account, working with the web app, and installing Premiere Pro. And then we talk about the welcome page, right? Then we talk about the what's new, okay? And so on and so forth. So I can scrub all the way through, and we have about a minute and 28 seconds, okay, with the logo, then the thumbnail, okay, which is a good way to end the promo video, okay? And then we have all the content in between. So really what we can do is similar to what we did in the previous video, which is bringing in the lower thirds, but positioning in a different way, okay? So the introduction, we could put that in here if we want, which we will, okay? And I'm going to shrink this down quite a bit. Okay, and what I can do is I can put it up here, and I'm going to do something I haven't been doing the whole time, which is shrinking down the graphic a little bit. So we can do introduction here. Okay, and what that does is it doesn't make it over the top in terms of size. Okay, so now we have introduction. That looks really clean and simple, and with enough time on there, we can literally add kind of a cool effect, which you know what it is. I love to do dissolves. So we're going to set the opacity to 0. And this time I'm going to have it be a little bit longer. So we'll set it to 100%. Okay, so I'll play this. And I think that's a little too long, so we'll shrink it up a little bit. There we go. So we have introduction. We'll take it to about 15 seconds, and then we'll pause it, okay? And I'm noticing that my computer's starting to kind of freeze. So if there's a little bit of lag, that's why, okay? I'm just letting you know as I'm recording this what's going on. But you can see we have introduction there, and then we jump cut out. And then at about 20 seconds, we can do benefits and do the same thing in terms of size and position. So I'll grab benefits, we'll put that here. And if we overlap it with introduction, we can shrink this down quite a bit. And it's about the same size. Then we can scrub to about 20 seconds and then bring it back from here to about 25 and then adjust the opacity on layer 1. Go to transform, opacity, set it to 0, and then scrub forward a little bit and then put it to 100%. Okay, and make sure that we don't have any white space on the left. We want it to be clean. So that's just the outline of the selection tool. So when you select it, it has the outline. So not to confuse it with that. Now you can see it's right on the edge of the screen there. So if I hit play, we can see what the effect looks like. Very clean. And then it just jump cuts out, which again is fine. You have a smooth transition in and then a jump cut out. That's perfectly fine. Okay. So then we have what you'll learn, and we'll do the same thing here. We'll kind of expand this out to 30 seconds, and then right at that point, we'll shrink this down, holding shift, and then I'll just kind of wing it in terms of where I want it to be. It doesn't need to be exact for this example, because you can put it wherever you want. There's not really, it has to be here, you know. I'll set the transform opacity to 0. Try that again. I accidentally highlighted these. Give me 1 second. There we go. I'm trying not to touch the keyboard because what happens is when I touch my keypad here for the numbers, I start erasing the whole recording that I'm doing. So I have to be very on top of it. Okay, so let's see what the effect looks like. So when I hit play, what you'll learn, there you go. And then I'll cut from there. We'll do a jump cut. There you go. So what you'll learn shows up real quick, jump cuts out. Okay. Again, this is a fast-paced promo. So we don't want it to be like, hey, welcome to the promo video and whatever. No, I want to get right to the point and show you what you're going to learn. Okay. So it has to be that the pace is fast-paced. So let's go to 35 seconds. And then I'll trim this down to 40 seconds. So it's about 5 seconds long. And again, we'll shrink this down, holding shift to keep the aspect ratio. And then I'll bring it over here. Okay, and then we'll adjust the opacity. And we'll set it to 0. And then we'll skip ahead a little bit, turning it back up to 100%. And then I'll let it go for a little bit, and then I'll cut it out. And then let's see how that looks. Beautiful. Okay, so again, my computer's lagging, so I'm going to wrap this up, which I was going to do anyway, but if on the video it's skipping, that's why. Okay, so we'll do requirements at 40 seconds. And let me save this file, just so we make sure we save. And let's bring that in. We'll trim that down to here, and then down to 45 seconds. And then we'll shrink this down to about there, and then I'll bring it over, eyeballing it to get to about where it needs to be. And then we can set the opacity to 0 with a keyframe. Then I can scrub ahead and set the opacity to 100%. And then we'll scrub ahead a little bit more and then cut this down. Okay, then we'll play it. Beautiful. I like the fast pace. And then the jump cut. Okay, I like that. We're getting better. Then we're going to bring in thank you. So I want to see where the thumbnail pops up. It's about right there. So we can put thank you here if we want. Let's put it about right here. Okay. So again, we'll just have it kind of pop in real quick and then jump cut out. So let's shrink this down. Keep it to 5 seconds. And I'm going to trim that. But we'll grab this, hold shift, bring it down, and then slap it over here. And then I'll adjust the opacity with a keyframe, setting it to 0. I'll scrub ahead, and then I'll set the opacity to 100%. And then we'll scrub ahead a little bit more, and then trim it down and jump cut out. So I'll set it here, I'll hit play, just so we can see it. There you go, smooth transition in, and then jump cut out. Beautiful. Then we should get the thumbnail soon, right there. So we can move this down if we want to about right where the thumbnail is going to pop up. Okay, just so it fits the timeline. Jump cut out, then we get the thumbnail. So there you go. That's essentially how you add a minimal effect to your video by not overdoing it. Because again, you don't want to add a lot of graphics to your stuff. You want to add it where it needs it, but not overdo it. Okay? Don't underdo it either. Just get the right balance with it. Okay? Have fun with it. I have a lot of fun doing this with you. I absolutely love After Effects. I've been using After Effects for 20 years, Photoshop for 20 years, Premiere Pro for 20 years. Don't make me feel old. And so I really like using this and helping you learn After Effects. So I hope you enjoyed this project. I really enjoyed bringing it to you. And there's more on the way. So get excited. We're going to have fun and keep learning. Okay? So thanks so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome to project number 15, where we're going to be talking about how to composite Adobe Animate 2022 Basics, which is my promo video. So what we're going to do is we're going to be improving my promo video with adding lower thirds and then adding some motion to the graphics that I provide to you. So the very first thing I want you to do is download project number 15. So make sure you're on my website, learntechprojectfiles.com. Go to Adobe After Effects 2022 projects, and then go to number 15 here. We're going to download this file, and while that's working, we're going to go to After Effects, and we're going to create the project, which is project number 15, Adobe Animate Basics. So what I want to do is click on New Project. I'm going to go to File, Save As. I'm going to go to Projects. In my documents, I'm going to go to Projects. And we're going to follow this same formula here. We're going to create a new folder, 15, project number 15, and this is going to be Adobe Animate 2022 Basics. I'm going to copy that with Command C, well, Command A to select all, and then Command C to copy. Okay. I'm going to copy that, and then we're going to label the project with the same exact label. Okay. So we'll save that. So now we have that. Let's go back to Firefox and see where we're at. You can see based on the pie graph here, we're about at 75%, give or take. It's just about done, about 9 seconds left. So we'll let that finish, and then we're going to grab that zip file and put it inside of our projects folder. So I'm going to open this up in the downloads. I'm going to bring it to documents. Then I'm going to go to documents and bring it over to projects. And then we're going to put it in number 15. I'll double click on it to uncompress the file. And then we're going to look at the file and see what we have. So you can see we have all these different things. And what I did for this example is I grabbed my promo video that I did for Adobe Animate for the Ultimate Guide, and I'm going to use it for the basics and also the projects. So we're going to use that same promo video for all three projects. Okay, and the reason for that is because we want to practice creating different effects with different videos. Okay, so let's go to After Effects, and I'm going to go to the project panel, right click and import, click on file. We're going to go to project number 15, and I'm going to select all of the graphics and the video and open that up. And then I'm going to bring Adobe Animate 2022 Basics to the timeline, okay, or to the composition. I'm going to mute my speakers, okay, and we're going to scrub through and see all of the video that I have on here and kind of identify where we want to put the lower thirds and if we want to do a different kind of graphic for different parts of the video. Now you'll notice it's pixelated, right? And that's just because of the preview. But if I were to hit spacebar and actually watch the clip, then I can see exactly where everything is. So let's look at the graphics that we have. Okay, so I'm going to pause this by moving the cursor right here. And if I just click on it, we can see that this is the introduction. So we can use the introduction if you want. We don't have to. In this case, I don't think there's a reason to. So what I'll do is I'll grab benefits and we'll bring that to the composition. Then I'm going to shrink this down to here and also bring this down over here, and we'll keep it to about 10 seconds. Now normally what I do is I go here and I type in the time code, but because I'm using a recorder where the keyboard shortcuts correspond with some of those numbers, I have to use the scrub bar instead. So just so you know that. So we're at 7 seconds. And what we can do with this is we can shrink this down. If I hold shift and shrink it down, I can put it there. And then we can put it over in the right-hand corner here. Okay. And we can also put it up like that. We can put it over here where it's kind of out of the way, but it's still visible, which I kind of like better. And then let's go to transform, and we're going to click on opacity. So the opacity, I want it to be 0. Then I go about 2 seconds in, almost 3. I want it to basically fade in, okay? You see all the benefits, and then it just jump cuts away, okay? Now, instead of doing that, let's extend this clip out to 25 seconds, and then let's set a keyframe for position, and actually for opacity to be 0 right here. So let's bring this down to 0, and let's see how that looks. So we'll fade in. You see the content, and then it fades away. All right, so I don't like that at all. What we can do is extend this out, put the keyframe down here, and let's see how that looks. And still it's doing the same thing. Okay, it slowly fades away. So we'll get rid of the keyframe. Okay, I'll bring this back to where we had it at, and we'll just have a jump cut out. Or we can grab the position keyframe. Okay, and then right here, we can have it go whoop, like that. And let's see how that looks. So I'll hit play. It fades in nicely. We get to see it for a little bit, and then it should start to move right here. Beautiful. Then what we can do is for the next graphic, okay, we'll put it in the same spot. Okay, and here, let me collapse this layer real quick. I'll bring this in, and then we can shrink this down, so I'll hold shift, and then we can put it over here, and we'll do the same thing. We'll have it fade in. So I'll put that to 35 seconds, and then let's have this, set the opacity to 0, and then at 25 seconds, we'll set it to 100%. So I'll start it here, I'll hit spacebar, and a beautiful transition in. And then we could set the position here and then have it move out by 30 seconds. Okay, go whoop, like that. And then shrink this down, just so that it's not so long. Okay, so we have what you will learn, and then it should start moving. There you go. Beautiful. Okay, so we'll pause that. And then let's grab students, and let's pause the timeline for a second. Let's grab students, and this time what we can do, instead of having it just kind of fade in, we can use that same effect for position, and maybe let's move it down here, because having it up there is kind of blocking what I'm showing on the screen, right? So what we can do is set the position. Okay, so the position could be, we're here first, right? And then at 45 seconds, we bring it in. Okay, and then at 55 seconds, we go out. Okay, and then I can trim all this down. I'll hit play. So it slowly comes in, which I'm going to speed that up, but then it comes out. So we'll speed it up. So I'll hit play. And I admit that's a little too short. So we'll drag this out to 1 minute and 10 seconds and see if that fixes it. Nope. Still too long, so I'm going to delete that. We'll delete this. And we'll just have it fade in instead of, and so I'm ripping up what I did. I'll bring this back to here. Okay, we'll have it fade in instead of position in. Okay, so we'll do that. Then we'll adjust the opacity to 100%. Then here, we can do position and have it go up. Okay, I don't know why that's not working. Let me see. Oh, I see. I didn't adjust the position. So the position, we need to move that to here. Okay, then it will fade in. All right, so let's fix the positioning on this. I'll delete these keyframes for a second. And let's do it like this. Let's turn the opacity to 0. Okay, let's go in a few seconds. Turn the opacity to 100%. Then we're going to go to the 45 seconds. We'll set the position for the keyframe and then go to 50 seconds and move it out. Now when I play that, it'll fade in quickly, and then at 45 seconds, it'll start to move it out. And even if it's that slow, that's fine. Okay, that works. Okay, so then let's do thank you and requirements. So let me scrub to, okay, so we're almost at the end of the clip here. So let me see where it ends. At about 1 minute and 26 seconds. So we have about 20 seconds to work with. So we could go to 55 seconds, put requirements in there. I'm going to adjust this down a little bit. And again, put that over here. And what I would do is I do the fade in and fade out. Or fade in and jump cut. Because with the jump cut, what's nice about that is even just having it appear is fine. You know, you just jump cut in, jump cut out. It fits the fast pace, you know, promo video style. So let's go to 10 seconds and add the thank you graphic. So we're not going to add any effects to these. We're just going to put them on the composition here and just shrink them down and then let them jump cut in and out. Okay. And that's actually fine because it actually adds a lot of engagement to the promo video. Because then it gives you kind of a... So let's watch each effect real quick. Very nice. Beautiful. All right, I like it. So, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to build out project number 16, which is going to be the Adobe Animate 2022 Projects promo video. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be compositing lower thirds and graphics that we're going to add animations to or just jump cuts. We're going to kind of wing it, but we're going to improve the promo video that I created. Okay, and we've been doing this for the last, I want to say 13 projects. We have a few more to do, but the whole point of all this is to get the practice and repetition in. So remember that when you're like, dude, you're doing the same project over and over again. Really, we're not. We're doing different projects, but they're similar in the fact that they're all promo videos and they're all similarly created the same way. I use a formula that works. So I want you to go to my website, learntechprojectfiles.com, click on Adobe After Effects 2022 Projects, and go down to project number 16 to download the files. Then go into After Effects, and we're going to create this, but for number 16. Okay, so click on New Project, go to File, Save As, and we're going to set up the project files. Okay, so let's do New Folder. We're going to do number 16, project number 16, and we're going to do Adobe Animate 2022 Projects. Create that, and then I want to right-click, rename, Command-C on the Mac, Control-C on the PC, and we're going to label the project file the same as the folder so we can easily find it and manage it. Okay, so there we go. We have that done. Now let's go to Firefox. We're going to grab the file that we downloaded, which is number 16. I'm going to bring that to Documents, where I have my projects folder. I'll bring it into the projects folder and take it to number 16, and then I will double-click on it to uncompress the file, and then we'll look at the file that we have. So we have introduction, benefits, what you will learn, students, requirements, thank you, and the actual promo video. Okay, so now we're going to go into After Effects. We'll bring all these files in through the project panel. So I'll right-click, click on Import, and then File. And then what we're going to do is go to project number 16, the folder where we have all the files. Click on that, click on Open, and all the files are there. Bring it to the composition, and make sure the speakers are muted, which they are. I'm going to scrub through just so you can see the content. Now you'll remember, this promo video is exactly the same as the previous project, which was Adobe Animate Basics. But the difference is that we're adding graphics for the projects version of the course, which is a completely different course than the basics course. Okay, and the reason why we're using the same footage for these 3 projects for Adobe Animate is I haven't recorded anything for the basics or the project. So the best way to practice is just to have footage in there, and so I figured let's just use the footage I already have and then make something cool out of it to learn about animation. So what I want to do is let's go to about 10 seconds in. We're going to add benefits. Okay, and the way that we've been doing this is we've been putting stuff over here, down here, here, here. How about we put it right here? And let's do this. Let's shrink it down. So I'm going to click and drag. Okay. And I haven't done anything right here yet. So we're going to put benefits there. Okay. We'll shrink this down in terms of the length of the clip to right there, which is 10 seconds. And then what we'll do is we'll bring everything in this time, and then we'll animate it. Okay, so what you will learn, we'll bring that in next. And I want to literally bring it to right here, and then give it a 10-second duration, just for right now. And then when we animate it, we can do whatever we want with it. So I'll bring that here. Okay. And the idea too about doing kind of a similar project is also to show you that what you can do is you can kind of learn how to lay things out, how to make kind of smooth effects, so it will work on multiple projects. Okay. Okay, beautiful. So we'll move that down a little bit. And then what I want to do is we'll work with these two first. So benefits, I want to add our favorite effect, which is opacity. I like to set it to 0 and then go in a little bit and set it to 100%. And then when we get to here, set it back to 0, and let's see how that looks. So we'll delete that keyframe, and what I'll do is then we'll go to the next one, and we'll jump cut in, and then we'll fade away. And not even that. We'll just jump cut in, and then go to the next one. Okay. So if I bring that down a little bit, then bring it over, then I have it right here, okay, and then we can go to 40. So I scrub through it, and it just goes from what you will learn to students, okay, and then we can do the next one, which is requirements, and then thank you, and do the same thing, okay. So we can do this, and we can do, I don't know why I did that, okay. Let's fix that. We can do this right here, go to 50 seconds. Boop, and then bring this down a little bit. And as long as it's within, you know, close to where we have it. Of course, I'm way off, so let me fix that. Be in about the same area. It doesn't have to be exactly the same size, but as long as it's in the same space or close to it, you're good. You can also turn on rulers with Command R, which will also give us the ability to kind of bring guides out. So we can do that like this. And now I can line up the next one and see if we're even close, which we're pretty close. For eyeballing it, I did a pretty good job. Let's see. I'm going to click and drag it out, holding shift, and then kind of bringing it up a little bit. That looks pretty good. And then we'll do thank you. Okay, and thank you, we'll go right over here. And we'll kind of bring it in a little bit. And there you go. Okay, so I can hide the guide. It's Command, I don't even know what the keyboard shortcut is, I just hit it. So I'll talk about that in a second. Let me go to 50 seconds and then 1 minute. And so you see, if I play this now, let's see how it looks. So it fades into benefits, okay? So I talk about the benefits. Then we get the what you will learn. And then you get, I'll kind of go ahead and see the next one. So students, and then what's the next one? We have requirements, and then we have thank you. Beautiful. There you go. And then when we get to the end, we get the graphic and you're good to go. Okay? So that's Adobe Animate projects. All right, so thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to build out project number 17, which is Adobe Animate 2022 Ultimate Guide. And so what we're going to be doing is we're going to be compositing this video that I've already created with some graphics that I'm going to give you. And we're going to kind of increase the engagement of this video by adding some effects, okay? So the first thing I want you to do is go to learntechprojectfiles.com. We're going to click on Adobe After Effects 2022 projects, and I want to go down to project number 17, which is Adobe Animate 2022 Ultimate Guide. So I'll click on that, we'll download the file, and while that's downloading, let's go to After Effects and set up our project file. So click on New Project, go to File, Save As, and we're going to click on Projects and follow the formula here that we have for the previous 16 projects, which is 14 projects. Okay, so we're going to create a new folder, and let's do 17, project number 17, dash Adobe Animate 2022 Ultimate Guide. There we go. I'm going to hit Command A, Command C to copy. So Command A selects all, Command C copies, hit Create, and then we're going to label the untitled project the same as the folder. Okay. I'll save that. We'll go back to Firefox, grab our downloaded file, and I will bring that over to Documents, and then I'll bring that into Projects and go to number 17. We'll double click on the uncompressed file to uncompress the file. Then let's look at the graphics. So we have introduction, benefits, what you will learn, students, requirements, thank you, and the promo video itself. Okay, let's go back to After Effects, right click on the project panel, import the file, and then we're going to select all the files inside of 17. Okay, project number 17, Adobe Animate 2022 Ultimate Guide, hit open, bring that in, let's bring it to the composition, and we have the promo video here. So we can scrub through, and you can see where we can add some graphics to kind of give people more engagement on this video, okay? So we have it here, and then we have it at the end, and then I have the Learn Tech Plus logo, okay? So you know who it's created by. But I don't have anything in between here, and so that's where I want to do the compositing to add some effects to that so we can do introduction. And what we'll do is I'll select all of them, and we'll just bring them all in. Okay. And then what we're going to do is, because we have them all selected, okay, we can move it down, and I can turn this one off. Let's turn that one off. Then we have benefits. So I can highlight all of these, and I can bring it over here. We can put it down here, wherever you want to. And if I just select all the layers and bring them all in, we can position all that right here. Now, I haven't been showing you this because I want you to do it kind of manually. And so we'll shrink that down, and then we'll put it right here. And actually, let's undo that. Let's grab all of these and put them right here. Okay. So when I do that and I unselect it, then we have benefits, introduction, okay, and it's real smooth. So now we can start to build out the effects, okay. So we can select all these and move them past here, okay, and then I can deselect this one by hitting Command and then clicking on the layer that I want to deselect. I can push these to 20 seconds. So now I have 10 seconds roughly to work on this one and get it the way that I want it, and then we can go to the next one. So what I'm going to do is we'll go inside of Transform, hit opacity, which we all know is my favorite effect. And then we'll push this over to 10 seconds, put that to 100%, and then bring that over to here for 0%. See how that animation goes. And if I like it, we'll keep it. If not, we'll... Okay, let's extend this out to about 30 seconds. Okay, so what we can do, I'll delete this keyframe then. And what I want to do is I want it to kind of fade in quickly and then jump cut out, which is my favorite effect, as we all know. So I'll bring this one over, okay, which is going to be benefits. And then I can cut that down or trim it down to here. And then from there, we can go to, I can select these three and move them down, way down. And then when I play this, what you'll learn, okay, we go to 30 seconds. I'll bring that down to here, and then I can bring this one over, which will be students. Okay, we can go to 40 seconds. I can cut that down. Or try to. Sort of. There we go. We can cut this down. And then with this, I can cut this down. To here, and then from there we can do thank you. Okay. And then we can take this to the thumbnail. Which is right there. So then I can shrink this down quite a bit. And where we have our cursor, that's our marker. So we're not going to go any further than that. So I can save this. And there you go. Now we're dangerous. Okay, so if we scrub through and kind of see what we did the same effect. Okay, and then we did jump cut. But this time what we did is instead of having to position every single one by one, what I did is I selected all the layers, brought them all in, positioned them where we wanted them, and then added the effects. So we're going to be doing that with the next 4 projects. We're going to do different effects other than a fade. We're going to have like a rotate, all sorts of different kind of cool effects to just vary kind of the compositing that you can do in After Effects. Okay, so I really enjoyed bringing this to you. Thanks so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to build out project number 18, which is Adobe Illustrator Basics. So let's go to LearnTechProjectFiles.com, go to Adobe After Effects 2022 Projects, and let's click on project number 18. And we're going to download that file, and while it's downloading, we're going to do the same old thing. Not really, but we're going to do the same repetition that we've been doing, which is creating a new project. We're going to go to File, Save As, and we're going to create a folder, okay, following the format that we have right here. So it's going to be 18, project number 18, and we're going to do Adobe Illustrator 2022, and we're going to do Basics. Command A to select all, Command C to copy, hit create, and then let's label the project the same. I'm going to hit save, make sure the folder is selected, save it, then go to Firefox, and let's see what's going on with the download. Really? Okay. All right, so let's see if the project file has been downloaded. I'm going to go to my Finder. I'm going to go to the downloads, and there it is. So I'm going to bring that over to Documents, and then we'll bring it into Projects. or I'll try to. There we go. And then we'll drop it into project number 18. I'll double click on the compress file so we can see which files we're going to be using. So we have introduction, benefits, what you will learn, students, requirements, thank you, and then the promo video. So remember, we're going to be using the same technique that we did in the previous video to increase our efficiency. I'm going to go to the project panel, right click and import. And whoops, I didn't mean to do multiple files. Let's do import file. Okay. So to increase our efficiency, what we're going to be doing is we're going to select 18, this, highlight all that, which we've been doing the whole time. But the difference is we brought in the promo video, and then we brought in all the layers with our graphics on it, and we positioned everything and adjusted the size and whatnot all at the same time, okay? Which we haven't been doing prior to the previous project. And the reason why I waited to do that is I wanted to show you how tedious it is to do one by one. So it's better if you know where you want things to be to position them all at once at the same time. And then what you do is once you know where you want to position it, so let's say we want to have it like right here, right? Okay, so I know where I want it. So we have all the things there, right? So that's fine. So what we can do now is I can deselect it and then just work with the introduction first, okay? So I can highlight all these and move them down to where the footage actually starts, not where the thumbnail is, right? Leaving this one on, okay? Deselecting introduction and selecting all the other ones and sliding them way down, okay? And now when I play the timeline, I have introduction. So what we can do is I want to do some different effects now. We've been using the fade in and then jump cut out, and then we've been jump cutting. So this time what I want to do is I want to transform with scale. So what we can do, and before I do that, let me undo that. I'm going to undo a couple things here. I want all the layers to be selected at the same time when I do this. So that way when I do the effect, wherever I am on the timeline or the composition, wherever I'm on the timeline, the effects will be the same, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to highlight all these layers, okay? I'm going to scrub so that we can see at least one of them. And what I want to do is I want to transform all of them at the same time, okay? So we're going to set the scale on all of them, and you'll notice it already does it. So if they're highlighted, you can do this effect on all of them at the same time. So I can set this to 0, okay, and it's at 0%, okay. Now, when I go in, and let's say we want the effect to be, we're at 13 seconds, so let's say we want it to be, let's say 4 seconds, 5 seconds. Let's set it to 100% now. Or let's do 50%. So what happened is, when I hit play, it's almost where we want it to be. Okay, it's not quite where I want it, but we're real close. So I'm going to scrub a little bit more, and I hope I didn't stop the video. Nope, I didn't. Okay, good. I had to make sure because sometimes I get carried away. You know this by now. So when I adjusted that, and now I hit play, and it brings it in, and boom, it fits perfectly on the side. And so now what I've done is I've composited 6 graphics at once. So instead of doing it one by one, and you're like, wow, this is really slow. Yes, it is slow. But in order for me to be able to show you the quick tricks, we have to practice and practice and practice and practice. And we need to learn, practice, improve. The only way to learn, practice, and improve is to get the repetition in. Once you have the repetition in, then we can do the tips and tricks. That's the whole point of this entire project exercise, which is 20 projects or more, is to show you different ways to do the same thing, okay? And that's really the point of this, is there's a lot of different ways to do things. So always remember that, okay? Now, what I'm going to do is we're going to set the introduction here, okay? And then I'm going to bring it down. Let's play it. Okay, so we bring introduction in. Beautiful. Okay, then we're going to have benefits. So, and what we'll do is we'll have this come in, and then we'll jump cut to benefits. And actually, we could just jump cut out of this one, which I'm going to have to go down the... We'll shrink this down a lot. And then what I'll do is, right at this point, we'll just have a jump cut out, and then benefits will show up next. Or it should. If I select these, okay, now let's see if it works. Okay, I don't know why that's happening. Let me see what's going on here. Oh, there we go. Okay, it did work. So what we can be doing as that one's getting ready, then we have benefits. Okay, then I can cut that one. So the only mistake that I made with this is when I edited all these, I should have made them shorter. So that way we don't have to cut up so much when we're actually doing it. So I highlighted all these, and I'm going to shrink all these down. And then I'll bring them over. So we want them to be about that long, which is about, it's about 30 seconds. We're going to shrink it down more. So I'll do it right now. We'll put it down to like 15 seconds. But for this one, I need to bring it over and then cut it down. Okay. So again, there's a lot of things that you can do to be efficient. So we have introduction that cuts out, and then boom, there it comes. There we have benefits. Okay, so we can let that play for a little longer and then cut right here. So just trim up the clip. Okay, and then I can bring in the next one, which is going to live right there. I can turn it on. It just cuts out, and then it pops up. Okay, so what you will learn, and we'll just let that play. And then we grab the next one. Do the same thing. Turn students on. So we can scrub kind of to the end of it and just play it. And then let's see what that does. And you can see it's slowly going to show up. And that's really what we want. Okay. But you see how I was able to edit this whole thing one time. I added the effect that we wanted. And then all we have to do is move it around in the timeline to make it work the way that we want. Okay. And I know I made you wait, but it's important to understand why I made you wait. Because that's, so I need to turn these layers on too. Okay. And the reason why I made you wait and I wanted you to kind of, I wanted to build anticipation for this is because if I gave it to you all at once, it would be confusing. Okay. If I just came in and said, boop, 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 done, you wouldn't really understand why I was doing what I was doing. So I wanted to make it worth your time. Okay. Because really the point of this project and this whole course is I want you to learn the fundamentals of After Effects so you understand everything. File management, project management, layers, how the tools work, how compositions work. It's important to understand all those elements in order to be successful at being a compositor. Okay. So we have thank you. Beautiful. Okay. So there you go. That is project number 18, Adobe Illustrator 2022 Basics. Thanks so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to build out project number 19. So let's go to Adobe After Effects 2022 projects, and you can find this on LearnTechProjectFiles.com, which is right here. Okay, so I'm going to click on Adobe After Effects 2022 projects. We'll download project number 19. Okay, we'll give that a second. I'll go into After Effects and we'll set up our project files. So click on New Project, go to File, Save As, and Save As. And then we're going to create a new folder. And we're going to call this 19 period project number 19-Adobe Illustrator 2022 projects. I'm going to hit Command A to select all, Command C to copy. On the PC if you do Command A. Control A on the PC, and then Control C to copy. Okay. Then we're going to label our untitled project the same as our folder. And why do I do that? I haven't explained until right now. The reason why I do that is if I go into my Finder, and if I had, for some reason, didn't have these project folders, this would be in numerical order, which means when I put that inside of, this works for Windows, Linux, and Mac OS. If I have those files in there, it would be in numerical order. So I'd easily be able to find it, okay? And it would be very organized. So the file's not done downloading yet. Let's see where we're at here. We have 3 minutes, it says. That should speed up, so it shouldn't be much longer. But what we're going to be doing in this project compared to the other ones is we're going to bring all the files onto the composition right here, and we're going to be editing the effects, everything, in one step. Instead of doing it 6 times, we're going to do it in one step. Okay, so we're going to do the same thing that we did in the previous video, and it's going to be a lot of fun. Okay, so we'll let this file download. It's just about there, so I'll talk with you for a few more seconds here. It says 32 seconds. So once we get the file downloaded, what we're going to do is we're going to bring it into the Documents folder here, and then go to Projects and put it right inside of project number 19. Okay, to keep everything tidy and organized and easy to find. So it should be done, just about. We'll give it a few more seconds here. It says 40 seconds. I was just at 36. Come on, Firefox. What are you doing? I got to talk to my internet provider and say, why is it saying 40 seconds and then 37 and then 50? It's literally going up. It's all good. All right, I'm back from pausing the video. The file's finally downloaded, so I'm going to open that up, bring it into Documents. Then we will bring that into Projects and project number 19. I'll double click on it to uncompress the file. We will go to After Effects, right click in the project panel, import a file, and we're going to go to number 19. I'm going to go to project number 19, highlight all the content that we want, and we literally can bring this in first, and then we're going to highlight the other layers and bring those in next. And this time, unlike last time, I'm going to shrink them all down at the same time because I only want them to be about 30 seconds. And then we're going to position this. So we have to decide, where do we want the content to live? Okay. Do we want it to live in the middle of the page? Do we want it to be up here? Okay. Do we want it to be down here, like a lower third? Do we want it over here? And what size do we want? So if I select that and bring it down, I can put it up here and kind of position it where we want it. If I really think about it, I kind of like it there. So what I can do now is we can animate this. So I'm going to select, so we're literally selecting the thank you graphic because that's on the top. So the position that we're going to set here is from the beginning. We're going to set a keyframe, okay? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to set the position to over here. And then we'll have it come in from, what have we got here? 5 seconds. So let's give it about 3 seconds and then have it pop in like so, okay? Go through, show me the content, blah, 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 right there. We'll set the position again. And then right here, we'll have it go out. Okay, so now I can preview this animation and see what that looks like. So it slowly comes in, thank you, and then it starts to slowly go away. Now, what we can do is we can extend this out. Okay, it doesn't have to be that short. And what we can also do is extend the keyframe. Okay. So now let's see what it looks like. So it slowly comes in, which is fine. And then it slowly starts to go back. Okay, now the other thing we can do is just delete that keyframe, which is what I want to do. And we'll just have it live there like that. And then right here, we can shrink it down. Okay, now I don't have the other one selected, so it may not be doing the same thing for those. Let's see if it did. Nope, I got to adjust this. Okay, which is fine, but that's why you want to select everything. So here's what we're going to do. To expedite that, we're going to redo this. I'm going to delete all these. Okay, I'll bring everything back in, and now that we know what we want to do, it's easier to do. So we'll bring this over like so. Okay, I will start it right here. Okay, I'll bring it and line it up right there. I'm going to put it right here. I'm going to shrink it down, similar to the size that we had, and you can make it whatever size you want it to be. We'll set the position at 0. Or not at 0, sorry. Instead of at 0, and let's make sure all of the layers are selected. Okay, we'll just move it off of the grid here. Okay, and then we'll come in at about right here. Okay, and then we'll jump cut out. And then we can shrink down the size of it. So we can go down to like 30 seconds or so. Okay, then we can collapse all of that, and then we can start moving these around. So I can grab this one and just kind of line it up there. Do the same thing here. Same thing here. Same thing here. And they just overlap. So you get introduction. And as I play that, then I get, what do I get? Well, we'll see. Then it pops up the next one. Okay. Now, this is a different effect, like I said, but the key here is the efficiency. How do we efficiently create an effect that we want? And obviously you can do other things, but the idea is if you're doing a promo video and this is your project and I'm your project manager, I say, student or employee or freelancer, this is what I want you to do. Okay, here's all the graphics. Here's the video. Make me something cool. Okay. So there you go. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to build out project number 20. So with project number 20, we're going to build out Adobe Illustrator 2022 Ultimate Guide. So we're going to be doing the same things that we've been doing the last two projects, which is bringing all the files in and editing the composition and adding the effects all at the same time, and then spreading them out throughout the timeline or the composition. Okay, so go to learntechprojectfiles.com, click on Adobe After Effects 2022 projects, and then go down to project number 20. Okay, download that file, and we're going to set up our project file. So we're going to go to After Effects, we're going to click on New Project, we're going to go to File, Save As. Okay, we're going to create a folder, a new folder, following this formula here. So 20 period project number 20 dash Adobe Illustrator 2022 Ultimate Guide. And I didn't spell ultimate right. So let me try that again. Ultimate Guide, Command A on the Mac, Control A on the PC to select all, Command C on the Mac, and Control C on the PC to copy. I'll hit create, and then we're going to label the project file the same as the folder. I'm going to save that, and now we're ready to go. So let's check on our downloaded file here. I'm going to pause the video, and then once it's done, I'll go to the downloads folder and show you how to move that over to the project itself. So I'll pause the video, and I'll see you in a second. All right, welcome back. So the project file is downloaded. Okay, I'm going to bring this into the documents, and then we're going to bring it into the projects folder, and then I'm going to bring it into project number 20. Double click on it to uncompress the file, and then we're going to check out the files inside. So we have introduction, we have benefits, what you will learn, students, requirements, thank you, and then the promo video. So let's jump into After Effects, right click on the project panel, go to import file, and then let's select the project, folder number 20, project number 20, highlight all this, hit open, bring the promo video to the composition, and grab all the PSD files or our lower thirds. Beautiful. And what we're going to do is we're first going to shrink down the layers in terms of duration. I want to bring it to about 15 seconds. It's about right there. And then what we're going to do is something completely different than what we've been doing the last couple videos. And that is we're going to add a solid background. Now we did this a couple projects ago, but it's been a while. So what I want to do, I'm going to deselect all these layers. I'm actually going to turn them off. And then I want to right click and I want to create a new solid background. Okay. And I'm going to grab kind of I'm going to grab a red, but then I want to go all the way down to the bottom here. And I want to bring that in and then put thank you above it and turn it on. And I like that. That doesn't look too bad. So then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to use one solid background. Okay. I'm going to turn on all these layers and we're going to select them all. Okay. And I want to expand them out as much as I can. Do a little bit more. Okay. And what we're going to do is for the effect, they're going to rotate. And we're also going to scale them. So I want them to be at 0. Okay. And then rotation will be at the scale. So right here, I want them to rotate. And then we also want them to scale. Okay, and then I want them to rotate again. Okay, then I want them to scale again. Oops, that's the position. Let me undo that. Okay, there we go. And now we're sideways. Okay, we're getting closer. Then I want to do another rotation. There we go, we're at 0. And then the scale, let's do 50%. And actually, okay, we want to get a little bit bigger than that to here. Okay, so now let's check it out and see how it looks. It's pretty wild, but, you know, that's fine. Okay. Beautiful. Okay. That's fine. Okay, then we'll pause that. And then when we jump cut away, now remember, I don't know if I selected all the layers. I don't think I did. I did not. So what are we going to do? We're going to build out the comp example, then delete everything and redo it. So that way everything is working at the same time. So let me delete that. There we go. I'll save this. Then we'll bring them back onto the composition. We'll shrink everything down. And now that we know what we want to do, we can literally shrink them down. So just make sure they're all highlighted. Okay. So we're going to do rotation and scale. So scale is going to be 0. Okay. Rotation. You're free to do what you want in terms of rotation. I'm going to just kind of adjust this as I go. So I want to do like that, and then we're going to go like this, and then the final one will be kind of the complete turnaround. To 0%, and then we can adjust the scale a little bit more to that. Okay. Now all of this is highlighted, so they're all happening at the same time. You can see the dots here. So our keyframes are going with all 6 of the graphics. So let's play it and see how it looks. And I think this will be a little smoother than what we did before. Okay. It's a little bit different. It's a little wilder than what we've been doing up to this point. I've been doing kind of simplistic animations just to keep it simple, but I want to kind of do something a little more advanced. Okay. And I already see a problem. So let's pause this. And what we're going to do is, you'll notice here we have that. So what I want to do is I want to highlight make sure all of the layers are highlighted. Okay. Because I want to change the effect on all of these. Okay. So we're going to highlight these. And I'm going to open up these layers. Pretty sure I can do that, right? Yep. So if you hold Command, you can highlight all of them. And what we're going to do is we're going to highlight all these. This is where an ultra-wide screen works really well. But that's okay. I'm not using it here, but I'm going to move these over a lot. So what's going to happen is when I play this, it'll be a faster animation, you see. Then what we're going to do is we're going to move this over, and I'm just going to do this one first. Okay, I'm going to move this over, not like that. I'm going to highlight these and bring that over. And we're going to bunch everything together so it kind of comes together a lot faster than what we originally had planned. So when I do that, okay, now I have and we literally can bring this a lot closer. Okay, so that it literally, this is where we can turn off the other layers, because we're going to go kind of individually now and tweak them. But there we go. So let's do this. Let's see how that looks. Okay, so it's going a lot faster. Beautiful. Okay, so now let me find a part in the actual video where we can put this, where it makes sense. So if we have kind of the graphic there at the end, we can put it about right here. So I can literally move this down to here, and we can have the background. Okay, so you can see so I'm trying to, okay, so the thumbnail starts right there. So I'll line that up there, and then I'll bring this down to the end. And then what I want to do is shrink this up. Beautiful. There you go. I like that. Okay, so then for these other ones, so really what I want to do is actually for the other ones delete them. Okay, and I just want to use this effect for this one layer. Okay, so now for the other ones, we can do other things. Okay, so I can bring these other ones in below that, and then we can shrink them down. And for these, we can just put them kind of down here, out of the way, shrinking them down, and over there. And then thank you, I can delete. So we have requirements. So I want to select all of these and move them over a little bit. And then I'm going to turn these off. And what I'll do is I'll move these over. And we'll just jump cut them in. So we got one there. If I hit Command, I can deselect that one, then bring in the next one. Then I can deselect that one, bring in the next one. Deselect that one, and bring in the next one. And then we're almost to the ending part. Okay? So for the whole video, we have a graphic. So you have that one. Oh, I don't have the layer turned on. Look, that doesn't work. Okay. Bear with me. So you have introduction, benefits, what you will learn, students, and requirements. And then we have the thank you graphic. There you go. Beautiful. Great job. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to be building out the next project, which is project number 21. We're going to be building out Adobe InDesign 2022 Basics. So let's go to our favorite website, learntechprojectfiles.com, to get the project files. So we're going to click on Adobe After Effects 2022 Projects, and we'll go down to project number 21 to download Adobe InDesign Basics. Okay. Now, while this is downloading, we're going to set up the project file. Okay. So we're going to go inside of After Effects here, click on New Project. We're going to go to File, Save As, and let's go to the Projects folder. So I have my Projects folders in Documents. I'm going to click on Projects. I'm going to copy the format here that we have here, but we're going to make a new folder. So click on New Folder, and we're going to do 21, project number 21. And this is going to be Adobe InDesign 2022 Basics. I'm going to hit Command A on the Mac, Control A on the PC to select all, and then Command C on the Mac and Control C to copy. Okay. So we'll do that, and then we're going to label this Adobe InDesign 2022 Basics. I'll hit Save, and we're good to go. Okay. Now we'll go to Firefox and see where we're at. It should be just about done. It says 10 seconds, so we're just about there. We'll wait it out for a few more seconds here. And what we're going to be doing in this project compared to the other projects that we were doing is it's going to be more hands-on. Okay. So I opened up the Downloads folder. I'm going to bring this over to Documents, and then we're going to grab 21 and bring it into Projects, and then I'm going to drop it into 21. I'm going to double click on this to uncompress the zip file, and then let's talk about what's inside of here. So we have Introduction, Benefits, What You Will Learn, Students, Requirements, and Thank You. And then you're going to notice, you can see my beautiful mug there, or ugly mug, depending on what you think. This is a different style promo video than the other ones that we've been working on. Okay. Then you have the InDesign Basics thumbnail. Okay. And then you have the LearnTech Plus logo. So with this one, this is a raw file. Okay. And so what we're going to do is we're not going to cut anything. We're not going to edit anything at all. We're going to leave everything kind of on the timeline or on the composition and just add graphics to it. Okay, so remember, these projects for After Effects are not editing projects. These are effects projects, which means we're compositing what's already been done. Okay, so when you do compositing, when you do production, you have a couple different phases that you go through. You create the graphics in Photoshop. You edit in Premiere Pro, and then you composite everything together in After Effects. Okay. So the process that I like to do personally is I like to create all the graphics, then record the video and edit the video, and then bring it into into After Effects, not Photoshop. I don't edit videos in Photoshop. Okay. But so we may trim this up a little bit to make it work, but we're not going to be looking at the audio. We're not going to be listening to the audio. In fact, I'm going to make sure my speakers are muted, because what I want to do is I want to focus on the effects, focus on compositing. Okay. The sound is not important for this. Okay. For this example, when you do the assignment, you can use the sound and cut it up the way you want. And the reason why I'm giving you this project is I want you to practice. Okay. Practice, practice, practice. And plus I have a lot of promo videos to do. So we might as well make it a project, and you can actually see how I cut things up. Okay. Minus the audio. Okay. So now that we got all that out of the way, what I want to get, the point that I was trying to make is you can see that I actually am in the shot here. It's a headshot of me, which this is a pre-roll of me about to talk. And so the cool thing about using this footage over the other footage that I had is that you actually see me talking, and so we can add lower thirds to the video, and it looks more natural, okay? With the other promo videos that we were doing, I was just recording the screen, and then you're hearing my voice, okay? Here you can actually see me, and then we can add video into it as well to kind of add to that. Now, in this case, we're just going to see me. I'm not going to show any footage because I want to show you how to kind of composite different types of videos. I don't want them all to be the same. We want to kind of keep increasing and improving our skills, right? We don't want to keep doing the same thing over and over again, other than the reps that we've been doing, which we did 20 of similar projects. So now that I'm done rambling, let's get into After Effects and get to the fun stuff. So go to the project panel, right click, click on import, file, and we're going to go to project 21, which I believe I'm already there. Interesting. I didn't even know I was there. Okay. So we'll go to projects. So documents, projects, project number 21, or just go to folder 21 and then 21, highlight all this, and let's bring it in. Okay. So this is going to be a little more hands-on than the other projects that we did because the video was already edited for you. So you didn't have to add the logo. You didn't have to add the thumbnail. That part was already done for you. And so now we're going to be doing that part as well. Okay. So I'm going to bring the promo video onto the timeline or to the composition. I'm going to scrub through, and wherever we start talking, that's where we're going to kind of, so I would say about at 4 seconds, we can trim that down. Okay. And then I can bring this over. So that way, okay, that way we're good. And then I can trim down the timeline to be 56 seconds. And we can trim this a little bit more. And see, this part we can leave in because we're going to add graphics to this. Okay, so this, let's lock this layer because I don't want to do anything else with it. And now what I want to do is I want to add the Adobe InDesign Basics thumbnail. Okay, and I'm going to extend this out by holding Shift to keep the aspect ratio correct. And we'll just slap it in like that. And what I want to do is for about 5 seconds, I want the thumbnail to pop up. Okay, and then after that, we could just slap the introduction graphic on there. Okay, and let's shrink this down. Okay, now what we can do with this is we'll first shrink it from the left here. And let's give it 5 seconds and we'll have it kind of fade in. Okay, so I'm going to move it just a little bit more. So here you'll see, right now we're doing like a jump cut, but we're going to do transform. Let's do opacity. And so then when we're talking, I'll just scrub forward. Then I'll increase the opacity here. And let's see how that looks. Okay. So that looks really good. Okay. Then we can add benefits. Now again, we're not listening to the audio because when I record this stuff, it's like this. I know where the graphics need to be, okay? But when you edit this yourself for the assignment, you can listen to the audio and do that part, okay? The audio is important. I'm not going to dispute that. Everything I do is voiceover, so of course I think audio is important. But let's do this one now. So what I'm going to do is let's bring this over here just so that we can kind of get it to the same size. And we'll turn the ruler on. So if you're on a PC, hit Control R, on a Mac, Command R, okay, to bring the ruler onto the preview monitor here, or composition. I'm going to snap the guide here and here, and then also here. So that way when we do benefits, all I have to do is turn the layer on and then go right over here and make it fit inside of there. Okay, so I can bring it up like this, and we can see if it will let me do it. Let me zoom in a little bit. There we go. All right, and then I'll move this up, and that looks good. So as long as it's similar to the other one, it doesn't have to be exact. It can be whatever you want it to be, quite honestly. We'll set the opacity to 0, and I have to use the mouse. I can't type with my keyboard because I may stop the recording. I've done this numerous times, so I have to really watch myself having too much fun doing this project with you. So we'll go in a couple seconds, and then we'll set it to 100%, and there you go. And then we'll go to the end of it and bring in the next graphic, which is going to be what you'll learn. And we'll do the same thing, okay? And we'll kind of bring this down a little bit, and then I will resize this so it fits perfectly in there, holding Shift to keep the aspect ratio. And then let's bring this a little bit to the right, and I'll bring it down a little bit more. There we go. And we'll go a little bit more, and I'll bring it over. I see a little space there, so I'm going to bump it that way. So now we're good, okay? And again, we're going to trim this down to 5 seconds, and then we're going to add our favorite fade in and then jump cut. I really like fade ins because it's a clean look. There you go. So when I play that, what you will learn, okay? And like I said, graphics can really take your video to the next level, okay? Just by adding a lower third can really improve the production value of your video. Whatever it is. It doesn't have to be a promo video. It could be anything. It really makes it a lot even more professional than what it already is, you know. All right, so then let's do this one. We're going to add another 5 seconds. And we'll put it here. Okay, so we'll bring it over more. And we'll go right here. I'll put it there. And I'm going to nudge it a little bit to the right so it fills as much as possible. And then we're going to adjust the opacity again. So we'll do transform, opacity. Let's set this to 0. And then go in a few seconds, and we will make it 100%. Okay. So we got that. And then let's do the next one, which is going to be requirements. So we'll go down here, and what we'll do is the same thing. Bring this in, and we'll bring this up. A little bit more. Okay, we'll leave it there, and then I'm gonna shrink this down. I'm gonna trim this up a little bit so it goes to 30 seconds, and then we'll add the fade in. So set the opacity to 0. So we'll add that keyframe. I have to scrub. I can't use the keyboard. Don't do it, because then you may stop the recording. I have to remind myself. because I'm having too much fun. And we're only 14 minutes in, so imagine if I cut the video now and you'll be like, oh, what's the end of the video? I know. I won't do that to you, I promise. Okay, so let's trim this up. And we'll put it over here, and then let's bring this down. And we'll bring this like this. And we'll put it right here, and I'll trim this down a little bit more, keeping the aspect ratio relevant. And I'll nudge it a little bit to the left, a little bit more. There we go. Beautiful. And then we'll trim this down to 35 seconds, and then add the effect that we've been doing for all of the other graphics. So we'll transform that. So let's do opacity 0. Go forward 2 seconds or a second. Bring it up to 100%. And then let's go over here. And right where I start doing this stuff, we're going to add the thumbnail. Okay. So at the beginning of the course, we dropped it here and then did all these. And then right when you see me doing this, let's drop it at about 50 seconds. Let's drop that thumbnail again. Okay. So we'll drop it again right here. And I'll trim it down. Okay. And then we'll expand it out. Clicking and holding Shift. And then I'll bring it to here. And we'll give it about 3 seconds, and then drop the logo in there. And what we can do with this is we can have this fade in. Okay. So what we can do is let's adjust the opacity, set it to 0. Okay. And then go in a few, maybe a second or two. Have it fade in. Let's see how that looks. I like that. Very smooth. And that's the end of the show. Or the promo video. So we'll kind of go through this and just see how it looks real quick. And then you've done a more advanced version of the promo video. So great job, by the way. All right. And you see how the flow is. I'm just rambling on and on and on. As you know, I like to ramble. I'm rambling on, and then the graphics are just showing up. They're hitting the mark. So you see the thumbnail, and then you see the logo. So there you go. So like I said, great job on this. Here, let me pause the video. Or I'll just let it keep playing. I'll pause the video. Okay. So great job on this. I hope you enjoyed doing this project with me. I'll leave it there. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to build out project number 22, which is Adobe InDesign 2022 projects. So let's go to learntechprojectfiles.com. We're going to click on After Effects 2022 projects. We're going to download the file for Adobe InDesign 2022 projects. So I'll click on that, and while that's downloading, I'm going to go to After Effects, and we're going to set up our project files. Not really our project files, our project, and then we'll bring in the project files. So let's click on New Project. Let's go to File, Save As, and let's go to Projects, and then inside of Projects, let's add a new folder, giving it the title of 22, project number 22, dash Adobe InDesign 2022 projects. I'm going to hit Command A to select all on the Mac, Control A on the PC to select all, and then Command C on the Mac to copy, Control C on the PC to copy. I'm going to hit Create, and then we're going to title our project the same as the folder. I will hit save, and we're golden. Okay, now let's go back to Firefox and see where we're at. The file should just be about done, and it is. And what we're going to be doing in this project is similar to the last project, but this time we're going to be using all of the layers together and kind of creating that effect all together. So first, before we do that, let's grab the project files from the downloads. I'm going to bring it to Documents, and then in Documents, we're going to take it to Projects, and then in Projects, we're going to drop it in 22. I'm going to double click on the compressed file. I'm going to unzip that file, and we're going to take a look at the source files here. So we have Introduction, Benefits, What You Will Learn, Students, Requirements, Thank You, Adobe InDesign, Projects, the thumbnail, okay, and then Learn Tech Plus. So with that, let's jump into After Effects. Let's right click on the project panel, click on Import, and then File, and then let's go to Projects 22, project number 22, and then highlight and grab all the files. Okay, we will bring the promo video in first. We're going to leave that as is. I'm going to lock this layer so we don't do anything with it. Then let's bring in the thumbnail, and let's make this like that. Okay, I want to see something. Ooh, I kind of like that. Okay. It's a great idea. Okay, so I have an idea. So we're going to scrub in 5 seconds. So go to 5 seconds and then trim down the thumbnail to 5 seconds. Then after that, what we're going to do is we're going to bring the thumbnail in again. And this time, I'm going to make it the size of the screen, and then I'm going to drop it down, and we're going to use the thumbnail as a lower third. And then what I want to do is bring an introduction. Okay, so I'm just using what we have, and I'm going to hold shift to keep the aspect ratio and then slap that in here, and I like it. So we'll bring it right to here. And then at 10 seconds, I'll trim this one down, and I'll bring in the next one, okay, which is going to be benefits. So with this one, I can do the same thing. I can shrink it down, bring it over, and then actually make it a little bit bigger just so it kind of fits the same size as introduction. Okay. And then we'll do the same with the next one. So let's go to 15 seconds. Trim this down, and then let's grab What You Will Learn. Okay, so this is another way to kind of use what you already have and just be creative with it and have a little fun, you know. And it looks a little bit off, but that's okay, because I'm winging it. I like to wing it. I like to have fun when I'm making a composition. So let's add students in there. Because remember, this is supposed to be fun. It's not supposed to be... Obviously, you got to learn something, but have fun learning, you know? Don't make it a chore, right? So let's put this out to 25 seconds. Let's grab requirements. And we'll put that like this, right down to here. Okay, and then I'll shrink that down to there. And then we're going to trim it at 30 seconds, give or take. And then, 30 seconds. There we go. Bump it out a little bit, and then I can add thank you. Okay. So there you go. So you can see kind of how you can use what you already have to do what you need to do. And we'll make this one a little bit longer to about there. And then if we really wanted to, we could literally I'm going to trim this, but what you could do is actually use it for the thumbnail. Oh, we're not going to do that for this. So we'll put it about right here. See where the ending part is. So right there. So let's do about 10 seconds worth. So we'll add the thumbnail in here. Okay. And let's bring it over. And then what I'll do is I'll enlarge it, holding shift to keep the aspect ratio, and then I'll shrink it down to 5 seconds, and then I'll bring the logo in. And I'm fine with jump cutting, that's fine. So let's do this, and then we'll take a look at what we've done. So if I go back here and hit play, let's watch what we've done here. So you can see we have the introduction, and it's off a little bit, but you can't tell that much. The best way to kind of use this instead of doing it this way is to turn off the background and have a transparent text, and then bring it in and use that thumbnail as a lower third. Okay. But again, I was just winging it, so this is just a way that you can kind of use what you have without making any graphics. Okay. So being creative and having fun with it, and it's not like the thank you graphic is a black background with a green lower third. You know what I mean? Like, it's passable. Let's put it that way. So then we'll look at this, and then we have, whoa, we need to overlap that so we don't see myself talking, and then we have Learn Tech Plus, which is the end shot. Beautiful. There we go. So I'll save this file. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to build out project number 23, which is Adobe InDesign 2022 Ultimate Guide. So let's go to LearnTechProjectFiles.com, click on Adobe After Effects 2022 projects, and go down to project number 23, Adobe InDesign 2022 Ultimate Guide. Click on that. Let's download that file. While it's downloading, let's create a new project file. So if I click on New Project, and then we're going to do File, Save As. We're going to go to the, in my case, I'm going to go to Documents, Projects, and then I'm going to create a new folder, doing 23, project number 23, dash Adobe InDesign 2022 Ultimate Guide. Command A on the Mac, Control A on the PC to select all, and then Command C to copy on the Mac, Control C to copy on the PC, and then we're going to title our project with that same title for the folder. Okay. Then I'm going to go back to Firefox and grab the files. We got a few seconds left. I will bring the zip file over to Documents, and then in Documents, bring it over to Projects and drop it in the 23 folder. Double click on it to check out the files. Okay. And we have introduction, we have benefits, we have what you'll learn, students, requirements, thank you, the promo video, the Adobe InDesign 2022 Ultimate Course graphic, okay, and then Learn Tech Plus, which is my actual logo, because we want to make this look awesome. So we're going to go to the project panel, right click and click on Import File, and let's go to Projects 23 and then go to 23 here, highlighting all of the graphics and videos that we're going to be using, bringing that in, and then let's bring the promo video in first and lock that on the layer, and then let's grab the InDesign thumbnail, clicking on the bottom right hand corner, holding shift to keep the aspect ratio correct, and then expand it out. And then I'm going to shrink this down to 5 seconds. Okay, because I think 5 seconds is a good intro, and then there we go, and now I'm talking. So what we can do is, in the previous video we did kind of a lower third. We could do the same thing here. What I was thinking of doing is this. Let's see if it works though. It's not going to work. I was going to try to put it up here, but I didn't zoom out I didn't take a wide enough shot when I was recording this video to be able to do that. So we can do the same thing as we did before and drop the lower third down here, and then drag this out to right here, and then just have it pop up, and then bring all these in. Okay, and then this time what we're going to do is we're going to shrink them all down at the same time. Okay, and then we'll add the fade and fade out at the same time. So we'll set the opacity to 0, and then we'll scroll over. Okay, wait a minute. Let me do this. Let me undo that. Okay, I will delete this. I'll turn it off, and then we'll go to the beginning, okay, and we'll do it here. We'll set the opacity to 0, and then we'll go in a couple seconds. I'd say 2 seconds, okay, and then we'll set the opacity to 100%. Okay, and then what we'll do from there, then we'll start turning things on and off. Okay, so for example, I'll highlight all these, including introduction, and we'll bring these down. All right, so right there where the lower third pops up, we'll have, okay, we could have all of them pop up there, which would be really funny, but we just want to have introduction. So I'm going to deselect introduction, and I goofed. Hold on. I got too carried away here. So let me bring all these back, and then we're going to shrink them all down at the same time to about 5 seconds. Then we'll bring them back. Okay, and now we're going to start selecting them all and kind of balancing them out. So I'll deselect just one. And to do that, you're just going to hold Command and click the one you want to deselect and keep the other ones highlighted. On the PC, just do Control and do the same thing, and then we can kind of scatter them a little bit. So let's play that and see how it looks. Beautiful. And like I said, it works because the lower third is the same color. So you can tell where the edges are, but not enough to where it's a big deal. You know what I mean? Beautiful. Okay, I really like that. Then what we'll do is we'll turn off the lower third. Okay, so let's make sure it turns off at the same time. Okay, we'll extend this out just a little bit more. Perfect. Okay, then we'll go to the end at 50 seconds, drop in the graphic, and we're just about home free. So let's extend this out. Okay, I'll bring this over to here, and I'll just leave this running. And what I mean by running is we'll just kind of leave it there, and then we'll put LearnTech Plus right here. And at 55 seconds, I'll have it just jump cut. Beautiful. Okay, there you go, beautiful. So, there you go. That's how you do the Adobe InDesign 2022 Ultimate Guide promo video. So great job, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to build out project number 24, Adobe XD 2022 Basics. So go to your favorite website, learntechprojectfiles.com, click on Adobe After Effects 2022 projects, go down to project number 24, which is Adobe XD 2022 Basics. We're going to click on that and let it download. Go to After Effects, click on New Project, and go to File, Save As, and we're going to create a folder. So we're going to go to Projects. For me, it's going to be Documents, Projects, and then we're going to file this same formula or format that we've been doing throughout all these projects. Click on New Folder. We're going to do 24, project number 24, and this is going to be Adobe XD 2022 Basics. I'm going to Command A to select all, Command C to copy, And then I'm going to paste that in here to label this and make sure we have the folder selected. Hit save. Let's go back to Firefox and see if it's done. Should almost be there. We'll give it a few more seconds here to finish. We're going to have a great time. So let me open up the file here. I'm going to bring this into Documents, and then we're going to drag this into Projects, and then also to number 24. I'm going to uncompress this zip file, okay? And then we're going to look at the source files, okay? So we're going to grab, so you can see here we have introduction, benefits, what you will learn, students, requirements, thank you, the promo video itself. We have Adobe XD Basics, and then Learn Tech Plus, okay? So there you go, all right? So let's go to After Effects. I'm going to right click and click import. Now the other thing you can do is a keyboard shortcut. We can hit Command I on the Mac, Control I on the PC, and select project number 24 and highlight and grab all the files that we need. Grab the Adobe XD Basics movie and slap that on the composition and then lock the layer. Then we're going to grab the XD graphic, okay? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it out to here, and I'm going to slap this and shrink it down to 5 seconds. Then at the 5 second mark, let's say 6 second mark, okay, I'm going to drop in all of these, okay? Now, the past 2 videos at least, we've been doing lower thirds like right here. So we could put it over here, we could put it over here, we can actually go up here as well, or here, okay? So what I want to do is I want to keep it there. I'm going to shrink all these down to about 5 seconds. So I need to highlight all these and do that. This one is going to be kind of a quicker project than the other ones. I'm going to bring it here, deselect it, deselect it, deselect it, deselect it, deselect it, and nothing else to deselect. So if I scrub through, okay, we got this backwards. So I'm going to hit Command Z to undo that. I wasn't paying attention to this. I normally, when I bring these in, this is at the top and this is at the bottom. And the reason why I do that is that way it's kind of in order because it's going top to bottom. So whatever's on the top is going to be showing on the top in the canvas. Okay, let me save this. So what we'll do is I'll highlight all these and deselect introduction, and then we'll do this again. Okay, and this time I'll pay attention to what I'm doing. So we'll bring that over, deselect it, deselect, deselect, and then there we go. Okay, so now when I scrub through, introduction, benefits, what you will learn, students, requirements, and thank you. And we're just jump cutting, okay? So 45 seconds in, let's put the graphic. And we'll just keep that running. And then the Learn Tech Plus logo. Okay. All right, beautiful. And there you go. So that is Adobe XD Basics. Okay. So thanks so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to build out project number 25, which is Adobe XD 2022 projects. So let's go to our favorite website, learntechprojectfiles.com, click on Adobe After Effects 2022 projects, and we're going to go down to project number 25 and download that zip file. Okay. Go to After Effects, create a new project, go to File, Save As, and do the same formula or format that we've been doing. Create a new folder. This is going to be 25, project number 25, and we're going to do Adobe XD 2022 projects. Command A to select all, Command C to copy, and I'm going to paste this in up here. And we're going to try something different this time. Okay, so let's wait for the file to download. And while we're waiting for it to download, I want to talk about something real quick. So the files that we download, what we've been doing is we've just been working with what I gave you. And so if you don't have Photoshop installed, that's fine. But what I want to do for the next, I believe it's 5 or 6 projects, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 projects is I want to kind of take these files into Photoshop and show you how to edit them and make them transparent so that we can kind of make different effects with what we have. Okay, so let's go to Firefox and let's grab the downloaded file. And so again, if you don't have Photoshop installed, don't worry about it. Just follow along with me. Let's uncompress 25 here and then look at the files. Okay, so we have introduction, we have benefits, what you will learn, students, requirements, thank you, and then these right here. Okay, so let's bring these into After Effects. So I'm going to hit Command I, and then I'm going to go to project number 25. Okay, and I'm going to go here and bring all these in. Okay, now the great thing about having a PSD file is I can right click. I can't right click, but we can if I double click on it, let's see. If I right click on it, I can reveal in Finder. Okay, so this will take me to the file that I have. Now you'll notice this is a PSD file. So what I can do is if I double click on it, I can open this up in Photoshop. Okay, and what's going to happen is if I edit this file in Photoshop, it will change in After Effects. So if we turn off all of the effects that I have in here, I'm going to save this and go back to After Effects. Now I have a transparent graphic. Okay, so let me bring in Adobe XD projects. I'm going to lock this, and then let's bring in introduction just so I can show you what I mean. So now it's transparent. Okay, so what I want to do is for each one of these projects, and not projects, but each one of these files, I want to take these into Photoshop and turn the layers off that are going to affect the text. So the only thing I want to have active is this. Okay, and I'm going to save it. So I'm going to do that with all of these. And like I said, if you don't have Photoshop installed, don't worry about it. Just follow along with what I'm doing. Just watch me do what I'm doing, okay? Because I just want to show you how Photoshop and After Effects work together, okay? Because they work together really well. They're both layer-based applications, and so a lot of the interfaces are the same or similar, okay? So you'll notice when I go through here, except for requirements, why did that not work? Okay, this is, okay, that should update. Let me just see. So requirements is the only one that is not, let's go reveal and Finder real quick. Okay, so it is transparent, but on the preview it's not showing up, which is fine. Okay, then we have Adobe XD.png and a LearnTech logo as well. So these two I can right click on and open up in Photoshop because these are PNG files, so they're not going to be as straightforward, but I can do this and do this and that, or that's one thing to do, right? And all I did here is I grabbed the magic eraser tool and now we have a transparent logo. So if I save that, what's going to happen is I now have a transparent logo. Okay, and then for this, let's see here. I can do that, and then I can kind of clean this up a little bit. Okay. Now what I have is can save that. Now I have a transparent thumbnail. Okay. So we've made it easier, right? So let's play around with this a little bit, okay? And like I said, we're going in a different direction because I haven't been doing this, but I love to edit graphics and make them look as cool as possible. So let's have fun with this, okay? So what we have here is we have a transparent Adobe XD Projects PNG, and then LearnTech Plus is transparent as well. Now, the other thing I'd like to do is I would like to delete the logo and then have the background, okay? And then for this, I'd like to have the background of the logo, right? And then have the background of the thumbnail as well. So what we're going to do is I'm going to go into Documents or into our files here, and you'll notice we have this file here, right? So if I make another folder and just say zip here, okay, and just copy this and then paste it in there and then double click on it, now I have these files here. Now the point of doing that is I'm going to edit these and then delete it and then bring it back into here. Okay. So this one, for example, I want to bring in to Photoshop and I want to get rid of the logo, but I want to keep the background. Okay. So one way to do that is like this. Okay. I can highlight all this and just delete, right? And then we could do this, right? Kind of cool, right? And then also, so that's one thing we could do. The other thing we can do is this, okay? And then I could copy this. And I actually like the idea of using this as a lower third. So we'll leave that like that, and then I'll save this on my computer. Okay, so I hit Command Shift to save. So we're going to go to Projects and then project number 25. I'm going to go here and I'm going to label this as lower third. Okay. Lower third blue. Okay. I'm going to hit OK. And then we'll go back to this and I'll right click on this and open this in Photoshop. Okay. And what I can do is the same thing. I can use the marquee tool. I have to unlock this layer. Okay. I'm going to delete this. And now I have a lower third there as well. Okay. Or what we can do is grab the eraser. Well, let's see. Let's grab the marquee tool and I'll just delete this. Okay. And then what I'll do is I'll grab the entire marquee tool and do that, and then select this, hit Command A, well, not Command A. We'll copy it. And see how that looks. Okay, I don't really like that. So what I'll do is we'll scrap this one. But let's look at this one. I really like that. I think that looks cool. So let's use that. Okay, so what was the point of all that? Well, it's just to show you that if you take this stuff into Photoshop, you can work with what you already have and make it cooler. Okay, so I'm going to delete zip here. And the only thing that we really added was the lower third, and then we have two transparent graphics. Okay, so we can use this, and then these are transparent. So let's utilize that in After Effects. Okay, so like I said, I want to mix it up a little bit, and I like to wing it and have a little fun. So let's have a little fun with this. So what I want to do is I'm going to right click, or we can hit Command I, and then I'm going to import the okay, it is 25. I want to make sure. Lower third blue.png. Okay. And then we'll bring this to the video. And then we'll go like this and bring it in and drop it down a little bit. And I think this is going to look awesome, quite honestly. So we'll bring all these in. Okay. And we'll position them right here. Okay. And then the lower third, I'm going to move everything down, but we're going to shrink this down first. So I will deselect the lower third, and let's shrink down the graphics, and then we'll slide it over to 5 seconds, and then introductions on the top. So we're going to deselect that and go this way this time. Okay. And I'll bring it this way. So you can see the benefit of understanding Photoshop as well as After Effects is you can literally go in and just start doing stuff and kind of making things awesome with Photoshop and After Effects together. Okay. So we'll cut off the lower third right there. And then what we can do is at the beginning here, we haven't added the graphic in yet, so we can slap that here. And you'll notice I can add a solid background now. So I can right click and do solid. And let's just use this color as an example, right? I can put that there, and now we can adjust this to whatever we want, so we can actually make it bigger. Okay. It gives you tremendous flexibility. So if you want to be able to change the color of your graphic to whatever, this is a great way to do that. Okay. Beautiful. Okay. Then with the logo, if I go to the end here, we'll drop the graphic here, so I can just copy these and then paste them and then bring them to the end. Okay. Then I can drop in the logo. Okay. And the logo, we can just bring it all the way here, right? We can make another solid background. Or you could actually just shrink down Adobe XD projects and then have it overlap and then make this bigger. So again, you can customize this to whatever you want with the backgrounds. That's why I'm showing you this. I'm showing you how to do kind of quick Photoshop work to make it look different than what graphics that I gave you. Okay. And it like I said, it kind of makes it gives it a little more creativity and also makes it a little more fun. Okay. So I wanted to show you that. That's the promo video for Adobe XD 2022 projects. Okay. So thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to build out project number 26, Adobe XD Ultimate Guide. So let's go to learntechprojectfiles.com, click on Adobe After Effects 2022 projects, go down to project number 26, which is Adobe XD Ultimate Guide. And then while that's downloading, let's go to not Photoshop, but After Effects. Okay. We're going to create a new project, go to File, Save As. And then for my example, I'm going to be in Documents, Projects, and then I'm going to create a new folder, labeling this 26, project number 26, dash Adobe XD 2022 Ultimate Guide. Okay, I'll create that. I'm going to right click on it, rename it, Command C to copy. Okay, and then I'm also going to give the project title the same as the folder. We'll hit save, and then let's go to Firefox, and there's about 10 seconds left, 15 seconds, okay, before the file is done. Once that's done, then we're going to unzip the file and put it inside the project folder. So let's do that. So I'm going to open this up in Downloads, go to Documents. So we'll click and drag it over to Documents, drag it into Projects, and then drag it down to 26. We're going to double click on it to uncompress the file, and then we're going to review the files. Okay. So we have Introduction, we have Benefits, we have What You Will Learn, Students, Requirements, Thank You, the promo video itself, the XD thumbnail, and then the LearnTech Plus logo. So let's go into After Effects. We're going to hit Command-I to import. And let's go to 26, grab all the files, and then let's grab the promo video and the graphics that we're going to be using. I'm going to shrink these down. Before I do that, let's highlight them all. Okay. I'm going to click and hold Shift. And what I want to do is I want to put them up here. Okay. And I want to adjust the length of these. So we're going to make them 5 seconds. And then I'm going to deselect. We're going to go 5 seconds in and then deselect the bottom one, bringing it over and then doing the same thing, bringing it over, same thing. Again, same thing, and same thing. Okay, then we'll bring in the thumbnail. I'll shrink this down to 5 seconds. Click in the right-hand corner, hold Shift to adjust the aspect ratio, scrub all the way through, and let's go to 45 seconds. Drop in that graphic again. And let's click in the bottom right-hand corner, holding Shift, bringing that out, and then at 50 seconds, drop the logo. Okay, and then I'll do the same thing here. And then we'll bring this over. And this is just going to be kind of a jump cut in version of the promo video. Beautiful, there you go. So, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Alright, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to build out project number 27, which is going to be Adobe Audition Basics. So let's go to LearnTechProjectFiles.com, click on Adobe After Effects 2022 Projects, and go down to project number 27, Adobe Audition 2022 Basics. Let that file download, go to After Effects, and let's create a new project, File, Save As, and we're going to go to Documents, Projects, and we're going to label this with a new folder, 27, project number 27, dash Adobe Audition 2022 Basics. Command-A to select all, Command-C to copy, and then let's label this project that same thing, hit save, and we're ready to roll. Go to our downloads folder, bring this over to documents, and then go from there and bring it into projects and drop it down in projects. Okay. I'm going to double click on the zip file to uncompress it. We have introduction, we have benefits, what you will learn, students, requirements, thank you, that, and I don't have a promo video. Really? No problem. I'm going to go to the Adobe XD. Yeah, we'll go to Adobe XD. Go to project number 26 and just copy this file over. I don't know why there's no video, but that's fine. So we'll paste that in. And what I'll do is I'll copy this and label this the same. Okay. All we really need it there for is we need footage, okay, of anything. It does not really matter what it is, because we're learning about how to composite the graphics with the video. Okay, that's really the key to this. So I'm going to select all this and bring it in, and we will bring the movie in. I will lock it. Then I'm going to bring all these graphics in. Okay. And we're going to be working kind of fast in this project for one reason, because we've been doing so many of these, we got it down now. So I'm going to highlight all these, click, and do like that, and then I'm going to drop it over here Bring this over to 5 seconds, and then we'll go like this. Okay. And really what I want to show you is when you're doing a template style project that you've been doing a couple times, you get really fast at it, really good at it. And that's what repetition is all about. So we'll drop this at 5 seconds. Okay, and then we'll drop it again. And then we'll shrink it down to 45 seconds, drop in the logo, and we're done. And we're going to do this 2 more times. Okay. Now we probably have to add the video in there because I don't know if the videos are missing in the other ones as well. They shouldn't have been, but maybe I was asleep when I was adding the project files. I don't know, but we'll work with it and we'll make it work. So there you go. That's the Adobe Audition Basics promo video. And we've done it quickly and efficiently. So great job. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to build out the project number 28, Adobe Audition 2022 projects. So if you joined me in the last project, we had to grab a video file from the Adobe XD Ultimate Guide. So if that video file is missing, we're going to be doing the same thing here, just so you know, okay? So I'm going to go down here to Adobe Audition 2022 projects, which is project number 28. I'm going to click on that and download the file. And we're going to go to After Effects, click on New Project, go to File, Save As, and we're going to go to Documents, Projects, and then we're going to create a new folder and do project number 28. So it's going to be 28, project number 28, and then dash Adobe Audition 2022 projects. And this is going to be a fast-paced project. So let's right-click, rename, Command-C to copy, and we'll paste it up here. Okay. And we got about 45 seconds left. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be building out the promo video really fast. Okay. And the whole point of this is the repetition that we've been doing. Okay. We've built about 30 projects. We're at project 28, so not quite. But we've been doing a lot of reps on the same project over and over again. And the reason for that is practice. Okay. The only way to get good at something is to get the repetition and to practice, practice, practice. Okay. And so you'll see the benefit of it because as we keep practicing, we get faster and faster and faster. Okay. I'm even getting faster. So the file's done, just about. I'm going to click here. And a few more seconds left. The video should be in here. If the file's that big, it should be in here. So let's bring it into Documents, and then let's bring it into Projects and drop it into folder 28. And for some reason, I didn't save this here. So I'm falling asleep over here. Not really. But let's close the project. And then go back to the Finder here, and let's bring this in. Okay, then we'll double click on the zip file. And yes, we have the movie. Okay, good. So the movie's not missing for this one. I'm going to double click on the projects, Adobe Audition projects, project file. And then we're going to hit Command-I on the Mac, Control-I on the PC to import those files. So go to 28, go to project 28, grab all the files here, and we're going to do this quickly. So let's drop the video in first. Then let's grab all the graphics and drop those in. And let's adjust the size of this. And let's put it up here. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is shrink this down to 5 seconds. And then we're going to bring it over to 5 seconds and deselect the intro and do what we've been doing for a couple projects. Beautiful. Okay. So we got that. Then let's grab the thumbnail, shrink that down to 5 seconds. Hold Shift. Okay. And then we'll drop it at 20 seconds. Again, then we'll drop the, so we'll shrink this down. And then I'll bring the logo in, and then we're done. And you can see how quickly we're able to do this because of all the practice we've been doing. And you get really good at stuff when you practice, believe me. Because what happens to me is when I make all these promo videos, I get real efficient because I keep doing the same thing over and over again. But I need to do it because I have all these different courses that need a promo video. So these are good projects to do. And there you go. So we literally got this done in less than 5 minutes. So there you go. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to build out project number 29, which is Adobe Audition 2022 Ultimate Guide. Okay, so we're going to go to learntechprojectfiles.com, click on Adobe After Effects 2022 projects, go down all the way down to project number 29, download that file. And while it's downloading, we'll get everything set up. So go to After Effects, click on New Project, File, Save As, and let's go to Projects. So Documents, Projects, and then make sure we're in the Projects folder, right? And create a new folder, 29, project number 29. And this is going to be Adobe Audition 2022, and it's going to be Ultimate Guide. Okay, I'll create that. I'm going to right click and rename it, hit Command C to copy it, and then select it, and then let's relabel this, that, hit save, go back to Firefox. Let's see how much time we have left here. Okay, so it's about a minute. So what we're going to do is, again, we're going to build out this promo video as fast as we can. Okay, that's really the goal of this exercise, of doing all these projects, is practicing and practicing and practicing, and then you can see how quickly you can build something out once you've done it a couple times. Okay, you can really get the benefit of the repetition. Okay, and so this is just about done. We'll give it another, it says 15 seconds. So once the file's done downloading, we'll uncompress it, and then we'll import it into After Effects. Okay, just like we've been doing with the other projects. And let's wait for it. Should almost be done. A few more seconds, it says. So we'll give it a few more seconds here, and it's done. Okay, I'll open that up. We'll bring it into Documents. And then from there, I'm going to bring it into Projects. And then from there, I'll drop it down to 29. I'll double click on the file to uncompress it. And then we'll look at the files. So we have introduction, we have benefits, what you will learn, students, requirements, thank you, the promo video itself, the audition, graphic, and then Learn Tech Plus. So let's go to After Effects. And again, let's try to do this as quickly as we can. So we'll do project number 29, 29, grab everything, bring it in, grab the video, lock it, grab the graphic, drag that down to 5 seconds, enlarge it so you can't see my beautiful mug or ugly mug, depending on what you think. And then let's grab all the lower thirds, okay? And we'll bring it out to here, but first I want to shrink this down to 5 seconds. Okay, and then I'm going to bring these over. And what we'll do is we'll shrink these down. So I'll hold Shift, and we can do right here. Okay, so I'll deselect this one, bring it over, deselect, bring it over, deselect, deselect, and there you go. Okay, so we have that done. Then let's drop the thumbnail again and the logo. And actually we can highlight both of these and drop them both at the same time. And then adjust the size of them at the same time because we have them both selected. Then deselect one. Beautiful. Okay. And then we can literally shrink these down to 20 seconds. And then this one, which is the LearnTech Plus logo, I can do it 25 seconds. So now, boom, 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 beautiful. Okay, so when I go back, we have all the graphics there, and that's there, and we're all done. And we've done this in 4 minutes. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to build out project number 30. So let's go to learntechprojectfiles.com, then click on Adobe After Effects 2022 projects, go all the way down to the bottom, click on project number 30, which is photo editing with Photoshop 2022 Ultimate Guide. I will download that file, and let's go to After Effects, and we're going to create a new file, and we'll do file save as, and we'll go to documents, projects, and then create a new folder, and let's label this 30, project number 30, photo editing with Photoshop 2022 Ultimate Guide. Working title. I'll right click, rename this file, I'll copy it, we'll paste it in here. Okay, make sure this is selected, save the file, go back to Firefox. The file should just be about done here. 5 more seconds it says. And again, the object of this is to get this project done as quickly as we can, for the simple fact of how much do we learn doing all these promo videos, right? So I downloaded the file, I'll bring it into documents, and then from there, let's bring it into projects, and then project number 30, double click on it, and then let's take a look at the graphics. So we have introduction, benefits, what you'll learn, students, requirements, thank you, LearnTech Plus, photo editing, and then the graphic. So let's go to After Effects. I'm going to hit Command I, and we'll go to 30, grab that here, grab all this, beautiful, okay. Then we'll grab I was going to grab the logo, the video first. We'll lock that, then let's grab the graphic, expanding that out, okay. We'll shrink it down to here for 5 seconds. We can bring it in again, and then we'll expand it the other way for 45 seconds, and then expand it out. Okay, and then the logo, we'll expand that out, and then I'll slide that over and put that at the 50-second mark, and then we'll grab the graphics. So let's grab these, bring them in, and we'll kind of go back to the, actually I'll delete these for a second. I want to grab the thumbnail again, and we're going to make a lower third out of this. So what we can do is we'll expand this out. I'll hold Shift. Okay, and instead of filling up the whole screen, we can just kind of do a sidebar. Well, let's do the whole screen. Why not? Why not? We'll do the whole screen. There we go. Beautiful, just like that. Grab all these, bring them in. And what I want to do is this one, we're going to highlight all of these and bring them 5 seconds over. But before we do that, let's shrink them down, okay, to 5 seconds, and then bring them over. And I will deselect the lower third and then bring all these down to here, and then make them smaller so they fit inside the lower third, okay. And then what I'll do is introduction will be deselected. We'll bring these over, and then we'll bring in the background afterwards. Okay. So we'll snap that to here. And there you go. And now you have the photo editing with Photoshop Ultimate Guide promo video done quickly. And how fast did this take us? 4 minutes. So in under 5 minutes, we were able to create multiple projects because of the repetition and the practice. Okay. And we also know where everything is. So the point of showing you that is to say this: when you plan out a project, whatever it is, plan it out frame by frame so you know where everything is. Everything is in the planning. Okay. The actual production of it is easy if you have a good plan. If you don't plan anything out, you're not going to know where anything is. And what I like to do when I do these things, I plan out everything first, okay, by the second, by the frame. That way I know exactly where to drop stuff. And then when I do these projects, it's really fast, okay? And what I like to do, personal preference, but what I like to do is keep things extremely minimal and simplistic. Okay, so I don't like to overload my videos with too many effects, too many graphics. I like to give it a balance of what it needs so that the people that are watching the video can engage with the content that I'm offering. Okay, but I don't want to overload them with too many graphics. And you see here, we literally have a thumbnail. We have a lower thirds, and then we have 6 graphics, right? We have another thumbnail, and then my logo, and then everything in between, right? But it adds so much to it. Just by doing this little bit, it makes it even better, okay? And that's what you want. You want to create an engaging promo video or video, tutorial, whatever you're doing, you want to make it as engaging as possible, okay? So that people want to watch it, right? And the way to do that, to add value to it, is through visualization or graphics, and give them a visual that can help them understand what you're trying to show them, okay? So, that's all I got. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Congratulations on finishing Adobe After Effects Ultimate Guide 2022. I'm your instructor, Josh Warner, and thank you for watching the course, and thank you for being here. And now we're going to go over a summary of what we learned throughout the course. So in section 2, we talked about Creative Cloud plans. In section 3, we talked about how to set up an account. In section 4, I showed you how to install Adobe After Effects 2022. From there, we built out a project while learning the interface and tools and techniques that I wanted to cover, and we covered the following: welcome page, main menu, panels, tools, workspaces, and preferences. And from there, we built out 30 premium projects to give you real-world experience and practice working with After Effects. Because remember, the key to being a super user of After Effects is practice, practice, practice. Keep practicing. Practice the technique, rinse and repeat. That's how you get really good at stuff, okay? So, if you have any questions or concerns about the content, please let me know. I'll be happy to help you in any way that I can. Until next time, thanks for watching, and take care.